Hey guys,
Hey, what's up?
what's up, man? How are you?
Good, man. Good. Been busy today, huh?
Man, yeah, I I slept 3 hours, 3.5 hours yesterday. So I thought I'd wake up and I'd have time to have a life. But then things went crazy on the business side outside the show, and then we have our show. Then we had to delay it because Binance, all this, the news about Binance. So we did a show about that. So yeah, I got screwed up now to two coffees, and let's see what's happening in Israel. Slayman, how are you, man?
Yeah, good. Thanks. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. You're in the bathroom, yeah? It sounds like
I
it.
just basically got screaming kids downstairs. I'd run upstairs.
All right, cool. All right, where are the invites? Let me get the speaker list. Let me start sending out the invites. But are the protests escalating or de-escalating?
Well, I found there's a running feed. I think RT's got on YouTube, and it seems to be they're just still going. I'm gonna pull it up and see. It's been like a live feed basically all day, and it seems to be pretty steady.
I'm just sending out all the invites.
Let's
But
see if I can pull this.
it's not violent, is it? Is there any deaths? I don't think so.
Not that I've seen. No.
Simon, have you seen any deaths?
No, none whatsoever.
That's good. Cool. That's really good to see. Well, how about Paris? What happened in Paris? You guys look into what happened there and whether there's been many injuries or any deaths from those protests?
That I have seen. There's been some injuries. I was pulling it up because I was actually preparing. We were going to do the French conversation, so I had actually pulled all that up to kind of take a look at it. But I have not updated probably in about a day since we had to shift topics the other day.
And are they ongoing in Paris?
Yeah, they seem to be. They're still going. So this is there was an update of about 2 hours ago. It looks like from Euro News. So it's still going on there. Yeah, I'm looking for some kind of injuries or deaths for you, Mario. I'll be right back.
No, I hope don't make it seem like we're looking for that. Like I hope there's none. The reason I ask is just to just kind of get an idea of how violent or non-violent they are. But I hope there is little injuries, and 100% hope there's no deaths. Just to be clear. All right, so I've just sent out all the invites. Let me just make sure everyone's got it. If there's anyone else missing, do have a panel that's ready. People on the ground in Israel to give us an update. I know that also anything related to Israel is very sensitive, so I'll try to. I'm usually pretty direct and kind of pretty open in the way I speak. So if I do misspeak, just kind of heads up for the audience. I apologize, and do point it out to me in the comments or the DMs, or any speaker or panelist. If I do misspeak or say anything, do point it out. I'm always learning. Let me just get everything ready on my end, and then we can kick it off. We already have John and Politics Verse, both of them on the panel. Appreciate you guys joining.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Hi, very good, very good.
Good, Politics Verse. So maybe we can kick it off. Just a brief update for the audience. We've got our two moderators. I've just muted the mics just because there's a bit of feedback sound. As we wait for more people to join and for the panel to come up, maybe Slayman and Trash, you guys could give us just a bit of an overview on what we know so far. I know a thread is going to come up on my Twitter that you wrote, Slayman. I appreciate that, but it would be good to give an update for the audience.
Yeah, sure. So basically, we had a scenario in Israel where there was a significant amount of protests, and the main underlying issue, or the underlying issues in terms of protest, was the fact that Netanyahu wanted to do some judicial overhaul, and what that essentially included was, there's two aspects. There's a bill that passed recently, and also the judicial overhaul, which was that, firstly, in terms of the overhaul was that, for example, when it comes to the Supreme Court, it's not essentially beholden to the executive branch. So sorry, the other way around. The executive branch is no longer beholden to the Supreme Court. So he wanted to basically change the way the Supreme Court ran, because before politicians...
It's like a power grab, yeah? Can I call it a power grab, Sulaiman, or is it too early to say that?
I mean, I wouldn't call it a power grab. I'd call it more that, first of all, as you know, he's getting charged for a number of issues, or he's being investigated, and so the thought was that this was his way of bypassing that.
Sorry, he already is charged, right? He's basically in the middle of his trial.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry. So if he gets convicted, sorry, thanks for correcting me. Yeah. So if he gets convicted, that it won't be used to make him step down. So that's one of the things that they thought that he's trying to do. And the other thing was that basically what happens is the Supreme Court can obviously it's basically has a separation of power. But what he wanted is for the executive branch, essentially, so his government to not be beholden to basically certain rulings of the Supreme Court. So that was another aspect of it that he was trying to do. So he was trying to basically, put in something called the override clause, and that meant that they can pass laws that have been. So he would be able to pass laws even if they've been deemed invalid by the court. And also he has the ability to overrule rulings which have been stated by the Supreme Court. So those were the two main points of contention. And obviously our panelists will probably expand on that and provide us with a lot more information. And then we had significant amount of people who came out in protest of that. You had opposition. You had the previous Prime Minister who came out, Naftali Bennett, who came out and said it was it's the biggest danger since the Yom Kippur War. You had his current Justice Minister, if I remember right, who also came out against it. You had the basically doctors, trade unions, universities, all of them coming out against or protesting about the current issue that was happening. And then he was meant to have a press conference earlier today. He didn't end up having it or give a statement, and he just provided a post on social media. And then it seems like he has given some kind of assurances to, you've got people like Ben Gvir, who he's given assurances to, who's far right. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot's happened. What he's done is he's kind of pulled back and said, we're going to reassess this or come back to this in the summer. So I think that's where we are from an overview.
Yeah, but what happens even when you kind of take steps back, when you trigger protests, and I've seen this happen time and time again, when you do trigger protests, it's hard to end it. Like even if you concede a few points, it doesn't usually quell the protest, because sometimes there's underlying reasons that were triggered by certain events. So if you concede on those events, the underlying reasons are still there. So I'm curious to see whether that's going to be the case here. But I know we have a pretty. Go ahead,
and his position's quite tenuous, isn't it? Because he's not in a strong position. He's part of a coalition government. So there's a number of factors that are coming into it in regards to this issue.
Yeah, before we go to the panel and get Trash's thoughts on this as well, if you are invited and you're in the audience, you can't come up, make sure you DM me so the team sees the DM and helps you from a technical perspective. So I see a couple of speakers trying to come up. And if you're trying to come up, we haven't invited you, please do send me a DM so the team could vet it, tell us why you want to come up, etc. And the team could bring you up. And once you're on stage, feel free to unmute and jump in anytime, or just put your hand up if you prefer, whichever one you prefer, and we'll give you the mic. Otherwise, Trash, let's get your thoughts, and then we'll take it to the panel and get some more insight on how serious this is, any other underlying reasons that are causing it. Could this escalate further? How does it compare to other protests that happen in Israel? Because they're not that uncommon, correct me if I'm wrong. I want to see how big these are compared to others. And what does it mean in a more from a geopolitical perspective? I'm curious to see how serious those protests are and what they could lead to. But Trash, I'm sure I know you've looked into it as well. Maybe give us your thoughts and your take and anything that anything that Sulaiman didn't mention. And then we'll go to Mateas to give us breaking news and the latest updates. Mateas from Breaking 4 News to give us the latest updates. And then we'll get the panel to kind of dig into the story a bit further. But Trash, anything else to add?
Yeah, I think it's pretty serious. Obviously, I would like the panel to weigh in that would be experts on this. That's why I'm glad they're here. But when I'm looking this seems to be a real structural kind of wedge between can can Netanyahu continue? Like, are they going to try to get rid of him? That's what I hear a lot of people saying. You know, they don't have a constitution. They had just the Harari decision in 1950. So the mechanisms of what they're trying to put in place, I was actually concerned as I looked into it, being able to overrule a Supreme Court. But again, I'm an American, so I view Supreme Courts much differently, right? And so when I look at this, it does seem pretty serious. They are putting the pause on it, but it's only for, I guess, until the summer conference, I suppose. So we'll see where that goes, but it doesn't appear to be that it's a win. I see a lot of people reading into the situation, they're not considering it a win. So
exactly, that's how I usually see it with protests. And I also want to dig into a bit further on the impact that would have on Palestine, because I saw that in your in the thread in your report, Sleiman, the impact that it could have there. So I'd love to dig into that a bit further. But Mateus, as always, can you give us the latest on the ground? And maybe a bit more insight. You heard me ask a few questions like how serious is this? How big are the protests? I'm not sure if you can give us insight there, but I'd love to get the latest on the ground. Is this easing up as we get into the evening in Israel now? It's 10:50 p.m. I think it is, or is it still pretty? Everyone's still on the street and it's still pretty alive.
Hey Mario, I just want to clarify one thing. I'm not currently in Israel, but I do specialize in coverage of Israel and their politics and things that go on. But at this point, it seems that the press conference that we heard.
Your audio, Mateus, your audio is not as good as it usually is. Is there any way you can fix it? He's probably removing his headset.
I'm in a public space right now, so I'm gonna try and come back.
All right, cool. All good. It's a bit, yeah. All right, I'll give you 2 minutes. Is anyone else? Politics, can you give us a bit of an update while Mateus comes back with us and come back to us in 2 minutes? And what's the latest? What's happening on the ground? I know you're covering the story, covering all the updates for the last few days.
The latest that I've seen is that Netanyahu was willing to cancel the decision that he wanted to make about canceling the judicial reform, but let me see what else is going on.
And are the protests still going on? Are they still alive, or are they easing up?
They seem to be going on still. Yes.
Okay.
And politics.
Cool, man.
Politics. You just said that he was planning to cancel. I mean, I read that he was going to delay till the summer. Has he changed his position, and is he now going to cancel?
Some people are saying that he's delaying. Some people are saying he's canceling. So there's no definitive answer.
I could that, but how's the sentiment? Politics. How's the sentiment? Because I know you've covered similar stories in the past for HuffPost and BuzzFeed and others. I want to get your sentiment on the ground. Like, do you think him canceling these steps is enough to quell the protests, or is there an underlying reason that could keep the protests alive post cancellation if he does cancel?
I think with his history and him coming back into power, given his corruption trial and everything that he's done in his prime minister history, I think that this was somewhat of the last straw for Israelis.
Okay, so we could see this. So we could see this continue to go on for longer. I see, Yoni, you've got your hand up as well. Do you agree with the politics position?
I think the current protests are split into two camps, and in fact, if you watched Israeli news today, the commentators couldn't at times discern who was protesting in favor and who was protesting against, simply because they were all holding Israeli flags and chanting similar tunes with different lyrics. I think what has some analysts concerned or intrigued, depending on which side of the aisle you're on, is the fact that these protests have gained significant momentum, and to an extent they've worked. And I think a significant portion of the population that was participating in the anti-judicial reform protests is feeling encouraged and is feeling like they can perhaps pursue more than mere obstruction or stalling of judicial reform in the Knesset, but they can actually maybe see Netanyahu out of the door.
Mateus, I know you're back with us.
Yeah, let me know if the audio is better now.
Yeah, it's a bit better. Go ahead.
All right. So what we heard from Netanyahu just a couple of hours ago is that he will be delaying, pausing the discussions on this proposed reform, which is something that's comforting to Israelis, but obviously the reform that he's suggesting will be revisited. As for the protests, there is protest activity ongoing because part of the negotiation that he made during this announcement was that he gave the head of security, Ben-Gvir, who's a far-right politician who has rose to power, he gave him essentially what America would equate to as a national guard that's under his...
Okay, so I want to dig into, Mateus, I want to dig into further. Any chance, can you remove your headset? Because your audio is really shit. We can understand what you're saying, but it's too crap to keep it going, in my opinion. Is there any chance you can remove the headset? Because I really want to ask you more questions on this. Any headset you can remove? Is there any way to improve it, or it's impossible?
Is this better?
Man, me and you are no longer friends. Jesus, that's so much better. All right, so let's go back to it. Can you talk about? I know the basics of it, but so it is a far right leader that will have his own national guard. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's essentially what happened. He is in a leadership position where he does oversee security in the region. So it wouldn't be unusual to give him authority to do certain important things from a security standpoint. But giving him this kind of unfettered access to a quote unquote equivalent of a national guard is something that many Israelis are against and something that they're concerned about.
Okay, and what does that mean exactly, and how does that link to points that Sleiman made regarding Palestine? How does that relate to this national guard, or is that a separate issue?
Currently, any territory that's being held by Palestinians is under what's known as the Palestinian Authority. The president of that authority, his name is Abbas, and I don't know exactly how he uses his police resources and things like that, but they're two separate entities. If you're talking about from a standpoint of like operations, when Israel has to enter those areas to do like anti-terrorism operations, or if there's riots in the area, then maybe some of these new resources will be used.
So I'll read out exactly what I read somewhere. So I'll read out, it's part of a thread. This is about the rights of Palestinians. Palestinians in the West Banks and Palestinian citizens of Israel would be affected by the steps that Netanyahu is taking. For example, the court stopped the evictions of Palestinian families from Sheikh Jarrah in East Jerusalem. Can you expand on this? I know I'm getting onto pretty sensitive territory, but I'm trying to stay objective, and I'm learning on this as well, so I'm pretty new to this. Can you explain to me what this is about?
So the specific region that you mentioned in East Jerusalem, Sheikh Jarrah, is highly contested between Palestinians and Israelis and Jews in Jerusalem. Currently, Palestinians do hold that area, although it is under, it's complicated to figure out who controls that region. I think it's a little bit of both. But there have been pushes in the past for, and currently for more Jewish families to move into that area. And there's been a lot of conflict in that area. It actually was the spark of the 2021 war. It initiated in Sheikh Jarrah, then moved on to the Temple Mount. And then when there was a riot on the Temple Mount, Hamas and the PIJ decided to conduct that major rocket operation, and then Israel obviously responded.
Okay, so Netanyahu's position, can you tell us more a bit as well? Again, for other speakers, feel free to jump in and put your hand up. Otherwise, we'll go to you as we continue this discussion. But another question that's just me being curious. Netanyahu's position, he's a more conservative prime minister. So I want to know more about his stance regarding Palestine or Palestinians and his political stance in general. The reason I ask this question is if the overhauls, the judicial overhauls do take place, that gives him more influence. If they do go through, gives him more influence. Obviously, his stance is something that I'm curious about. So that's question number one that I have, Mateus. And then question number two that I have is I kind of asked Layman earlier whether I can call these judicial overhauls as a power grab, and he said, not, you can't call it that. It's, it's still a bit vague whether it's a power grab or just purely overhauling the legal system. So is this general sentiment that it is a power grab, or there's an argument to be made that no, it's not, and it's a very legitimate overhaul of an outdated judicial system? So I see Ben has his hand up, so maybe we'll go Mateus and then Ben.
Okay, so to answer your first set of questions, Netanyahu is actually one of the more left-leaning politicians in Israeli history.
Shit.
However, in order for him to form his latest coalition, which is his latest government, he needed to lean much more to the right and get the support of the far-right leaders. And he's been compromising with them, giving them more of what they want in exchange for becoming prime minister. Now, this judicial reform is interesting and comes at a time when the prime minister himself is under investigation for corruption, and people assumed that that was him trying to protect himself by coming up with this very unusual set of requirements. However, the Supreme Court system in Israel and the judicial system is arguably outdated to some degree and does need some not reform, but definitely some tweaking as Israel continues to progress. Israel, if you know, is still a very young country compared to other areas in the region, specifically the Middle East. Israel was declared a country in 1948. So you're not looking at something that's so old. These systems are still relatively new and need adjustments from time to time. But Netanyahu himself does work with the United States and has in the past. I don't know with this current government if he will still take this position, trying to find a peaceful solution between Israelis and Palestinians that does involve somewhat of a two-state solution.
Ben?
Hey, well, why don't we let Yoni go ahead? I've never heard this gentleman speak. We'll let him go first, if that's okay.
Thanks, Ben. Yoni?
Thank you, Ben. Very kind of you. First of all, I don't know that I necessarily agree with the comment that Netanyahu is one of the more left-leaning prime ministers in our history. Look at Golda Meir, look at Ben-Gurion. It is true that Netanyahu has made considerable steps throughout his over 15 years in office to make peace with the Palestinians through what was called the Y Memorandum, through a 2010 decision to freeze settlements and settlement construction for almost 10 months, while peace negotiations could hopefully be put back on track, which of course were derailed by the Palestinian Authority, as usually is. Having said that, I think to your second question about the judicial overhaul, there's definitely merit for criticism of how the judicial court in Israel operates. It operates under a culture that leans far more towards nepotism rather than meritocracy. The Supreme Court in Israel has been oftentimes exclusive of Mizrahi members of Israeli society, and that's more representative of the historic Ashkenazi-Mizrahi split in Israel. Having said that, the proposed reforms are significantly non-democratic, they're outrageous, and when you compare them to other democratic liberal states around the world, it clearly highlights some level of democratic erosion. Because at the end of the day, one of the most important clauses that this Israeli government is trying to include in this piece of legislation that would ultimately transform the judicial process and the construction of the judicial court in Israel is to give the legislative branch of Israel the ability, through a simple majority, to overturn a judicial decision. That would be equivalent to, let's say, 51 senators in the US Congress being able to overturn a US Supreme Court decision.
Well,
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, Ben, I want to get to you. And just in the same vein, I did see where one of the reforms that was passed was basically prevents the Attorney General, who is Gali Bahara Miara, from being able to claim that Netanyahu was unfit for office. That was actually passed in. So that, I actually had a concern about that too, Yanni.
Yeah, I will just, if I can kind of comment on what Yanni said. Surprise, surprise, you have a few Israelis in the room, you'll have 1,000 different opinions on the same topic. But so listen, I do agree in principle with the majority of what he said, but I think it's important to note that, and I do think that he would concede this point, ever since the time that Aaron Barak, that is the former Supreme Court Justice, was in power, look, the court in Israel is, I won't say by design, but by ideology, it is a very liberal institution. It is. And I think that, one part of these reforms, now I'm not saying that I'm going to just play moderate here, but one of the things that these reformers wanted to address was not only the way judges were selected, but the composition of the court too. So a lot of these, for the past 30, 35 years, anytime any type of meaningful right-wing legislation has, either been passed or been tried to been passed in the Knesset, it was almost a sure thing that the High Court would strike it down. And there, in my opinion, now I'm not a lawyer in Israel, mind you, but in my opinion, they are not striking it down based on the merit. They are striking it down based on their personal ideologies. That's number one. Number two is the conduct of some of the justices of the Supreme Court, including retired justices, really needs to be addressed. And again, I will come back to the former Chief Justice Aaron Barak, who clearly has a lot of influence with the current court. He has openly said, in talking about when the government wants to pass legislation, he has made statements that saying, well, why wouldn't you come to me and consult with me first? That's inappropriate. When you retire from the bench, just like we do in the United States, you retire. You write a book, you take a teaching position. You don't try to wield power from behind the scenes. Secondly, my criticism of Barak, and where potentially, these reforms may have brought a little bit of closure to this, is, Netanyahu is indeed he's in the middle of a trial. Now, Justice Barak came out and said to the media, well, I tried to negotiate a plea agreement between Netanyahu and the government. Now, the fact that you have a retired Supreme Court justice intervening in a case like that, using his panache and standing as a retired justice, that's just highly inappropriate. To the Americans listening, of which I am, mind you, but if tomorrow Stephen Breyer came out and said, by the way, I have used my status as a retired Supreme Court justice to negotiate a deal between Trump and the Justice Department, or between Hunter Biden and the Justice Department, that's just not that's just not appropriate for a retired Supreme Court justice or any justice, let alone a Chief Justice, to do. So the reforms are not simply about a power grab. Right now, granted, the threshold was low. That's what, in my mind, a lot of this revolved around. A simple majority to override the Supreme Court. I think that even the protesters, many of them, these are reasonable people, and I've spoken with a lot of them. If the threshold was higher, if it was something representative of a 2/3 majority, I think a deal could be struck. But I will say this personally, I haven't lived in Israel for many years. I've never seen anything like this. My family is there. I never thought I would see the day that you'd be potentially on the edge of a civil war. I remember in Oslo with Rabin, the protests there were large, but nothing like this. But keep in mind, for every protester that went out, there are 2 right-wing voters that did not go protest.
So hold on, when you mentioned we've never been, did you please tell me if I didn't hear properly, we've never been that close to a civil war? Is that what you said, or I misheard it? I do apologize if I heard it correctly.
Yeah, you heard me. That is absolutely my opinion. Even the thought of having a civil war in Israel, that's unheard of. It is absolutely unheard of.
Yeah, like based on history and what the country or the people have been through, like they always tend to come together. So that's why the mention kind of caught me by surprise. But why mention it? The protests are peaceful-ish. There are no deaths. I think there's no serious injuries. Even though there's a lot of people, it's a lot of people kind of disagreeing logically disagreeing with the decision. And it's kind of this is what a democracy is, no? Or am I missing something?
It's not that you're missing something. I mean, to me, the size of the protests are they're relevant, but they're not overly relevant. Keep in mind, like, for example, When the former chief rabbi, Rav Yosef, died, 850,000 right-wing people went to his funeral, showed up for his funeral with like 12 hours notice. So the size of the protests really aren't that concerning to me. Because listen, there was, truth be told, there was a free and fair election. These reforms were something that were known to the voters, and Netanyahu won. He won. So clearly he did have a mandate to do this. He was able to forge together a coalition. But again, I think a very decent argument could be made that the threshold for the override clause, which I do believe is what it comes down to. There's others on the stage who can speak to it better than I can, but the threshold was too low. I think probably what will happen is the other parties will get together, behind closed doors with Netanyahu, and they'll strike a deal. And the last thing I wanted to say, it's important to note that all of these reforms that Netanyahu was proposing, these are reforms that were proposed and talked about and suggested by the leaders of the opposition who were leading these protests at different points in their political career. Yair Lapid, the head of the opposition, these are his ideas. Okay, these were his ideas not that long ago. His father, Tommy Lapid, Yosef Lapid, these were his ideas. So this talk of these ideas, it's not new, right? It just Netanyahu decided to go through with it. So that's an important point and caveat to add to this discussion.
But do you agree that? Go ahead, Grant.
Yeah, I'm just curious. What would a civil war look like in Israel? I have an idea of what it would look like in America. I can't imagine what it would look like there. Where would it start?
I have no idea. That I could never. Up until a few months ago, that is just like
so why suggest that it's even a possibility?
Yeah, sure, because a protest is one thing, right? People wave signs and so forth, but to have fires burning in the street and cars being damaged, and yes, there was a lot of physical violence. That's just not what Israel, at least in my experience, has ever been through, right? Like Israelis yell, we scream at each other, but that's just how the normal day goes. But to resort to violence,
there any chance these are being instigated for media attention?
No, I personally don't believe so. But again, there's probably others in the space that can, who are in Tel Aviv or something that might know better than I do. But no, I don't think so.
I can add on that. Technically, imagine like if you see in the videos today, you can see that people were really close. The two different protesting against the reforms and in favor of it. And technically, if the police was not there, it could be a very dangerous situation.
So that's any protest, but that applies to any protest, no?
Right, but in
terms of being in front of Netanyahu's house, you mean? Sorry, misunderstood. Yep.
Yeah. I'm saying if you want to imagine how that would be, you basically just gotta imagine how that could escalate with the police not being there. And that's a possibility. But another thing I wanted to add is that yesterday, the defense minister technically said that he's in favor of the reform. He wants that. He said that before he got elected. But he's saying that this is a danger to the country right now. This has to be held back a few months and do it in the right way. And Netanyahu technically fired him for that exact thing. And 12 hours later, he said the exact same thing. He said, I want the reform, but I need this to be in a few months. This is in danger. So basically what you can see is that Netanyahu himself would have gone with the reform all the way, because he literally fired the defense minister for saying that he just want to hold back with it. So something happened over there with his politician that probably told him, like, we're not going to do this. So it's either going all the way with the reform and the government would have failed, or just holding this back. So this is just an interesting thing that I think that should be brought up.
Xerxes, I want to get your thoughts. I know you covered geopolitics and have covered the Middle East heavily. Would love your take on the protests. Do you see them as serious, as
well,
close to bringing fears of a civil war, at least the discussion of a possible civil war. I know we're far from it, and I don't want to be, start creating fear, but just to kind of, for anyone to mention those words just shows that there seems to be a lot of polarization.
Well, first, thanks for having this space. I think it's great. Great space. A lot of people learning a lot of things. I was in the same camp as Benjamin here, but I looked at Naftali Bennett's own statement about how worried he was. And he talked about this being the most unstable time for Israel in about 50, 60 years. So when guys like even that are saying that, I tend to be a little concerned here. But really, Mario, I had a quick question for Yoni. My question was about what Benjamin brought up. So I've talked to a few Israelis, and they do talk about this threshold. So they think that this is kind of my question is, do you think a lot of these protests and a lot of resentment Israelis have is about this threshold we're dealing with? So this 51% majority vote. Do you think that if it was like 75%, 80%, that would be a solution here? Because I know there's a lot of Israelis that think in general, like don't mess with our judiciary, this kind of a thing. So I have a question to Yoni about that. Is what do you think about this threshold here? Because I don't know if that solves it. I mean, Benjamin talked a lot about this. I think there are a lot of Israelis that maybe think that that's just the threshold there at 50%. That's just too low, and there needs to be a 2/3 majority or something like that. So Yoni, I'd like your thoughts on that, man.
Yeah, I think a higher threshold would definitely have reflected calmer waters. But I'll say that pundits, commentators, and analysts, in my eyes, have somewhat underestimated the willingness on the left, center, and center in Israel to actually engage in judicial reform, something that's been mostly widely popular across the political spectrum in Israel now for a couple decades. So I think the consensus to actually work on concrete steps to reform the court are widely accepted and welcomed by the majority of the Israeli public. However, you have, I think, two fringes, one in particular that is looking to use this position of power to pursue specific gains, right? So I'm talking about, for example, the French law, right, which would immunize prime ministers from prosecution, or the dairy law named after Aryeh Deri, who held the Ministry of Interior, who was health minister, but who was also convicted in the late 1990s for bribery and fraud. So the dairy law would subsequently allow convicted politicians to serve as ministers. So this weaponization of a majority coalition is, I think, what's driving a lot of the anger in Israeli society. Now, there's been a lot of talk in the space about the implications of this on Israel's security, on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And one of the things we haven't really gotten into, which I think is one of the key reasons as to why what's happening in Israel right now is so, historic and really just shocking in a lot of regards, are the thousands of Israeli soldiers serving in intelligence units, in commando posts, pilots who are refusing to show up for reservist duty. And if you hear the first 5 to 10 minutes of Netanyahu's speech today, he focused on stressing the need for high-ranking military officials and security officials in Israel's various security institutions to publicly condemn and punish individuals that were failing to show up for reservist duty as a means of protesting the judicial overhaul. That, I think, is one of the most defining characteristics of this moment in time in Israel.
And if I could just add one thing, I think it needs to be noted. So, yes, regardless of what side of the Israeli political spectrum you fall on, there's going to be a certain number of these protesters. I don't know what the exact percentage would be, but probably around 20 to 30% that are just out there protesting because they hate Netanyahu. Israeli politics is very divided. So if it wasn't this issue, it would be another issue. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't really have any words for this. It's crazy. I never thought I would see this in Israel.
Real quick, I have one more question. So there's some people tracking and analyzing that there's increased deployment of Hezbollah along their southern border with Israel. So I don't know how much this affects Israel's security, like externally. Like a lot of times when there would be trouble forming a government inside of Israel, people thought that this would affect their ability to like act in Syria or even act in Iraq, and we really didn't see a lot of that. But people, I don't know if this time is different. So I just love some thoughts there, and like what you think about this kind of a security. People like,
yeah, I personally don't think it has any bearing whatsoever on the security of Israel. I think in terms of Hezbollah and Hamas and stuff like that, and groups like that. They are even in Syria and maybe even Iran by proxy. Israel is always on a heightened state of alert, and they know that regardless of what happens within the borders of Israel politically, Israel would always respond to any type of aggression. So, personally, I don't think it has that much of negative implications in security apparatuses of Israel.
Yeah, and I've been concerned about that as well, though. Just given that if there's any kind of breakdown defense. Now you're saying it's internally, there's not so much externally, but it was a question of mine. So I'm glad you answered that, Ben. And I want to get to Ariel on this. So do you have thoughts?
Yes. Good evening. This protest has nothing about Arabs' rights or Benjamin Netanyahu. This protest is about a small minority, a privileged minority, and other minorities which are not privileged. They don't get any VIP status, and the majority, which is complaining with a lot of grievances about apartheid behavior from the ministries and the state. Now, this situation is being caused by imperialistic leftovers. Our judiciary is the same like India or Bangladesh. We are the only ones left from the Brits imperialism, and this is all what the reform is about. Now we are talking about a lot of corruption. We are talking about the Pegasus Phantom. Maybe you heard about it. Maybe you didn't. In the United States, Dan Bongino spoke about it. They called it. It's the same. It's the same software. Okay, just for you to be updated about it. In the United States, they call it Phantom. In Israel, they call it Pegasus. Sometimes they call it Saifan, but it's the same software. Maybe you heard about the Khashoggi journalist that was killed, something with connected with the Saudi Arabia. So this is the software. Now we are talking about this is just the tip of the iceberg, as we say. Many scandals, you don't hear about them because the police in Israel and the prosecution are sending requests to the State Department in the United States to gag us, to gag what we write on Twitter, what we write in Facebook, and they
Hey, Ariel.
Excuse me?
I don't mean to interrupt you. I was actually, for the audience, you brought up Pegasus, and I think it would be important to point out what that is if people do not know about it.
Ariel, your speaker volume is not very good as well. So if you can just maybe sort that out while Trash talks, that'd be brilliant. Trash, what were you going to say about Pegasus?
Yeah, so Pegasus is a software that was developed by a company in Israel, and what it does is it enables anyone, if they have the software, to be able to, all it does is like it can send a text message essentially to your phone, and you don't have to accept a link. You don't have to do anything. That they can then take over your phone completely, so they can see everything that's on the phone. They don't
need to. They don't need to trash. They don't need to. This is a software which is with non-action, no action. Right. That means without you even know about it, in the middle of the night, they are just connecting to your phone. You don't need to press any button. They just go inside and suck everything.
Okay, so guys, I'm actually curious because we were just covering the Binance collapse. I heard about Pegasus. We were just covering the Binance collapse, and they were talking about how they got access to CZ, who's the CEO of CZ's phone. And then we had one of the panelists who I know well. He started talking about a story of how the Dubai government managed to see everything on his phone, hack into his phone. Now, we had a space on this, and there were like two sides, debating it. This is just to confirm. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying, is that 100% confirmed, or is it still a debate?
This is 100% confirmed, and that
state actors have purchased the right to use it.
Yes. So and now Paragon Solutions with the ex Jeffrey Epstein partner Ehud Barak, the ex Prime Minister of Israel, is Paragon Solutions, which is the rebrand of NSO, just for you to understand. All this software is espionage, okay? And this is being sold all around the world. Now, we are talking about a lot of scandals, okay? We are dealing with a lot of corruption. You don't hear that because they are addressing the Department of Justice in the United States and using the Patriot Act, no less, targeting us, tagging us as terrorists, because we are telling you the truth. Okay, now you won't hear anything about it from other people because they don't care about Israeli technology selling to all kinds of bad people all around the world and killing innocent people. We are fighting that. We don't want Israeli technology to be any part or our reputation to be jeopardized by their behavior. Now, we are talking about many scandals. We are talking about the fifth dimension. If you heard about the fifth dimension, this is another technology. Yes, please.
If I may. So we've covered a lot of ground. We've covered a lot of ground here, and we are starting to talk about Pegasus. The software does exist. There's proof that actually our intelligence agencies do have essentially access to the software. They're using it. But I want to understand how you made the jump. So like we were talking about kind of that reforms were much needed, and that like what we're seeing is like leftover imperialism or British people, however you put it. Can you kind of like maybe refine the connection between the two? How you got there?
Yes, of course. This is a excellent question, because every time you're doing an operation with Pegasus or Saifan or Fifth Dimension or whatever, you need a judge to sign that. Now, if you are lying to a judge or there is a lot of corruption in the Department of Justice inside Israel, we have a problem, okay? So we understand that we have a problem. We are trying to do a reform. It's not that we are denying the reality, okay? But if the CIA are coming to Israel to put money inside Israel to make protests so we can't make reform and behave like all the other people around the world, that's a major problem, because the United States administration are abusing his power as our good ally to do whatever. They are pulling money and they are making this protest.
Ariel,
just for you to understand.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Ariel, I just a question on that. So I just want to clarify what you're saying. So what you're saying is basically the CIA is putting money into the protest to basically cause some form of civil war in Israel.
Exactly.
And what's
so Mario?
And that's quite shocking because so what would be the reason for that?
That has been reported. Yeah, I don't know whether.
Why did they came three days before
Ariel,
the protest started? 3 days before the.
Let's just get sorry, just because Ben was just jumping in to kind of comment on this. We'll give you the mic back in a bit.
Oh,
Ben,
please,
you just
please.
offer clarity on this because this is obviously this is getting into territory of.
Yeah, it's. I mean that's. I mean that's a huge allegation. There have been reports that there has been maybe some infiltration by American intelligence agencies and so forth. I don't know whether those reports are true or not.
Can I ask you a question? And then, like, look, I'm not as knowledgeable as all of you on the panel, but I just feel that whenever someone disagrees with a protest, it's either blamed on the West or the East.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I've seen this because I've covered so many stories. And Ariel, I don't want to diminish what he said because I don't know.
No.
And I'm learning here.
I would like
but
to,
you know where I'm coming from,
to add one. Manga,
I
would like to add one. I posted here. Caroline Glick, she's one of our most admired journalists about a specific scandal about gun loft. Okay, Karlov, this is something that if you want to connect between what I said, this is something about Joe Biden and all his connections about the Wuhan, about the maybe you heard about a Mossad agent that revealed all the Biden connection, all his economic connection, all the Wuhan connections. If you want to understand more about this man, that he is under arrest right now in Cyprus, right now, and and they want to take him to the United States just because he told the truth.
So let's get Ben. Yeah, Ben and sorry. I'll jump in on this one because I know it's get sensitive. So Ben, do you mind jumping in, then go to Yoni right after? Just obviously, these are pretty serious.
Yeah, I mean they're huge allegations, right? So I don't know whether or not there's any merit to it. I've seen the reporting, but like you said, Mario, you're absolutely right that whenever any type of major protest happens around the world, it's always blamed on the East or the West, or it's the United States is behind it. But I mean, there is some truth to when we do look at the actual formation of some of these protests. Sometimes the U.S. is behind it. I don't think in this case. I don't know. I know that Netanyahu's son, Yair Netanyahu, he put out a tweet the other day saying that Joe Biden was trying to overthrow his father. I can't offer any comment on that. I'm not an expert.
Benjamin, can I ask a question on that? So, I mean, everybody knows that when it comes to the US, it's a close ally of Israel. They financially support Israel more than any other country in the world. Everyone sees the relationship between those two countries. So why would the CIA try and cause anarchy within a country where it's in their benefit to keep Israel in power and in control?
But the Senator Tom Cotton
we'll give you the mic in a bit. I think it's good to get Yoni and Ben's thoughts on this. Yoni, you want to jump in on this one because I saw you on mute a few times.
Yes, please. Okay, so I think first of all, let's give some credit to the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Israelis who have gone out to the streets the last few weeks to fight, at least in their own perception, whichever side of the argument they're on, they're out protesting, not because the CIA is funding anything or the White House is trying to undermine Israeli civil society, but because Israel has a vibrant, democratic civil society.
Also, just from a logic, Yoni, just from a logical perspective, I'm just going to add it. I don't want to. Just one thing as well. I just thought of, like, if the US wants to. If Israel is such an important ally to the U.S.,
well, that's right.
The U.S. doesn't want to weaken the U.S. doesn't want to weaken Israel, so protests would weaken the country, which goes against the U.S.'s interest. But go ahead, sir.
That's the second point that I was going to make. The second point that I was going to make is that a geostrategic approach to that is just nonsensical in my eyes, right? Especially as we see a stronger consolidation of a Moscow, Tehran, Beijing axis, right? I mean, Iran, China, Russia are conducting military exercises off the coast of Oman. Saudi Arabia has just normalized relations with Iran. China's President Xi Jinping just spent 3 days in Russia, alleging that China and Russia have quote unquote similar national interests. So to weaken the state at both a political, social, and even at a military level of the U.S.'s staunchest, closest, most important ally in the Middle East and perhaps around the world, at a time where the liberal Western world order is in such a precarious position, is simply nonsensical. I think the allegation that the CIA or some foreign power entity is behind the protests in Israel is absurd. You have a young 75-year-old country that's an absolute melting pot. Israel.
John, just quickly, John, I'm muting your mic, John, because you got a lot of feedback. So just unmute when you start speaking, because your feedback doesn't allow us to hear Yoni. That's why I keep muting you. Just don't want to be rude. Sorry, go ahead, Yoni, and then John, feel free to jump in when he's done. Go ahead, Yoni.
Yeah, I was going to say Israel is a young democratic state, a vibrant democracy, but one that has brought in or welcomed millions of Jews, some who came willingly, many who came as refugees from either North Africa, Arab states, or post World War II Europe. But the reality is that Israel is a young country that has a lot of unresolved fundamental issues. One of them is the lacking constitution. You can't expect a society to move on, to deal with constant external, internal threats for decades, and then not one single point have a crisis concerning its judicial branch sort of surface. It was bound to happen. There's a lot of ruptures in Israeli society. They need to be addressed. They don't need to have a Band-Aid posted over it. But I think one of the most important things we could do is recognize that these protests are authentic, they are grassroots oriented, and they involve thousands of Israelis on both sides of the aisle who just want to see a better version of the country they want to live in.
Guys, breaking news. I have to jump in. I don't know if everyone can hear me because some of the people, when they talk, I can't hear them. But
that's a glitch, Daniel.
That just happened in Jerusalem. I put it here, the video. A group of pro-reform protests claimed an Arab taxi driver tried to run them over, and they attacked them. The police did not issue an official statement yet. The video is right there.
Okay. We'll check that.
Can I
respond? Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Respond to Yoni. Yes. Well, Yoni, this is you're talking that this is an absurd for you. That both sides agree that a reform needed, right? So if the situation is that everybody agrees that a reform needs to be done, so maybe it's not an absurd. And 3 days after the CIA is visiting, why the CIA needs to come and visit us 3 days before the protest begin? And why Tom Cotton, the American senator, right? He acknowledged that they are pouring money.
The CIA visits Israel on a regular basis.
Yeah, no, we are talking about a big delegation of the CIA coming to Israel. Tom Cotton, the American senator, Tom Cotton, acknowledged that they are pouring money. This is a report from this senator, okay? And 3 days after they are visiting and doing what they do, the protests begin. Okay?
I would go to causation.
Simple as that.
Yeah, so I'd go on causation and correlation there. John, I saw you on mute a few times. Do you have anything else to add to this point before we ask the next question? John, you're muted. Not sure if you have something to add, because I saw unmute a few times. John, last chance. All right, so I'm not sure if the guys have more questions while waiting for John to come in, but I do have a, Slyman, you did mention in the thread about the impact this could have on Palestine. I'm actually reading it here. Actually, no, where is it? This could limit the rights of Palestinians. Palestinians in West Bank and Palestinian citizens of Israel would be affected. For example, the court stopped the evictions of Palestinian families from Sheikh Jarrah. I did ask Matthias that question. Can you elaborate on that part, Slayman? Because I'd love to get more insight from the panel on this particular point. But if you can elaborate on it, Slayman, would be great, because I know that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's a couple of points. First of all, you had a scenario where in Sheikh Jarrah, where Palestinians were basically being removed from their homes. It was the court that basically stopped the eviction from happening. So there was some form of balancing. Now, I understand the argument that there was later the Supreme Court who made a harsh judgment against the Palestinians as well. So it does work both ways. And in addition to that, I mean, I don't know if you want to focus specifically in that, but in addition to that, another point of concern is like someone who's a far right, very, very far right extreme, Ben Gvir, being given almost essentially the National Guard, a private army, is again another point of concern for, I would assume, the Palestinian people.
Yeah, so if someone from the panel could elaborate on this, not sure if Yoni or Hadi or Ariel or anyone else could elaborate on these two particular points, and especially having that national army. How uncommon is this? What does that mean? And giving this amount of again, if I say something wrong, do correct me. But giving this much power to someone who's on the far right, according to what I read, how does that impact the relationship between the Israelis and the Palestinians?
I think it's cause for concern. I think no one individual should be wielding access and authority over any armed organized body. One of the warnings actually that Begin left us behind, that we shouldn't have any external paramilitaries outside of the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF. I think it's cause for concern in that Ben Gvir, from what I've seen in terms of his political motivation and political agenda, is very much inclined to act on ideology rather than constraints that may be imposed by international law or traditional rules of engagement, which are prioritized by the IDF. I think it's a huge cause for concern. I think because it's such a recent development, I don't know that Israelis as a whole society, have managed to actually process what the implications are of this. But this is no doubt a huge, huge victory for Ben Gvir. And the reality is that
sorry, I muted you by accident. I was inviting a speaker. Sorry, the reality is, go ahead, unmute and continue.
The reality is that protesters who are opposed to the judicial reform should not be celebrating following Netanyahu's announcement. It's actually not a compromise at all, if you think about it. What Netanyahu agreed to is to resume negotiations in 4 weeks without any solid final commitment that if those negotiations fail, he won't pursue a unilateral, meaning only with his coalition, attempt to engage in the second and third readings necessary for the law to pass through the Israeli parliament. And I think, it's, and in tandem to that, he gave Ben Gvir authority over this body that is yet to be created. Now, what are the dangers of this? If you have someone as extreme as Ben Gvir that is essentially practicing full authority over an armed body, which would become Israel's National Guard, how do you figure the process on promotions, say, would work in that institution? What would it essentially amount to is the formation of Ben Gvir's private militia that can pursue its own ideological interests. That is unfathomable. It's a huge loss, and I don't think it's been sufficiently stressed in the news cycles lately. Maybe it's because it's late there, but I'm sure we're going to be hearing about this more. I've been typically center right. I've always leaned towards that direction. But seeing the prime minister give authority in terms of national security to an ideologue like Ben Gvir is unfathomable. It's very dangerous to Israel's fundamental democratic character.
Okay, so I mean that makes sense, but I am curious of what the impact of in Palestine is going to be. We have a couple of speakers up. Muhammad, did you have a comment on that?
Yes, thanks so much. Well, I can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect. Yeah, so I think I just want to pick up first on the issues, the CAA paying the protesters. It's quite fascinating if you assume it to be true hypothetically. Well, the CAA and no force on earth can force 200,000 Israelis to march every Saturday at gunpoint all over the country. So it's in a way it's very ridiculous. But in terms of this sort of far right being overly empowered with near absolute power, it's catastrophic in many ways for Palestinians and Israelis in more ways than one could imagine. And you have to take a very careful look at when you say that Ben Gvir is far right, you have to take a look at how far right he actually is and the people behind him. I personally always have an example of Ben Gvir's right hand, Hanamael Dorfman, my favorite of all. So Hanamael, he's now the chief of staff of the Ministry of Security, given near absolute power. And in Hanamael, he celebrated his wedding about 10 years ago, 2012 actually, it's more than 10 years. In the wedding, it was called in Israel the knife wedding, because he had two knives in his hands and he was dancing and pretending to stab Palestinians. And that wedding was attended by Ben Gvir. And Hanamael was interviewed later by the New York Times, in which he said that his dream is to build settlements not just in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, but in Jordan, in the sovereign country next to Israel. And you have this sort of mentality of looking at every peace agreement that Israel had with its neighbors as a sort of a defeat. So now you have, for instance, Limor Son Harmelech, one of Ben Gvir's members of Knesset from Otzma Yehudit, saying that now that we are standing to liberate the north of Judea and Samaria and repeal the disengagement law and return to Homish, next is going to be Rosh Katif. Rosh Katif, that's an Israeli settlement that used to be in Gaza. And then you have Smotrich, Bezalel Smotrich, the Minister of Finance. On the night of forming the government, he went with his family to the Rosh Katif Museum, and he wrote a note saying that the withdrawal from Gaza was a criminal action against the Israeli settlers. And with God's will, we will return. So it's just like lunacy on a new, different level that is previously unimaginable. But what the judiciary overhaul would do is basically enabling those people with the most extreme views that anybody could ever imagine. Like, talk about Smotrich. He had a plan in 2017 that he himself called the subjugation plan. The purpose of it was to kill any Palestinian hope, any Palestinian national hope, quote unquote, literally what he said. And he said, I would give Palestinians three choices under this plan that is inspired by the genocider biblical figure of Yosha ben Nun. He said, these three choices are going to be thus: flee the land, leave, and don't look behind; stay and accept an inferior status, permanently non-citizens; or resist and you will be dealt with. Our armed forces are capable of dealing with you, so death. So those people now having near absolute power with the judiciary overhaul, what it would give them, for instance, is appointing political advisors and influencing the Israeli judiciary in a way that would allow for the expropriation of Palestinian private lands retrospectively, to legalize settlements in one way, to expand settlement outposts that are considered illegal even under Israeli law. But something more dangerous is the creation of the Wild West that's happening now before our eyes in the West Bank. You have 400 settlers storming a village, Hawara, burning it down to the ground, burning 75 homes, 100 cars and vehicles, 3 ambulances, and lynching an aid worker. And all of them walking free the day after. 6 were arrested, 2 detained, the rest were released. The 2 that were detained were never charged. So it's a Wild West in the make. But what would happen with the judiciary overhaul is giving Ben Gvir an absolute power to go for the hilltop youth settlers and the price tag settlers, the ones that the Israeli security establishment perceives as settlers involved in terrorist activities. He would give them full immunity to go and unleash and wreak havoc in the West Bank unconstrained. You have to look at the full picture. So you have that on the one hand, full immunity, coupled with Ben Gvir advancing more and more weapons permits to Israeli settlers. So now he increased that from 2,000 permits a month to 10,000. And you add to it Ben Gvir proposing to give full immunity to Israeli soldiers, even the ones that are off duty, if they kill Palestinians in violation of the IDF's own code of conduct. And all of it just creates a perfect storm. So it's very terrifying in multiple ways to be a Palestinian at this point.
Sorry about that. Excuse me. Ariel, go ahead and get in here.
Yes, thank you. Firstly, I would like to comment about what Yoni said. We are talking about civil security in which Arabs, Jews, Druze, everyone can volunteer and help to preserve security. And this is not a private militia. Okay, private militia. Someone can misunderstood what's the true meaning of civil security. But I would like to ask Muhammad, do you think or do you feel that the judiciary in Israel are protecting your human rights and civil rights? And I will tell you why, for the audience, why am I asking that? Every time people are asking us, Israelis, why aren't you Israelis standing up and speaking up for human rights? And when we do, when we are trying to fight for human rights, when we are trying to fight for civil rights, this is the comments that we are getting. Always in the way, always interfering with doing some reform and fixing the problem. So maybe Muhammad doesn't need us to help fixing. Maybe we don't need to speak up and stand up for human rights and civil rights. So this is a question to you, Muhammad. Do you feel safe enough with the judiciary? Because we don't. Maybe you feel okay with this judiciary. Please.
Oh, thank you so much for this question. Well, with the judiciary as it stands now, it's almost nightmare to be a Palestinian. So you have a very solid point there. I have a friend.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I have a friend,
thank you.
A medical doctor.
I believe you. I believe you. We feel the same. We feel the same.
Hey, Ariel.
Ariel. Yes, he's right.
Yeah, well, I know. I just want to give him a shot here. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, but I have a friend, Izzuddin Abu Laish, whose daughters were killed in Gaza in Operation Cast Lead. He's a peace activist, he's a doctor, a gynecologist, and he, in the words of Israeli doctors, his colleagues, because he used to work in Israel for a very long time, they said he delivered more Jewish babies than any doctor in Israel. So a very, very notable peace activist who's on good terms with the Israelis, has solid relationships with people in the IDF, in the government, everywhere. And then his daughters were killed in an artillery fire in Gaza in Operation Cast Lead 2008. And ever since, he's been trying with the Israeli court system to get the state to apologize for killing his family. And he tried for more than a decade. And the most recent thing that the top court, the Supreme Court in Israel, said is that, yeah, your kids were killed in an act of war, so we owe you nothing. That was it. And they threw the case in the dustbin. So I see the point there. But at the same time, I see the way it can get way worse.
I mean, Mohammed, just a quick question on that. I mean, obviously on the thread, it says that, for example, the court came in to stop the illegal eviction of the Palestinians, and they stopped that from happening. But then in 2005, as an example, the court did approve the eviction of settlers from Gaza and the Northwest Bank in 2005. So, I mean, I guess the question is for people who are not in Palestine, is the overhaul of the judiciary something that would help the Palestinians or make it worse for them? I know you give many examples before about why it's going to be worse, but just taking that bit into consideration, would you be able to refine your point?
Yep, thank you so much for that. Well, the court, as I said, like there are some instances where it did some good things for Palestinians. There's an organization in Israel that's called Visha. It works for freedom of access and movement, and it brings the Israeli state to the Supreme Court every time the Israeli security establishment bans cancer patients from traveling outside of Gaza to get medical treatment in Jerusalem. And in many instances, the Supreme Court in Israel would be on the right side of history, and they would allow people to travel in and out. So there are instances of doing good. But in the general picture, institutionally speaking, it's part of the apparatus that legitimizes the gradual disposition and erasure of Palestinians. So I see it from both aspects, the negative and the positive. And with the judiciary overhaul, I'm very interested to hear from Ariel how it would be helpful to Palestinians. I've never had that argument until now, so I'm very curious. But I can see how it can be very destructive.
Of course, because we have the same problems, Muhammad. We have the same problems.
Yes,
we are both being abused. We are both being abused. Part of the Israelis are privileged. Most of us are not, like you. The fact that I'm a Jew doesn't give me any privileges more than you. If you think that I'm getting something more than you, you are wrong. Only more duties. So this is something that we want to fix. We want to give everyone human rights, and we want to give everybody civil rights.
That's fine. Just a quick question. Could you give us an example of people who are not in Israel, of an example of where your right, just a quick, concise example of where your right has been upended within Israel based on due to the judiciary?
Of course, I'm a human rights and civil rights defender in Israel, and the fact, and I have this in paper, the fact that I'm doing that, the judge wrote to me that until I will do that, my rights are, well, this is too personal, too painful, sorry.
No, of course, you don't need to answer that. But if you can think of one which isn't personal, I will come back to you. That'd be brilliant. Hadi, you've got your hand up. So yeah, both questions to you in terms of the judiciary impact on Palestinians, and as Ariel says, working class Israelis. And the second question is about Ben Gvir's almost private army that has been now added, and the concerns about that.
Hi, apologies if I suddenly disappear because I'm at the airport, so anytime security might just go in. So basically, I'm just surprised about what Ariel said, and a bit from Muhammad as well. I'm gonna give another different perspective to what I heard. What Muhammad said, that things gonna get worse. I agree with that, but I'm not going to say in a way that things were already good or were in a better place. They were already bad. Nothing's going to change for the Palestinians. The judiciary has been with the stronghold of the Likud, or the so-called Israeli left, for I don't know how many decades, and nothing has been done to stop the settlements. Nothing has been done to stop the wars. Nothing has been done to give justice to the Palestinians who have been butchered and massacred over the years, and not even the Lebanese who have been massacred as well by Israel. The judiciary literally said nothing about it, and even when there were cases where the international courts were trying to reach the Israeli judiciary to give justice, for example, to the Lebanese victims, the Israeli judiciary did nothing about it, and it was with the Likud. So I do not believe that things are going to get that worse to the Palestinians. It's already bad, and there's already this deep state in Israel that's focused on expansionism, and that's never going to change in Israel, whether we like it or not. And when it comes to Ben Gvir and his...
Sorry, Hadi, just a quick question on that. I mean, things can be bad, of course, but they can always get worse. If somebody like an alt-right person like Ben Gvir can basically have a private army, do you not think that things could be much worse?
I mean, things can be much worse probably for the Israeli Jews, maybe, to one extent, but not to the extent where they're going to be killed on the streets or being shot. I mean, when I heard Ariel said that he's telling Muhammad that we're the same, we have the same struggle, I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. I mean, when were Jews being bombed indiscriminately in Israel? When were they shot just for going to school? That doesn't happen to them. The worst case scenario is that if they don't serve in the army, they can't go to university. Big whoop, people are dying. This is not, you can't compare both scenarios.
Did you hear about the Yemenite? Did you hear about the Yemenite children scandal? Hadi?
The what?
The Yemenite children.
Okay, tell me more about it. I heard about it.
Okay. So they kidnap children because you don't agree with them. So is it important how? Yes.
All right. Were they bombed, killed, and
is it okay? Is it okay to kidnap children?
It's never okay to touch children.
Okay.
Whatever children they are.
I agree.
That's I agree. But you cannot compare your struggle. You cannot now use children to defend your whatever struggle you're going through.
No.
Compared to the struggle of Muhammad. This is
your weak point. They will use your weak point to destroy you. They will use my weak point to destroy me.
It's not a weak point if it's not happening to you. I'm sorry. If you want to compare, if you want to talk about children, I can talk about children as well in many countries and what Israel did to them. That's not something that you can shield behind. You're talking about your own struggle and comparing to the struggle of Palestinians. This is what I'm talking about right now.
We are trying to fix it, Hadi. We are trying to fix it. It cannot be fixed. Okay.
Living next to you for 70 years, I don't know how long, since 48, until now, nothing has been fixed. Not the left, not the right, whatever government you change. Netanyahu.
We are fighting to fix it, Hadi. This is what we are doing.
I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I never saw one.
Right. Okay, guys.
Change.
Okay, guys. I would just want to go to War Monitor. War Monitor. If you want to, and same question to you. And the questions are, firstly, in terms of Ben Gvir's private army and how that would be a concern for the Palestinians, and the second point was in terms of the judiciary and how that would impact Palestinians.
Yeah, of course. Good evening, everyone. Suleiman. Just looking at the protest before I even go into the questions, all of us on the other side were really happy to see the just unrest in the occupied lands. I think unrest in there benefits us in many ways, because as we can see, even the defense minister is no longer here. So I'm just I support both sides of the protests. I hope both of them get as violent as possible. But that's not the question now. The question about Ben Gvir. I think Ben Gvir's force, the National Guard, is the IDF's probably worse. They've done. There's nothing the National Guard could do that the IDF didn't do. We're not worried about that. The judiciary system, it's the same old. They're gonna Sheikh Jarrah. You spoke about it.
Sorry, War Monitor. Can I?
If we did this exact same thing in 5 years,
can I?
Sheikh Jarrah would be gone.
Sorry, War Monitor. Can I jump in for a second, if you don't mind? Sorry to interrupt. Don't want to be rude. It just maybe misheard it because I was just in the background. We're sorting a thread out on the topic to tweet it, and I was just working on the team on that. But I did hear you. And please correct me if I'm wrong. About you wanted the protest to get violent, or you think they will get violent? I might have misheard you. Just want to be clear.
From a personal opinion, I think most Palestinians would agree that any unrest or political civil unrest in the occupied lands is beneficial for everyone. The Palestinians, that is.
Okay, so this is coming from an emotional perspective, or a perspective that just because of how some Palestinians feel a weakened Israel could be in
how most, yeah, exactly. It's how most Palestinians feel.
I understand. I understand this comes from pain. I do want to try to keep it because I know it's a very touchy topic, and one that's very difficult. And I know it's difficult for you and everyone to come on stage, but we'll try to keep it and try to keep it as objective as possible to try to come to some sort of solutions, as we've done before. And you've been in our previous spaces. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Continue. I thanks for the clarity.
Yeah, I was going to go. Ariel comparing his mishaps to Palestinian children isn't really objective, is it?
I think it's objectivity differs from one person to another, but he might objectively believe so, and I think this is why this discussion could educate both sides of the argument. But I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate the clarity, and I'll let you continue. You're making a statement on the far right leader having that private force. I can't remember the term for it. The National Guard. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, what your thoughts were on this?
Yeah, just very brief on that. I think it wouldn't really differ much from what we currently have. The IDF isn't a special, isn't known for their peace and non-violence towards civilians. So it's going to be another division of the IDF. Could be more, because I assume they're going to be not tied to the military, so it could be different rules on them and how they be tried in court. But that honestly that doesn't really affect much.
I want to go to Powell, if you don't mind, Suleiman. Just unless you had a question, Suleiman.
I was going to go to somebody.
Yeah, I was going to go to Mr. Frankiel. Mr. Frankiel, good to have you on stage. I'd love your thoughts on what was discussed so far. I know it's getting a bit touchy, but mainly on the impact the judicial reforms could have on the Israeli-Palestinian relations. The mic is yours.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. So the judicial reforms are not about the Israeli-Arab, or not focused on the Israeli-Arab conflict. They are more focused on about making the judges in our Supreme Court, the justices in our Supreme Court, more diverse. Now, the method that we use for selecting them is allowing the present Supreme Court justices put veto on who is entering their group, and this is something that is not customary. This is something that doesn't make sense. It's not allowing the people to put in the Supreme Court anyone that they think that is adhering to their values, anyone that is non-activist, because now we have 15 more or less activist Supreme Court justices. And this is something that we try to fix to be more aligned with the advanced world, with the Western world. Like in the United States, you wouldn't accept such a method, right? In the United States, the president selects his nomination, the Senate committee approves it, no judges are involved, you have a very meaningful hearing, he's not allowed to lie there. Yes.
just a specific question on that, then of course you can carry on, so I'm not interrupting you. But a couple of points, and Benjamin, who's on the stage as well, who's got significant experience from Israel, I mentioned this. He mentioned something similar to you, but basically he said that the judges have more liberal ideology, and whenever right-wing ideas came across into the Supreme Court, they were shut down. So, I mean, when you bring in some, I mean, isn't that an example of if there was, let's say, more right-wing or alt-right type ideas, you'd have a scenario where things would be a lot more difficult for maybe the Palestinians and maybe even ultra-Orthodox Jews?
So I would not look at the differences between right and left in the manner of, the customary discussions that are different between countries, and focusing on the disagreements between left and right in Israel, which for every country, the differences between left and right are different, but there is something common that is shared between the arguments between left and right in all countries, and this is something that is, I think, at the basis of the judicial reform that we try to do. This difference is how activist the judge can be, how committed he has to be to the law when it's well-defined, very clear, very well-defined, how committed the judge has to be to it. If it's the people that can, through their election can control that, not allow too much freedom to their Supreme Court justices, really have them committed to their values, to the rules that the parliament approves. And this is the main argument. It's not about anything else, I would say. It's mainly about the ability of the people to control the decisions at court, because now there's no control. The judges select their predecessors, so to speak, and they are as activist as can be. Their mentor, Aaron Barak, said, you don't have to read the law as it is. You can explain it to yourself as it was intended, but not as the people who wrote it, but as the right person. Not right in the sense left and right, but the right person in the sense of enlightened. The enlightened person, when he would write this law about this subject, how would he write it and what his intention would be, even if it's completely contradicting what is written there. That's what the judicial reform is about.
Okay. No, thanks for that. I appreciate it. Just another question I've got. Obviously, it seems like Netanyahu, as in order to try and stay in power, has made some form of deal with Ben Gvir, who is essentially right-wing alt-right, and so and essentially willing to give him a private army. Now, is that something that is of a concern? Like, how can one individual have so much power and be able to wield it?
So, Ben Gvir indeed is considered to be on the far right, and he got elected with a very nice amount of votes because he promised something that many governments failed at, and that is fighting very severe crime in the Arab society, and he promised to solve that. He promised to solve a very severe protection problem, meaning people coming into the new business of someone and saying, from now on, I'm your partner. I'm going to give you a cleaning lady or person. He's not really going to come to your place. You just have to write it in your bills and give me 10,000 shekels every month. That's it. Bye-bye. And this was a land disease, plague. Okay, and Ben Gvir promised to solve that as well. And he promised to solve many additional problems in crime in Israel that many governments failed to do. And he said, if you want me to do that, I know that the current police has a lot of problems. So I need additional force. It's not going to be private police for him. It's nonsense. It's rubbish, of course. In Israel, the government has a very small control on how their forces operate. They just have the ability to give the policy. But he says the current police is going to need so much changes that I prefer to take a new budget, build indeed a new force, something like the National Guard, if I understand correctly. That's why it's called something like the National Guard in Hebrew. And I want to allocate it to fight the crimes, plagues that we have in Israel that had so much problem, that we have had so much problem solving in recent years, and that's why it became such a plague. And it's not going to be his private army. He doesn't need a private army for anything. He barely can do anything with the police. He barely can do any concrete. He's barely going to be able to concretely guide this new force, but he's going to give them policy. He's going to give them a policy. You can go and take the illegal weapons from apartments. I'm going to give you warrants from judges, and you can do that. And now you have the budget for that. Now you have the people for that. And we are going to pay them nicely because we have now the budget for that. That's the idea. It's not a private army. This is rubbish, okay?
So in terms of like somebody...
But just one more sentence. Any intelligent person hearing about private army for a minister is going to laugh at that, right? It's rubbish. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to go to. Let's go to John. John, I think did you hear the questions I asked? I mean, I love your take on it.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Mario, for inviting me onto this particular spaces. My point is very simple. I think there's a much broader picture here. The first point is that any time the judiciary of a country is merged with the government process or is politicized, that in the long run is a very, very bad policy. It goes at odds with the innate concept of justice that we all have as human beings. You know, the ability for each of us to access justice is extremely important. And I'm sure that the reason that the riots are occurring in Israel is because spiritually people sense that their ability to access justice, whether they are on the Palestinian side of the equation or whether they are on the Israeli side of the equation, is going to be diminished by giving a government entity or politicians control over the judiciary. So that's really what sits at the fundamental of it. But there's something much more important going on here. And that is that recently, over the past few weeks, the amount of vaccine injury that has come into the headlines and is now coming into the mainstream has increased and increased and increased. And there are calls for all over the world for those that planned and deliberately involve their populations in what is really a completely toxic poisoning of their populations do receive justice. And this is something that is going on. I've just returned from Switzerland there, where the main families in Switzerland are absolutely furious that their family members have been poisoned with the vaccine. And so the timing of this, really, the way that I see this, is the timing of this corruption, really, of the judicial process is a way for those that basically have poisoned their own population in Israel to get out of the natural justice that is going to occur.
And thanks for that, John. Mohammed, I know you want to make some comments about that. And the reason why I said private army is because within Israeli media, there was a lot of articles written about the concerns about, in terms of Ben Gvir having a private army. And then as part of these protests, that was then agreed to. So in terms of giving him a national guard. So Mohammed, I mean, I'd love your thoughts on that.
Sure, thank you so much. So I'll start by saying that let's ignore the idea of the army completely. and focus on the more likely judiciary overhaul. What it would give Ben Gvir in specific is what he already has, but on a massive scale. So if you look at the records, when Ben Gvir is very familiar to the Israeli security establishment before becoming a minister as a criminal. So they used to arrest him, interrogate him repeatedly here and there. He's very familiar to every room of the Shin Bet for interrogations. Him and his right hand, Hanamael Dorfman. So now those people are in power. There was a story a couple of days ago about Dorfman barging into a room and taking a suspect from an interrogation and getting him out, and started to curse and yell and scream at the Israeli officers. So that's the authority that he has already. And before that, he sent a letter to the spokesperson's office of the Israeli police saying that this is signed by the Israeli minister's office, security minister. You would need to fire 25% of your employees in this office immediately, just as humiliation, exertion of control. But what they would get after the judiciary overhaul is precisely this power to go and shield every person from their own popular base, the Hilltop Youth, the Price Tag Group, all these sort of organizations that the Israeli security establishment perceives as terrorists. They would go and shield them from any sort of accountability. The people that went and burned down Hawara, the Palestinian village, there were 2 people that were detained but never charged. Ben Gvir, he immediately wrote a letter that he got the signatures of 50 members of the Israeli Knesset, 50 out of 120, so almost 50%. He got 50 signatures demanding their immediate release, and said that these tactics should be used only on the enemy, the Palestinians. So in that sense, you get an idea of what kind of frightening power he's looking for. If they get the judiciary overhaul, I can give another example. I agree with the point that was raised earlier from a Palestinian perspective that, things were very terrible before this government, so how could they get any worse? But I'll give some examples of how can it get dramatically worse. So Limor Sonhar Melech, one of the members of Knesset, she went with the Hilltop Youth one day. They set up a couple of tents on a privately owned Palestinian farm, or a privately owned Palestinian land near Nablus. And they said, we will build a settlement here effective immediately with, quote, the strategic goal of preventing a Palestinian state. That was the exact quote that they used. This will render a contiguous Palestinian area impossible, so it will prevent a Palestinian state. And then the Israeli army went and tried to remove it. And all the Limor Sonhar Melech and all the Hilltop Youth, they were standing in the way and trying to fight the police and the army and to get them to stop and to keep the settlement. Well, after the judiciary overhaul, that can become a daily occurrence of heavily armed settlers marching into Palestinian villages, taking whatever they please with zero accountability. In a way, they already have that. Like with the current Supreme Court, with the current establishment, there is close to no accountability. So a settler walked into a village near Silfit, and he shot a Palestinian, Mithqal Rayan, in the head. That was about a month ago. Before that, that settler was flying a drone on the village, and he spotted 3 Palestinians doing something that the settler himself thought is unimaginable and brutal. They were building a house on their own privately owned land. So he marched with 24 armed settlers to try to stop them and scare them. And then he shot Mithqal because Mithqal came to defend the other 3 workers. He walked free, he was never interrogated. So there are these examples already under the status quo, but with these judiciary overhauls, this can become the exact daily norm. And it would be a green light for those people that are usually on the margins, but now having positions of authority to do whatever they would please. It's very frightening to see that the people that usually chant, may your village burn and death to the Arabs, are now having the power to do it and the government support to shield them from any consequences.
Okay,
so that's...
I want to... Okay, yeah. Sorry, finish it. Continue, Mohammed.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Gilad, you got your hand up, and I'd love your perspective on this as well.
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate being here. And before, I would like to give real overview on why over 1 million Israelis been in the streets yesterday, and unless I will be proven otherwise, I cannot see how the CIA or any external bodies were involved in this protests done by so many of my friends, and what are we fighting here about? But before I start, I would like to give a very basic, because there were a discussion about the US versus Israel, the very basic differences in the way that the democracies are being based. Because in the US, to my understanding, there are five axes that are the foundation of the democracy. And these are the president, the constitution, the two houses, and the Supreme Court. In Israel, we have only one parliament, we have no constitution, and this is this is a real fundamental difference from the US. So what we have three axes foundations, which are the Knesset, the parliament, the government, and then the Supreme Court. In fact, the parliament, the Knesset, and the government are united because in order to have a government in Israel, you have to have a majority in the Knesset, which means that what we see, in fact, in the democracy of Israel, we have only two axes. And the only one that can be the balance to the power of the parliament and the government is the Supreme Court. Now, what's happening with this government is that they want to take that last stand access in our democracy and to merge it into a single power. And that will hurt, without going to the politics here between the Palestinians and Israelis, that will hurt, number one, the foundation of the democracy of the state of Israel, which means that any civilians in Israel will be more vulnerable when it comes to the power, the government to suppress them, whether they are Jews or Arabs, and for sure that will weaken our hope for some sort of, I would love to call it a peace, but at least at minimum arrangements with the Palestinians. And I'm not going to go here into some of the stories or claims that came from the speakers who are Palestinians, because I just wanted first and most for everyone here to understand what the fight is all about.
Thanks for that, bro. So I want to go to Dr. Marwa, and the same questions to you. First of all, thanks for joining us. And it's about the concerns what some people have that Ben Gvir, who is far right, alt-right, is basically given a private army to yield as he pleases, and that is a concern from Palestinians and possibly even the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community. So your thought on that. And then the second point is in terms of the judiciary, that if these reforms happen, again, the politicians can bypass the Supreme Court and yield the power how they may.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. I'm going to speak from two perspectives here. First, as a scholar of civil military relations of Israel, I teach civil military relations at University of Maryland, and also from a comparative point of view to other countries within the Middle East, namely Turkey and Egypt, that have very complicated civil military relations history. I think what Israel is going through right now is quite a crisis in civil-military relations. The chain of command itself is being questioned or debated. We heard, maybe not right now, but a short while ago, about how the position of Smotrich himself is like the minister within the Ministry of Defense, and he's a civilian character who wanted to have the civilian command over the West Bank. I mean, this in of itself is not only kind of de facto annexation, but it's almost illegal, de jure annexation, because it's as if he wanted to treat the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, as he would really exclusively call them, as if it's part of Israel proper, and therefore you would have a civilian policing entity there. So we are at the point where actually the army, the IDF, as the one in charge of the West Bank, is a better legal framework, because now it's at least it's the armed forces, it's the occupation of these armed forces that are in charge of that. But through these mechanisms of having a civilian chain of command in the West Bank, that it started with that. I think I was starting to be alarmed about the changes and things from that. And I think the situation now, as I understand it, is that he's now it's still that the IDF is in charge, but then there is a deputy position there that reports directly to Smotrich. So this is one formula that is happening with the West Bank, and reporting directly to the civilian character. And now you have this new news about another kind of the border police control or National Guard or whatever that is going to also report to Ben Gvir as a parallel. This, for me, as a scholar, as an analyst, what I call competing orders of violence. Like you will have left and right various orders of violence, whereas a state should have the monopoly over the use of violence. At least you have someone to answer to, which is the armed forces or the police. But when you have these various semi-paramilitary / civilian, this is so dizzying and confusing, and will create lots of problems, not only to actually the Palestinians and the Arabs within Israel or within the West Bank, but also to Israel, to Israelis. It's creating lots of problems. Now, I also want to say that didn't start just with this government, though. Bennett, exactly last year, March 2022, was the first to start calling on citizens to be armed, to have these civilian units integrated, in response to the violence that was starting around that time, around Ramadan and Sheikh Jarrah and all of that. So what I'm trying to draw attention to is that what is happening is new. These are developments that are very serious, and they will have repercussions. So yes, to have a command that is reporting directly to Ben Gvir, yes, the concerns are legitimate, actually.
Mario, I have to bow out. I'm going to go eat dinner. Mario, thank you for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't offer more. This is not my actual area of expertise, but thank you for having me. Suleiman, a pleasure. Trash. So everyone have a good evening.
I appreciate it, Ben.
Laila Tov, and
thank you so much. Thank you. Doctor, I've got a question for you. There was a narrative, and I try to cover everything, but without, creating fear. So I'll try to ask this as objectively as possible. But there was a mention earlier in the show that this is the first time that the concept of a civil war is mentioned. Now, I know we're not even close to that. And I want to be very clear for anyone in the audience, there is no deaths from the protests, there's no battles, none of that, at least as far as I know. So the question I have to you is, how serious is this, and how much could it escalate? Because initially when they started, I thought it was like just another protest. They happen occasionally in Israel. Correct me if I'm wrong again. But then it really got much bigger, and then started. I started looking into what caused them. And whenever I see centralization of power, for me that's a pretty serious matter. I think it just long term could have serious consequences, even if it's a good person, a system which yields too much power to one person or small group of people, could fall prey to human imperfections and corruption. So my question to you is, how serious are these protests? What is the sentiment like in Israel? And where could this go? What would you say is the best case? And I see a few hands up, so we'll go to the hands afterwards. But what would you say is the best case and the worst case? And I'd love War Monitor and Mr. Frank Keel and others to kind of comment on this as well. But Doctor, would love your thoughts first.
So these are many questions. I think just to address the protests are a political manifestation of this tension. So far, they are what they are. They are expressing, protests to Netanyahu's direction, etc., etc. But if we are to start witnessing some protests here, and then he's amassing the pro Netanyahu group, and then we're starting to have an armed society. I mean, that's what I want to clarify what I mean by the kind of Max Weber definition of the state having the monopoly over the legitimate use of violence. It's almost like we at some point we would wish that it's only the state that has that, so that we do not become an armed society, that we would just start directing our weapons to one another. I mean, the United States has issues with even having these constitutionally the right to have formed militias, and then the militias are supposed to eventually stand up for some tyrant. So, but you have an armed society that in any potential escalation of political rifts, that can lead to a civil war. So the rest of the countries in the world do not have even that kind of that level of armed societies. But if we're since a year ago in Israel calling for even that, so I think there are repercussions for that.
So just to clarity, Doctor, just on that comment, like just for anyone who doesn't know, Israel has very little weapons per person.
Exactly.
So it's like zero. It's one of the lowest in the world. At 0.5 per 100 people, and I think in the US it's more. There's more weapons than people. I think there is.
That's correct. So what I'm saying is that that's correct, and almost we have to be happy with that ratio, small ratio. But the fact that we started a year ago. With Bennett himself calling on people, on society, on civilians to arm themselves, to ask for licenses, to carry arms in order.
Bennett said that?
Bennett, yes. That's the irony of it all. I mean, I can send you the link. I mean, it was alarming to me a year ago when because in response to Sheikh Jarrah and the escalations and all of that, his own solution was to call on the arming of the Israeli society. He called on people to start carrying arms. So once you start doing that a year ago under the other government that is supposedly the good government, the liberal government, you have Ben Gvir and you have Smotrich, you have Netanyahu are the remainder of this. So I think we are witnessing a shift in of itself for that we have to be alarmed about. So if we have an armed society,
has there been similar calls in the past by lawmakers calling for citizens to be armed? Because that one I didn't know. That fact I didn't know.
No, that was unprecedented, and I remember I was on the media commenting on that because it drew my attention. Israel, Egypt, Turkey, these Middle Eastern countries have a lot in common, by the way. They have a strong state, they have strong armies, they have conscription, they have this, they have that, but they don't have armed societies. They don't have.
So Doctor, let me ask you another question then. So first, the person that called for citizens to bear arms, was that the defense minister that was sacked, or was that the right wing?
Okay, that was
the right wing person.
That was Naftali Bennett when he was the prime minister last year.
Okay, so the previous prime minister, the ex-prime minister, made the call right now for that.
Exactly, a different government.
Yeah, I know. So I read it, but just not good with names. Okay. The other question I have from geopolitical perspective, and I know we have a bunch of war monitors here, so maybe you can give us a bit of insight on this one. So, Doctor, you can answer this on the go with a war monitor. From a geopolitical perspective, could this potentially weaken Israel and which would be a strategic opportunity for countries that are not friendly towards Israel to take advantage of this internal weakness? Or would other countries let Israel be? Because as soon as another country, a foreign country, gets involved in any way, covertly, especially overtly, not covertly, then it could rally, it could kind of shift focus away from local issues and kind of unite everyone against their adversary. I won't mention anyone, but let's just say another country not friends with Israel, it makes a move. Israelis might rally, they might forget about their own internal differences, they might rally against that external enemy. Does that make sense? The question, Doctor? I see Xerxes is back on the panel at a perfect time. Would love to know whether geopolitically that could be an opportunity for enemies or countries that are unfriendly with Israel to kind of take advantage of it.
Okay, there are a number of ways to respond to that. First of all, from within Israel, if there is a real threat or anything, there will be Israel strong enough and coherent enough and organized enough that it will respond to that, and everybody will rally around the flag and everything. So that's a given. I don't think there is like someone or another country is waiting for something as if that it will go. No, Israel will defend itself regardless of all of this. Now, the interesting response I'm getting from, let's say, from within the Gulf countries is that in the neighborhood, in the region, you don't want your neighbor to be having issues and unstable. In the end, you don't want instability somewhere, because that will eventually overflow on your own country. I think the major players in the entire Middle East, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, all these countries, when Syria was becoming a failed state next door, or Libya or Yemen or Sudan or whatever, that affects a country its own interest. So I would not say that other countries are eyeing this and saying, yeah, let's have instability in Israel. That's great. It will eventually not be great for the region, for the neighborhood, for the countries that might now just watch and look and, hey, they're going through something, but eventually not. So I would say
makes sense. Xerxes, I know War Monitor, I want to go to him as well, but I know that you haven't spoken yet, Xerxes. So just before War Monitor, if War Monitor is okay, of course, I'd like to get your thoughts on what's happening, but also geopolitically. How significant is this? We heard that the ex-prime minister called for citizens to bear arms. How significant is this, just for Israel, but more from a more geopolitical perspective as well?
Yeah, thanks, Mario. I tend to agree with the speaker before me. When it comes to, I guess, if you look at precedent for kind of what unfolds during these times, because we haven't seen something like this. But in times where there's, Israel's trying to put together a government and they're having issues with that, we haven't really seen them walk away from some of the things around the Middle East. So, where you would expect them to not be involved in areas like Syria or even Iraq, when we saw them do airstrikes inside of Iraq on Islamic Republic-backed militias, we didn't really see them halt any of those actions. I think it's one area we're kind of looking at this. Right now there's a big campaign. You see Benjamin Netanyahu being a real proponent for taking a much more aggressive stance on the Islamic Republic. So I'm curious to see where that goes, because we're not talking about just being like pressuring him. He's talking about
Islamic Islamic Republic is just like Islam in general. Is it the group in
the Islamic the regime inside of Iran? Yeah, taking harsh.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So that's where I'm really interested to see kind of what changes there, because generally speaking, I think what we need to acknowledge is, I think generally speaking, all sides in Israel agree on like their foreign policy as far as like combating this threat. That's why whenever there's even instability and trying to put together a government, they don't seize any of their actions. But I think when it comes to something like the way their stance on the Islamic Republic and maybe conducting some sort of like intervention inside of Iran militarily, I think that's an interesting one, because I don't think you could just go about doing stuff like that. That's a much larger operation than just saying we're going to strike a militia backed by Iran inside of Syria or PMU. That's where I think it's a little different. But outside of that, I agree with the speaker before me. I don't see how any of their doctrine, it's called the octopus doctrine of striking these militias connected to Iran in all of these different areas. I don't see how that changes. That's something that I think all sides of Israel kind of agree on a threat they need to combat. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I want to go to War Monitor here, but the next question I have for you, War Monitor, is a general strategy. You see this a lot whenever a country is having domestic issues, and there's divide within the country itself. What the government would do is try to distract society to a bigger cause. So, for example, Israel might start kind of ratcheting up the fear around Iran or Hezbollah or Palestinian groups or whatever it is, to kind of rally supporters and move away from the issues that people are protesting about now. Could we see this in this instance? Are we seeing any rhetoric based on that, or it's it's not fair for me to make such speculation?
You see, so far today we've seen this statement a few times by the defense ministry and the minister of war, that Israel is at a place of vulnerability right now. And many of these statements, even Naftali Bennett yesterday, if we're talking about like geopolitical importance of this, I believe it's not very important, but Naftali Bennett yesterday said that it's the most dangerous the state of Israel has faced since the 1967 Arab War, which is a pretty big statement to make. But I think that's a statement to attempt to gather the people in the street without causing.
Yeah, I think
much
it's more. I think instead of stating it objectively, he's kind of using it as a rallying cry. Strategically.
Yeah, he's implying that that's what should be done. But before we move on, if I need to mention one thing about Ben Gvir, in 1995, I think there was in a town called Hebron, it's a Palestinian town. There was a American Jew from Brooklyn that immigrated not too long ago, but when it happened, called Barak Goldstein. He went into the mosque, to the women and children section, and killed 30 Palestinians. Now, Ben Gvir had this guy's photo, enlarged photo, very big print, of him standing behind in front of the Temple Mount with, of course, Al-Aqsa Mosque wiped out on Photoshop. He had that in his office until
Ben Gvir is that the right wing leader that?
Yes, it's the internal minister, current internal minister, and the guy that's leading the National Guard. He had that poster up on his wall until 2018.
Okay, so in other words, he's very hostile towards. Is there anyone on stage? And by the way, finally, a thread that the team has worked on for ages to tweet literally just went out a minute ago. So I just see it pinned above. For anyone that wants a summary of everything that's been discussed so far and just the situation in general, just pinned above. But back to what you talked about, War Monitor. Does that, based on the statement that War Monitor made, is it fair to say that Ben Gvir is hostile towards Palestinians, or is there anyone on stage that disagrees with that statement?
Look, if I just want to say anything about that.
Yes, I disagree with that.
Oh, well, let me just say this one point. Hold
on, War Monitor. Yeah, of course. I'll repeat the question, Gilad. I will. Just War Monitor. I'll let you finish your statement. I'll repeat the question and get Ariel's thoughts. Go ahead, War Monitor.
I think that any Israeli, so-called Israeli, left or right, on any political party is inclined to have view the Palestinians as enemies. He could say all he wants. We've seen prime ministers from the left and right bomb hospitals and schools in Gaza. It's not a problem with the left and right. I was watching Lebanese TV a few days ago, and they were making fun of this. How it's people are trying to paint it as the Israeli left is lenient and loving towards the Palestinians, when this is not the case. The Israeli left and right both have strong hate towards the Palestinians. especially when it comes to official roles. And even if Ben Gvir was if he was even less, extreme as he is, he'd still be a very dangerous threat to the Palestinians. Every Israeli is a dangerous threat to the Palestinians.
So Ariel, so just to confirm, the gentleman that Ben Gvir has on the wall is the one that went into a mosque and shot up the mosque. Is that correct? Just Ariel, before you jump in, just one monitor. Okay, what's the person's name, one monitor, if you don't mind me asking?
Barak Goldstein.
Okay,
Yes, he did what he did, but let me ask you something.
Was it a terrorist?
We'll talk. Hold on.
Yes, of course.
Okay, Ariel. Okay, go ahead, Ariel. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to ask War a question. Who exactly did peace with Egypt, Jordan, Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan? Now on the way is the Saudi Arabia. Who is exactly doing this peace all the time? It's the right. So maybe we should start learning from history instead of just ignore everything like nothing happened until now. And maybe we can evolve and start to speak with each other, especially when the right that you are so afraid of are living next to you on what you call settlements, okay? But when the left killed you, they built their houses on your tombs. So maybe
so Ariel, do you mind if I ask you a question? Ariel, do you mind if I ask you a question? Just a question. Just back to that point. Please, so if you go just on this particular point, and you could still make your point. I don't think this even relates to your point. I think they're two separate things. So Barak Goldstein, so the person that went into so it's called the 1994 Cave of the Patriarchs Massacre in Hebron. Oh, it's back in 1994. So for the gentleman, for Ben Gvir to still have his photo, is there a reason for that? Is there an explanation for that? Why Ben kept the photo?
I think that this is not accurate because Ben Gvir was today he's an old man. When this photo was published and when he has it, he was a young boy, okay? And it was a long time ago. So it was not until 2018. So that's
you think so essentially you think number one is you think this is wrong, or you also think that this is Ben before and he's changed now. I'm not saying I agree, I'm just saying this is like a statement.
He said he's sorry about it. He said that it was a mistake. He did it. It's not that he is Baruch Goldstein, okay? But sometimes when you're young, you do foolish things.
Okay.
And he said he's sorry about it.
Where's the young
years ago?
No, I understand.
Listen, he apologized about it. Okay.
No, he did not apologize. Actually,
from the
even if
if I may add.
Sorry, I'll go to Mohammed and then we'll go to Mr. Frankil. Mohammed, go ahead.
Yes, with Ben Gvir, he never apologized for the incident. He took the portrait down of the mass murderer terrorist only in 2020 because Naftali Bennett said, "I will not run with you on the same slate." Yeah, 2020, 2 years ago.
Maybe it was yesterday.
Naftali Bennett said Naftali Bennett said, "I will not allow you to run with me on the same slate unless you take the portrait down." So that was the only situation in which he accepted to take it. But last year he was asked about it on national television, and he said, "Well, you can disagree or agree with what."
So now you believe Naftali Bennett?
No, it's the Times of Israel. You can read the headline. The Times of Israel. That's the headline.
Nobody believes Naftali Bennett in Israel. How can you
but
believe?
I'll take it from Ben Gvir's own.
I believe Naftali Bennett in Israel.
Yep.
Nobody.
Ben Gvir himself said only a couple of months ago on national television that Dr. Goldstein, he called him Dr. Goldstein, a mass murderer. He said, "Dr. Goldstein, you can disagree or agree with what he did, but he did a great thing for the community in Kiryat Arba in Hebron." That's his own words on national television in Israel. You can look it up. But
because he
basically,
was a doctor. He was a doctor, but
he was
then
a doctor,
he did
but
what he
calling a
did.
mass murderer
They
Dr.
talked about it.
Yes.
So I would love. Let me
another thing.
go on, Mohammed.
Ariel,
Go ahead.
I will say something that you might
Listen, he
agree with, Ariel.
apologized about the photo.
Ariel,
But I'll say something that you might agree with, Ariel. So in terms of the Israeli left and the protest, there's one downside to it is basically if you go there and you dare raise a Palestinian flag or call for equality for all, they're raising the slogan of democracy. If you say democracy for me as a Palestinian as well, you run the risk of getting beaten up by fellow demonstrators. That was a credible risk in the beginnings of the protest. It's fading away now, but it was very hostile towards anybody that raised the Palestinian flag in the demonstrations. But you have to remember that the last Israeli government, the center-right government with left-wing parties, Meretz, Labor, the most left-wing you can get, they were the ones that were in power when the IDF killed the Palestinian journalist, Shireen Abu Akleh. They were the ones that declared 6 of the most prominent Palestinian human rights organizations as terrorist organizations, terror groups, although the US and the EU said there's zero evidence for that. And they were the ones that bombed Gaza. So I see the Israeli left is not an angel. Yes, I see the Israeli left is not an angel.
Let me ask you something, Muhammad.
Yes.
Listen, I'll tell you what's the situation from my point of view. When you have problems with 40 women that being slaughtered on the honor of the family each year, and then you have 150 men that being killed from crime. So we have a total of 200 Arabs in our territory, in that we need to deal with. Everybody needs to stop this crime. So Abbas came from the Islamic party, came and asked for help. We are more than willing to come and help. Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to help. Everything was starting to evolve. But then it was not good from some kind of reason, because Iran pushed their nose inside our relationships. So we are willing to help. We are willing to fix the crimes. We are willing to fix the judiciary. We are willing to give money. We are willing to help with every aspect of life. But when you are pushing back, we can't come and help you. We need to cooperate together. If you want help, we are willing to do that. But if you are pushing us back, how can we stand up for your human rights and your civil rights when you don't want our help?
So let me get Mohammed. I'll let you reply, and then I'll go to Mr. Frankie. I'll also see Khaleesi on stage, so feel free to put your hand up anytime. But we'll go to Mr. Frankie and then Gilad. Sorry, Mohammed. I'll let you respond to Ariel's point, and then maybe you could. And after you respond, Mohammed, I'd like also to touch on the point made earlier, whether like how serious you think those protests are, and do you think there could be a narrative to kind of distract the citizens, distract the protesters to a bigger cause that everyone agrees on?
Well, to start with the point of these honor killings and crimes in Palestinian communities inside Israel, the problem is there. The question is, does Ben Gvir actually care about it? And no comparisons attached. But in Sweden, the government that's currently in control, they include a Nazi party, Sverige Demokraterna. They campaigned on banning honor killings in Sweden and combating crimes in immigrant communities. That was the campaign promise. No comparisons again, but it's a Nazi party in Sweden that hates. That's Sverige Demokraterna. It's a Swedish party in Sweden. It's called the Swedish Democrats. So they campaigned on fighting honor crime. They campaigned on fighting honor killings and crimes in immigrant communities. That was their campaign promise, one of the main ones. Does that mean that they actually care about it? So that is where it draws on an element of populism in that regard. In the case of Israel, Ben Gvir, he's very honest about what he wants. He is saying his official party platform is advocating for deporting what he perceives as disloyal citizens to the state, Palestinians. His own
Muhammad
party
giving $40 million, giving that to fight crime and help the Arab society inside Israel, the Arab minority inside Israel. This is bad for you or this is good for you? Simple question.
Yes, because you need, that's the answer. You need to look at why there is crime to begin with. And it's not that Palestinians are criminal inherently in nature, as Israeli politicians in the right and the left have repeatedly implied. They said Arabs have a culture of violence. That was a statement of an Israeli Likud minister, I think Danny Danon, if I'm not mistaken. It was not. It was actually the Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs, is now the ambassador to the UN. He said Arabs have a culture of violence and crime. It's not a question of fighting the crime. Yep.
Hey, Mohammed, I'm sorry for the group and for my knowledge. Who was it that said these comments?
It's Israel's former Minister of Strategic Affairs, who's now the ambassador to the UN. He's called Gilad Erdan. He said that Arabs have a culture of violence. So crime is there, but you need to ask why there's crime. And a huge part of it is the institutional systematic neglect of Arab communities inside Israel, Palestinian citizens of Israel, over many decades, deliberately and systematically, with the goal of weakening these communities, that led from this massive neglect, massive disenfranchisement and discrimination.
That's why you killed your own sister, Muhammad. Your own sister. You will kill your own sister for the honor of the family because of neglect. Come on.
No, that's the point. If you have low education and no social services and no functioning jobs and no economy in these communities, in the Negev, for example, you have tens of towns that predate the existence of Israel, that successive Israeli governments have considered illegal, and they want to demolish them. If you live in a town like that with no infrastructure, no electricity, no running water, and cut off from the rest of the country, then that society or that town will eventually breed some sort of anomalies or behaviors that are frowned upon. So in that regard, it's a question of what would be the actual solution. Brute force is the language that Ben Gvir understands to crack down on crime, but is that a solution?
Muhammad, we gave a lot of solutions. We tried. We give $40 million. How much money that the minority in Israel, the Arab minority, needs? If you don't want to help yourself to come and work with us together to fix these problems, we need your cooperation to work together. We can't help you if you don't want to help yourself. This is something fundamental.
Real quick.
I'm sorry. I have to jump in because at least we have to be loyal to the fact. Yeah, I'm sorry. No one gave 40 billions or milliards to the Arab dollars to the Arab society. What was agreed with the Arab in the previous government with the Arab party was to give them 53 billion shekels, not 40 billion dollars, of which about a few. I don't remember the exact number, but it was well below the 10 billion that were actually.
I remember the numbers, Gilad. I remember
Ariel,
all
please,
the numbers.
Ariel, please.
Let him finish, Ariel.
Please.
Go ahead, Jill.
Please. I want to finish. I want us to stick to facts. Now, I totally agree with whoever said, and whoever said that. Let me start. I'm Israeli from the left wing. You probably understood that. And I want to set word that as an Israeli, I don't hate him, okay? Despite what was said, I don't hate any Arab person. I want to live in peace. I want that my country, Israel, will live in peace. And therefore, I was talking about the big picture. And the big picture is that if we will not have a strong democracy in Israel, which the current government is now trying to demolish, to abolish, there is no chance that people from all sides of the society will be able to live in peace. And this is the key element, and this is the key issue that I think that we should discuss here. I agree that Ben-Gvir is who is very much far from my opinions, and I agree that he was accused of crimes. I agree that he was supporting Baruch Goldstein and the Kahana, Rabbi Kahana, whoever knows about the stories about Kahana. He is a very, very negative sign to whoever wants to have a peace and democracy in Israel and in the entire region. I don't think, however, that the conversation should be focused so much about Ben-Gvir. Not that he is not important, not that he did not receive, he and Smotrich, a strong or a big part of the votes in Israel in the last elections. However, I'm saying again, the fundamentals are that if there will be no strong democracy, all what we're discussing here will only escalate. I thank you very much for letting me.
But Israel is an apartheid state.
Israel
is an apartheid state.
Ariel, please, I want to
Muhammad, Israel is an apartheid state.
Ariel, 1 second, then I'll get to you. Ariel, 1 second, I'll get to you.
Go ahead, Gilad.
I'm just finishing. I wanted very much to thank you for having the opportunity to speak here. I'm very worried about the states where I grew up. I grew to love so much. And I want, as I said, that it will be strong and it will be a democracy for the entire citizens living there. And thank you very much and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you, Gilad. Thank you. So I want to go to, thank you, Gilad. I want to go to Mr. Saadi and Mr. Frankio. Guys, I'll give you the mic. And before asking my questions, I know you probably have comments on what was said so far.
Well, I think
can you get closer, Mr. Frankio? Can you, Paul? Can you get closer to your mic? It's just very muffled. It's hard to hear you.
Okay, is that better now? Is that better now?
We can still hear you. It's if you're using a headset.
So I will try to change. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. I'll give the mic while you fix it. I'll give the mic to Mr. Gilad Saadi. Oh wow, that was quick actually. Frankio, that was quick. Yeah, go ahead. It's much better now. Mr. Frankio? Paul? All right, I'll go to Mr. Gilad Saadi. Go ahead, man, and while waiting for Mr. Frankio to fix the mic.
Okay. Do you hear me better now? Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you hear me better now?
Yeah, we hear you better now. Go ahead.
Okay. So I agree that Ben-Gvir made some things that he regrets these days, but as you know, Giorgia Meloni also did things that she regrets these days, and she is now extremely popular in Italy, probably the most popular prime minister in Italy for decades. So, and she is expected to solve a lot of big problems for the Italian peoples. And Ben-Gvir also came into the Knesset with very specific, concrete items that governments failed in the past, and he was able to bring big hopes on his from him during the last election, and that's why he got such great popularity. And let's hope he succeeds, because he really targets solving a severe problem of crime in the Arab population. As I said earlier, really plagues that other governments were not able to solve, maybe also due to the constraints that were set upon them from the Supreme Court. And now, hopefully, the governments will be able to solve these crime issues in many areas that maybe I call them plague. Maybe it's not that dramatic, but it's really severe. So let's hope he succeeds in that, because there are great hopes from him. And as I said earlier, it's not a private army, it's a dedicated army, and he's not going to control it alone. There's a government, and there are advisors, and there is hierarchy there, and he cannot not give concrete commands, so to speak. He can only give concrete policy, like collect the weapons, like charge protection gangs, like collect illegal weapons. I said it earlier, sorry. And with that, we hope he will be able to make the lives of millions better. Okay, that's the only thing that really mattered to the people that went to the polls a few months ago, and so many of them elected him because they believed him, and let's see if he delivers. That's about Ben-Gvir. I don't think that the things he regrets these days are things that are going to prevent him from doing this. It may lead to some people not believing in his real intentions, but let's see, let's give him the benefit of the doubt at least, and let's hope he makes the lives of Jews and of Arabs a lot better, because Arabs really suffer from severe crime these days, and no left-wing or right-wing minister was able to make their lives a lot better. And he really committed to that, and he's really trying to show he can deliver. So let's see.
Gilad, you were next.
Hello, thank you for letting me join. I will shortly introduce myself. So I'm a journalist, mostly focused on social issues and human rights. I was raised in Hebron, and murderer Baruch Goldstein was my doctor, actually. So I listened to some of the people here, and I think there is one very important issue that people are missing with the current situation. The situation in Israel is very tense, and the government currently, the way that they deal with the situation and how they are trying to gain more power is not a coincidence that Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and the far right are in the government right now, and everything is happening. So I was one of Ben-Gvir closest confidants back at the time. I was grow up as a part of Kach movement, the terror group, and when I was 21, I dropped off, and took me several years to rebuild my life.
Sorry, which terror group? What's it called?
Kach terror group is the terror group that Ben-Gvir was member and the spokesperson of, and convicted 3 times of.
Okay, how do you? I'm curious. Sorry, I'm learning all this stuff. How do you spell Kach?
K-A-K-H.
Okay, and that's a base. Where is it based?
Of Rabbi Meir Kahana. It's funded in the US as the Jewish Defense League. And in Israel, it's called Kach because the letters of the elections, which is Kaf, but in Hebrew. But later on, it became Kach movement. And when Baruch Goldstein murdered the 29 Palestinians in '94.
Sorry, Sulaiman, you were jumping in. You want
Yeah,
to
just to tell you, that's the same group that Ben-Gvir is part of, the same person we've been talking about.
Okay, but that was banned in 1994, so Kach no longer exists. And so I'm just reading it as a radical Orthodox.
No. Oh. Sorry to say that Kach exists. It was banned and recognized as terror group by several countries, including the US, different European countries, and Israel as well. Ben-Gvir was the spokesperson of Kach movement, and with the time they tried to change the name every time that was banned. And one very important thing to understand, the Kach terror group, the people of Kach, at some point they understood that they need to talk smartly in order to get into the parliament and gain power. So instead of saying, let's expel all Arabs, they changed the narrative and say, let's expel the unfaithful. For them, all Arabs are unfaithful. And Ben Gvir, just approximately a year ago, was exposing one of the investigative programs in Israel, Uvda, that he was involved in the Tag Price terror, as he actually took the evidence of one of the Tag Price terror attacks in Hebron. But one thing that was missed in this program was that at the time that this Tag Price attack happened, Ben Gvir was the secretary of Michael Ben-Ari, member of parliament, which was also a Kach member, and he was at the time working in the parliament, not as a member of parliament, but as a secretary of the far-right member of parliament. So what we actually seeing now is Ben Gvir change a little bit the narrative to have the access to the parliament. 10 years ago, he was saying that we need to change the narrative a little bit so we can get inside and pull the entire state right. And as for the current situation with the new agreement with Netanyahu, I would say, everyone here is afraid, most of the people, because many people understand that Ben Gvir will gain a private militia. This is exactly what it is. It is not any of, organized, it's not the police, which he cannot control. So he understood he cannot control the police because people there are professional. Ben Gvir, unlike many of Israelis, did not serve in the military. He never was part of any security organization, and he don't understand organization. What he understands is the propaganda he lives. So what he wants now is to make the access to weapon for his people much easier. And when the last election finished, and Ben Gvir asked to get the internal security office, I gave an interview to Der Spiegel in Germany, and they asked me why Ben Gvir want to get Magav, which is the border guards. And it was very natural for me, from understanding the organization, where he came from, understanding his ideology and him himself, because we were very close at the time. I told them that what will happen basically is that he will find a reason to take those people, the national border guards, for operation with to solve problems that are so-called in.
I see a few hands up, Gilad. I'll let you just wrap up the point if you don't mind.
Yeah. So the main idea is that he would take them somewhere else, and then the settlers could do whatever they want, and that's what actually happened. He started the campaign in Jerusalem, and settlers made the pogrom in Hawara. So the situation right now is that Ben Gvir basically would be the leader of local militia that can fight for the leftist, Palestinians, everyone that will be unfaithful, as you call it.
How much? Let me ask you a quick question. Let me ask you a question for the audience. Maybe I'm not sure if Ariel, you can offer me some feedback on this, Ariel or Sam, and then we'll go to Khalisi. But how much will that private militia? How much power will they have? How big is it? How influential is it? What authority do they have? What are their limitations?
Militia, Mario.
So
okay, can you explain to me what it is? We'll get Ariel. So I'll get Ariel to just give his thoughts on this one. Feel free to disagree afterwards. Go ahead, Ariel.
This is a social guards. That means that in every city, the civilians are welcome to volunteer to help the police. This is all that is. It's not about
so that's what. But okay, this is what they're saying. The purpose of it. What I'm asking is, what are its legal capabilities? Like, what do they have authority to do? What are their rights?
Only volunteers to help the police. It's not a private militia. They are not commanding their own. They are working with or helping to the police. It's nothing about the private militia. This is a misinterpretation.
So Brunella, I saw you disagree with that. You don't think it's just helping the police, Brunella?
This is a misleading interpretation.
So let me see what Brunella thinks. Brunella, do you agree with Ariel's description of the
I'm Brunella. I'm from Berlin. I've been living in Amman and went to Jerusalem several times.
No, your mic isn't great, Brunella. Your mic isn't great. If you can improve your mic. In the meantime, I'll ask you the question I had is, do you think so is that quote unquote militia, is it actually militia? What are its capabilities? Is it just there to help the police with limited capabilities? What can you tell us? I'd love you and Dr. Marwa to just give me more clarity on this before we go to Khaleesi. Brunella?
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry, Mario.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so just like if you could, of course, if you could tell me more about the force. I don't know what term to use that was given. So here I'm just reading in this tweet, they're calling it private militia, and Ariel saying it's not. But Ben Gvir's, whatever you want to call it.
Well, for sure, those people, we were talking about the fact that they're supposed to help. Come on, we all know the truth. We all know the truth. We all see what's going on in Palestine. We have a good knowledge of it. I was myself many years ago in Amman during one of the World Economic Forum. There was the meeting down there where we supposed to, and we all believe it, that we were going to work for the two states in a country. Lies, lies, lies. And I'm sorry to say this, we all know this. After so many years, we know that whatever they do, if you watch the Palestinian land reducing, if you watch how many people have been killed every day, how many children, and how horrible is there, unfortunately, is one of the worst places that we have at the moment in the earth. And so these need to stop.
And can you tell us, and can you tell me your thoughts on that private militia that Gvir has? What does it do? Does anyone know its legal capabilities? Can anyone give me clarity on what their capabilities are?
Yes, there is a program.
Other than Ariel, because Ariel, I know you've told me what their capabilities are. Is there does anyone disagree with Ariel in terms of the capabilities of that quote unquote private militia?
It's not about disagreeing. It's about a specific program that is being authorized in the parliament, in which citizens can help the police. You can go inside the Knesset, the parliament, the Israeli parliament, and watch the program yourself. You don't need interpretations of anyone else. Just put it in the Google. Yes.
Gilad, and I'll check it now.
I will just comment on that shortly. Ben Gvir, as was exposed in several programs, and including one that I gave interview to the New Yorker, he have his own militia already. He is connected to the guys in the Hilltop Youth. I was one of the teenagers around him, and I actually. In the Yorker, I shared with them how he sent me in 2001 to break into UN base in Jerusalem when I was 14. What he want to do now is to take his local militia, his far-right Kahana ideology, and he want to have that legalized. And this is what he's aiming to.
And
this is not connected.
Gilad, I just want to. I did have a quick look because about this issue. So obviously we've got Ariel's perspective, who is a big supporter of him. But in terms of, just to give you quotes from people from within Israel, some quotes. So Labour MK Gilad Kariv said, "The National Guard must be under the police rather than under the control of far-right group Lehava, and the rest of the Kahanites. That was one quote. Another quote.
No, Mario, I'm not a supporter of him.
I can explain the National Guard if you'd like.
I'm not a supporter of him. I'm just giving you the facts.
That's fine. I'm just reading out this article. I mean, that's your facts according to your position. But anyway, another one was, he said, Ben Gvir law-approved militia. The former Israel police chief, Moshe Karadi, said Ben Gvir would be forming a private militia for his political needs and would recruit the hilltop youth, settler extremists to his ranks. He's dismantling Israeli democracy. That's another quote. And then we have many, many such quotes. I don't want to bore everyone, but we've got many such quotes.
Do you know who is this Karadi, Mario?
I can explain.
Karadi, this is the most corrupted, the most corrupted CEO of the police ever was in Israel. That's why he got kicked off.
Okay, there you go. And I just want to go to Mohammed, but I mean, that's your position. Obviously, Gilad has already given us evidence from first-hand experience where he was recruited Ben Gvir to do basically terrorist attacks on the UN. But anyway, Mohammed, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. So the structure of it, institutionally speaking, it would be separate from the police force, and it would be directly connected to Ben Gvir's office. So he would give them commands the same way that he's giving the prison service. With the police force, Ben Gvir's hands are tied because the Attorney General in Israel barred him from giving direct orders to the police against protesters because of conflict of interest. So he cannot directly ask the police to go and attack protesters in Tel Aviv or Haifa or whatever. But now with this new militia, it would be subject, or new National Guard, it would be subject to him personally. So he can order them to go and crack down on this protest or crack down on that. And they would be very much more or less a paramilitary group, so close to the Israeli Magav force, the border police, that is regularly killing Palestinians and has been implicated in a lot of infamous incidents.
So
one
why
of them
don't
was
you join Muhammad? Join them. Join them, and you will be the
I'm
watch
from Gaza.
that
I'm
no
from
one
Gaza,
will
so
do
if
that. No
I'm
one
from
will
Gaza,
do that.
if
You
you
will be
can-
the watch. You will be one of them.
Yeah, I'm
You
from
can join
Gaza.
them.
So the only condition that I would be allowed as a Gazan to enter Israel or to go to the West Bank, the other part of Palestine, is if I have terminal illness, cancer, stage 3 or 4, or if I am accompanying someone who has terminal illness and cannot walk on his feet. These are the two conditions in which Israel would allow me to visit Israel or the West Bank as a Gazan. So again, I'd love to join if I'm allowed, but I'm not allowed out of Gaza into Israel unless I have terminal illness. But so basically, with the prison service, you can see the ridiculous orders that Ben Gvir has been giving them. And take note of these two examples. Number one, he ordered the prison service to ban pita bread for Palestinian security prisoners, only for Palestinian ones. He said, let's ban pita bread. And then he filmed a TikTok video that you can go on his account and see it. It's been watched over 500,000 people, liked about 25,000 times.
Muhammad,
In that
can
video,
I ask you a
no,
question?
can I finish? In that video, he's stuffing his face with bread and laughing and saying, guess who's not getting any bread now? The Palestinian prisoners, ha ha ha. And
So,
then
so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Mario. If I may ask him a question, an important question. Listen, Muhammad, you have grievances about an apartheid treatment in Israel. And I'm speaking as the Arab minority in Israel. It's not just you, yes? All the Arab minority in Israel have grievances about apartheid treatment in Israel. The Jewish majority have apartheid grievances in Israel. So who is doing the apartheid behavior? Who? When we are, just a moment, when we are looking in your perspective, you are looking at us like everybody's, we are all Jews, so you are blaming all the Jews. But maybe some of us, yes, are not the one to blame.
The
Did
Israeli
you ever
state
thought
is
about
the
that?
Israeli
No, I want to
state.
1 second, guys.
No, no,
Sorry, the
because
Israeli state is an
because
ethno-religious
we are all
state.
Jews, so we are all to blame. People like in the United States are Jews also. Maybe they are the one to
This
blame.
is just
No, that's
sorry if I can jump
Ariel,
in.
1 second. 1 second. Yeah, I'm
All
gonna
the
go to
Jews.
guys. 1 second. Ariel.
Did I did something wrong to you, Muhammad?
Ariel, you said you had Ariel, you had 1 second, Mohammed. Right. So Ariel's asked a question. I want Janine to answer, please. Go ahead, Janine.
Well, I'll just preface this by saying that I'm not. I'm Palestinian, but I'm not in Palestine. I'm a diaspora Palestinian. But listening to this, it's really quite frustrating how bogged down people are in sort of the very irrelevant and microcosmic aspects of this. I think people are forgetting the fact that, the Israeli state is an ethno-religious state. I don't know what Ariel is going on about. I just feel like this is a sort of rehashing of Israeli propaganda with elements of liberalism. The fact of the matter is that the people who are protesting because they've been, inconvenienced. This has nothing to do with the support for Palestinian people. And I just think it's been beyond aggravating, actually, just watching people finally noticing sort of what's happening on the ground, but what's happening on the ground has nothing to do with what's happening to Palestinian people in 48, in the West Bank, in Gaza. Muhammad, you refer to Palestine as Gaza and the West Bank. I refute that. My family is from 48, 1948 Palestine. And so we need to look at this in its entirety. Israeli protesters are protesting the limitations of the Supreme Court. This is the same Supreme Court that ruled in favor of Masafiriyata being ethnically cleansed. So why are we discussing these protests are neither here nor there? We have to accept the fact that Israel, the Israeli state, is an ethno-religious state, is an apartheid state, is militarily occupying Palestinians, is occupying land in 1948. And these protests I do not care. I simply do not, excuse my French, give a shit about these protesters and what they're protesting. Because at the end of the day, Palestinians, including my family, millions of them, are still stateless, are still dispossessed. And I find it incredibly patronizing and really gross that someone like Ariel and whoever else, is trying.
But this is this space is about the Israel
Palestinian in
protest.
Gaza, come and join us. Join these.
But we are talking about the protest.
Most of these people have served in the Israeli military. They are the occupation. They are the state. This is the Spider-Man meme pointing at itself times 100.
Janine, do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
So the first one is in terms of Israelis. So there is, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are Israelis that do support the cause of Palestinians and what you guys are going through, and are empathetic with the requirements, and they share a lot of your concerns. Is that a fair statement, Janine? I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying there's a group of them because we've had some of them on the panel throughout the show as well.
Look, I understand that there are some Israelis who consider themselves anti-Zionist, but the fact of the matter is, if you are, many of these, and I know some of them, they have multiple passports, they have multiple citizenships, they've moved from Europe, they've moved from the US. You cannot call yourself an anti-Zionist, and you cannot say you are with the Palestinian people when you are occupying land that we cannot return to. I, as a Palestinian, my family, we had land, we were exiled from Nakba. I can't return. If I return, when I've gone, I'm a visitor, right? And that's if I'm lucky to even get in. It's cheap. It's incredibly cheap, to be, directly exploiting and being complicit in what's happening, and to say that you stand with Palestinians. I mean, it's a paradox.
befuddles me, to be honest. And I can understand that, I know, some Jewish people who support Palestine, some of them who are good friends of mine, who have given up their Israeli citizenship. So that's solidarity. That's what we expect. Do not be taking and occupying a place in occupied Palestine while saying you support Palestinians. When someone like Muhammad in Gaza is in, an open air prison and can't go anywhere, as he touched on before.
Muhammad, you're in Gaza. Muhammad, are you there? Muhammad Shahab.
He is in Gaza though. Yeah.
Yeah. Muhammad, can you hear me? Can you unmute your bottom left corner? You gotta unmute. Muhammad, please do unmute. I really want to ask you a couple of questions. I'm actually fascinated to speak to someone in Gaza.
Yep. Hi. Sorry.
Hey man, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I hear you now. I am from Gaza, but at the moment I am traveling on a tour to Europe. So I'm currently in the south of Denmark. I was
Can I move away from Muhammad? I want to move away from all politics, everything altogether. So this is purely me being curious again. How is life? So you're traveling right now on a tour, doing what exactly?
Basically,
you gotta unmute. Keep your mic on. You don't have to mute.
Yes, I'm trying to convince the European Parliament to see Palestinians as human, because it's a little bit like, let's say, disencouraging or demoralizing to see that the official position of the European Union or the US vis-a-vis the Palestinians is, what can we do to get them to shut up and do nothing? It's not a question of advancing fight.
A lot of respect for your cause, but I had just curiosity about life in Gaza. How's life there? Like, how have you lived outside of Gaza before? I know you're traveling now, so you're obviously in the West, in Western Europe, but have you spent an extended period of time in Western countries, very limited?
I grew up in Gaza, lived there my whole life, but as a child, I used to travel to Egypt. Back in the days, that was like maybe before 2007. And like, it was a very rare occurrence, but ever since.
How's the internet in Gaza? How's is there any wall? Are you able to access any website? Is there bans on certain websites? I'm curious how the life is there. How are the how's the police force? How's the law and order there? How's the community? I'm just genuinely curious. Give me an insight.
Absolutely. So in terms of internet, we have 2G signal on the phones, because Israel would not allow any upgrade to that. So it's 2G, not 3, 4, 5G. Forget about it. We don't have any of that. In terms of the normal internet connection, there are some internet providers, but all of them are subject to Israeli restrictions and subject to Israeli cyber intelligence and the bans on certain websites from both like the local Hamas government, from the Palestinian Authority, and from Israel, and the monitoring as well. So that's in terms of internet. In terms of daily life, and to take internet as a segue, there is a huge amount of resourcefulness amongst Gazans. There's a vibrant freelance community, programmers, even Bitcoin traders, whatever you name it, that has to do with the internet, that can allow them to virtually exist outside of the boundaries of Gaza.
Can I ask you another question? So just to kind of move on to next. I don't want not too much about that. So I know Hamas governs Gaza, and Hamas is considered by a bunch of countries, mainly Western countries, as a terrorist organization. Obviously, they've been part of. I don't want to get into what Hamas has done and discuss who Hamas is, what they represent, or debate that. My question is, in Gaza, what would you say is I don't know if any independent surveys done, but how much support does Hamas have? And is there an opposition group against Hamas in Gaza, or there's pretty much unanimous support for the organization?
And I would say it fluctuates. Hamas is, first of all, the birth child of the occupation. It did not occur out of a vacuum, but support for it fluctuates as any other country in terms of politics. It goes up and down in times of despair versus in times of progress. And we haven't had any progress vis-a-vis the Palestinian, let's say, national aspirations in the last 2-3 decades. So that you can rule out. In that sense, people in Gaza, what I would say, it's not a matter of who they like. For the majority of the people I know, it's a matter of what works. And in that perspective, like, you have Hamas, but is there a way to get an alternative? Because as long as the Israeli blockade is there, Hamas can always say that, why are you protesting against us when you should protest Israel's blockade and occupation? So
Gaza doesn't have an airport, correct?
It used to have one, but Israel bombed it in 2002 during the Second Intifada. They bombed it as collective punishment against the population, and ever since they've been bombing it during every single military campaign just to make a statement.
So the way you travel out of Gaza, you have to go to Egypt, I guess, or how do you get out of Gaza?
Well, there are two exits. So Israel imposes an aerial, naval, and ground blockade on Gaza, which means that you cannot travel by sea. There are no planes hovering over Gaza's airspace except for Israeli military planes. And Israel controls everything that goes in and out vis-a-vis food, technology, equipment, whatever, even medical equipment. And at some point, Israel used to ban processed hummus and pasta, but only allow rice, because they said pasta is not humanitarian, processed hummus not, rice is humanitarian. They even made a calorie count. You can look it up. They made a calorie count of the calorie intake.
So, by the way, sorry to interrupt you, Mohammed. First, I really, my heart is with you, and that's not politically speaking. In Ariel, I know I'm focusing a bit on Gaza, but it's purely out of curiosity, just curious about the life there, and I'm trying to keep it outside of politics because I know we're discussing sensitive topics. So, I'm curious about this calorie counter, which I'll ask you about in a bit. Mateus, I'm glad to have you, Mateus. Thank you so much for joining again. We're just having a debate, and I've just suddenly got curious about life in Gaza, so I'm asking Mohammed a few questions on that, and then we'll continue the discussion. So thanks for giving us time again, Mateus. So Mohammed, you've talked about how you can travel in and out. Life there. So, how do you have if this is an ignorant question, I know it's a Muslim country, but what's the nightlife like? I know it's a very vibrant country, city, territory, but what's the nightlife like?
Well, I would say there's more nightlife culture than in Europe, at least in the places where I've been. I've been to Denmark, which is a very unsocial country. But in Gaza, there's like a lot of places, cafes, and a lot of areas, streets, and areas where you can gather. There's a very beautiful beach walk where people love to go there to take pictures all the time. There are certain museums and hotels. Some of the hotels can be 4 stars. And there are some resorts. The question is...
there are resorts and 4-star hotels. So there is... is there... I know this... I'm going to ask a stupid question. This is the last one. Then sorry, Sulaiman and Trash. I'll go back to the discussion. So just last stupid question. But... in Gaza, and I wanted to give my own experience, the story of why I'm asking that question, but I'll skip that. In Gaza, when you go there, so you talked about resorts and stuff. Can you give me, some people have a perception of Gaza, of how it is and how it looks. Is there wealthy people there? Is there nice resorts, nice houses, nice cars? Is there a sector of the community that's wealthy, or all the wealthy have left and everyone there is just struggling right now? If my question is ignorant, I do apologize.
No, I appreciate the question. Exactly like you said, like all these resorts and hotels, most of them were built during the Oslo Accords, where Gaza and the West Bank were connected, so people from the West Bank can come to Gaza for vacation and holidays. But they've been collecting dust largely ever since. There were some that were built 2011 and 12 when the borders with Egypt were more open and the blockade was eased relatively. But until now, they still collect dust because the majority of the population cannot afford it. And as you said, people with resources, most of them have left already. So in that sense, there are these options there if you can afford it, but for the vast majority, they cannot. But it's still there. But you can have a very brief example on that in Gaza, it's a very youthful population, but you have young people reaching the age of 35 without ever having had a job, without being able to fall in love, to start a family, to put food on the table. And it leads some of them to contemplate the idea of escape and take a boat to Europe, and they drown on the way. Others to go and stand on the fence between Gaza and Israel and get shot. Others to join resistance groups, or others, like the most gross and the most dehumanizing is that it pushes the idea of taking one's own life. If you've reached 35, you haven't had a job, you haven't had a life, and you're never gonna get that, then that idea sips into your mind. I hear it from a lot of friends who tell me that I'm afraid I'm gonna die before I even experience living. And in that sense, like, you can see Gaza being almost a left behind space that is no longer talked about unless there is violence happening.
So first, I think no matter what your political position is, where you're from, I think we all empathize with anyone that's going through suffering. So I think everyone would agree about this. Now, I think the solution is where people have different perspectives. So, Mateas, if you don't mind, if I ask you a couple of questions on the situation in Gaza, and this is, again, I'm moving away from the protests a bit, and I kind of get curious sometimes and go down rabbit holes. So, I used to follow the Israeli-Palestinian relations a while ago very, very closely, and I would like to ask you a few questions. So, the way that Israel, the blockade, and I think, Mohammed, you were talking about some ingredients not allowed into Gaza. I think spaghetti, was not allowed. Rice was allowed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's something you said along those lines. So, Mateas, I don't know if you can give us some clarity there. And I know you always try to be as objective as possible, and we appreciate you for that. But what's the strategy there? I think you, Mateas, or Ariel could tell us more. What the strategy is in this blockade. Like, my understanding is obviously Hamas is considered by many countries as a terrorist organization, and this is why Israel treats it as such. And what would be the other side of the of that debate, of that argument? How can I look at it from a different lens?
Hey, Mario. Well,
I know it's a tough question, man.
Hi.
No, I would love Mateas if he can give me his thoughts on this before we go to you, Ariel. Go ahead, Mateas.
I would say I don't know the specifics about certain elements that are or are not allowed into Gaza. What I would say is that whereas certain Gazans have the opportunity to cross over into Israel to participate in work or things like that, Jews and Israelis are not allowed to cross that same line on the opposite side for safety and other reasoning. Also, Gaza falls it's not under Israeli rule. It is in itself its own territory currently being run by Hamas, which, as you mentioned, many declare them, including the United States, as a terrorist organization.
That's untrue.
So Janine, I did Google it. So I know that some countries do, some countries don't. So I know that. Sorry, go ahead.
The statement that the Israeli state doesn't control Gaza, I mean, that's completely false. It is blockaded and besieged by the Israeli state. So yeah, I'm pretty confounded.
So what you're saying is that because of the siege, it has significant influence on Gaza. Sorry, so Mateas, I'll let you continue, and then obviously Janine, I'll let you jump in right after. So go ahead, Mateas, and then Ariel, and then we'll go to Janine. Go ahead, Mateas.
I don't have any follow-up to the rebuttal just because I'm trying to stay objective. So if you have any following questions that you have, you can ask them. I have to run back into class, but
no, I'll let you. Yeah, I'll let you run back, man. I know I took your time. Ariel and Avodo Tafar, I'm sure they'll be able to give that different perspective.
No.
I appreciate jumping on. Ariel, you've heard Muhammad and Janine's points. Would love your, the other side of how some Israelis view this.
Yes, well, people in Gaza can get whatever they want as long as it's being checked and it doesn't have any weapons. That's it.
Lol.
But there's some. So Mohammed, you said
that's a lie.
There's some.
I just feel like that you're creating a space to discuss and debate, but I think it's really, it's really dangerous to have, hospitalists like Ariel and others And even the bloke who just left, I don't know what his name was, Mateus, I think, also claiming to speak from an objective place. That was not objective whatsoever. So I'm just really like, I feel like we can go back and forth and talk about these things. The situation on the ground isn't changing, but we also need to interrogate the way that we talk about these things, the way that we talk about Palestine, the way that we talk about the Israeli state. I mean, it's insane. You just have someone
because
there
we are
saying that
talking about
the Palestinians in Gaza can do whatever they want.
issues.
So if Palestinians in
Janine,
Gaza
these
can
are
do whatever,
So let's guys. So let's hold on. Ariel,
it's
hold
not
on.
about human
So
rights
Janine,
and civil rights.
So just Janine, on the point you just made, can I ask you a question? Just regarding, because you responded to Ariel's point. Ariel said that the only anything is allowed into Gaza as long as it's checked and there's no weapons, and that contradicts what Muhammad says. So is there certain ingredients, certain things that are banned? So for example, Ariel, one thing is like there's only 2G internet in Gaza. That's just one point to make there. But Janine, maybe you can give us some more clarity. So I'd love Ariel to give us his thoughts on it.
I mean, it's completely.
I can give you the list.
Oh yeah, sorry, Muhammad. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
No. You can speak.
No, you go ahead,
Muhammad. If you said you've got a list. So, sorry, go ahead, Sulaiman.
So there's a list that is called dual-use items. International standards identify what these might be. Israel adds to that list about 56 items that are banned in the West Bank, and adds on top of them 65 items that are banned in Gaza. So more than 120. So these items can be very elusive and very abstract. It includes, for example, communication equipment that is restricted. So in that sense, if you need a CT scan machine for a hospital, you need to apply for a permit and wait for years and years and years and years. If it comes in and breaks, you need another years and years to get spare parts. Fiberglass is banned or restricted. You're not allowed to get fiberglass, the one that you make boats out of. Recently, Israel loosened some of these restrictions, and I will tell you some of the items they loosened the restrictions on. One of them is ATM machines. Another one is cash counting machines. They were previously restricted. Only last year they loosened the restrictions. But you don't take my own word for it. Take John Kerry. He was a senator at the time, and he visited the borders with Gaza, and he's the one that noticed that pasta is not allowed. And he said, this is ridiculous. And then they changed the pasta rule. Then David Cameron, the Prime Minister of the UK, at some point before, when he was opposition leader, he went and said Gaza is an open air prison. The reason is because he saw that you couldn't get chocolates, chips, or baby diapers into Gaza because it was not considered humanitarian. That was 2009. And you have Baruch Kimmerling, an Israeli sociologist, a very respected, prominent Israeli scholar, Baruch Kimmerling, who said that Gaza, and I quote him verbatim very carefully, he said, Gaza is the largest concentration camp on earth that ever existed. You have 2 million people. That Sarah Roy, she's a...
Let me, Mohammed, I think you've given us a good idea. Ariel, listening to what Mohammed just mentioned.
I would like to see this list, because we are listening to all kinds of superlatives. Maybe we can
go on the website
see a list, because we never saw
so
that.
Which list is it, Mohammed? Yeah. He's gonna tell us now. Mohammed, where can we find that? Where can we find that
please
list?
Send it to me.
Yeah, hold on. He's telling us where to find it. Go ahead, Mohammed.
The website of COGAT, the Israeli coordinator for government affairs in the territories, COGAT. The website is cogat.co.il.
Can you send it to me? Can you send it to me and Ariel via DM? And also, what you could do is you could tweet it and
DM it to me.
Thank you, Ariel. And you could tweet it and pin it as well, Mohammed. I'd love to just get other speakers, unless Ariel have anything to add. But I'd love to get to go to Avodofat. Sorry, go ahead, Simon.
Sorry. Yeah, I was going to go to Halisi because she wanted to mention something specifically about Gaza, and then we'll go to Avodotafa.
Yeah, hi, Suleiman. Thanks, and Trash and Mario. I think this is a great space because it's a really sensitive subject, and I've run spaces on this subject, and I think emotions are quite strong on both sides. But I do agree with what Janine said. I think we can't be so diplomatic that we ignore the truth. Gaza is very much controlled by the Israeli authority. I have the list in front of me, and I can DM the list, which is actually from an organization within Israel of the items that are banned, prohibited. I'm just going to touch on this very quickly because I wanted to talk generally about Gaza and then about this.
So, Khaleesi, as you touch on this very quickly, can you just try to answer my question, try to play devil's advocate and explain to me Israel's explanation for these bans? I'm just curious to know the reasoning, if you know what the reasoning is.
Yes, especially the baby diapers.
I didn't realize Ariel was
like to hear about
that.
Sorry, Khaleesi.
Occupying space, occupying time, the usual.
Khaleesi, are you there?
No, the specific reasoning of the blockade was economic warfare. That's the Israeli term that they use, economic warfare to weaken Hamas.
Yeah, so sanctions are relatively common as a strategy to weaken and either in response to whatever. Countries do that to each other all the time. But my question is, some of these products that are, the pasta, which was reversed, and I think you mentioned diapers and others, they're odd. They're not usually part of any sanctions. So that's why, if you could, Khaleesi, I'm not sure if you have more clarity on that.
So I can,
if not, it's fine.
I will. Yeah, I can. I just muted because Ariel jumped in. But look, the thing is, we can't take this in isolation.
Please send it to me too. Thank you.
Khaleesi, you're gonna have to carry on talking because you can't stop every single time. Go
yeah, don't stop every time someone talks. Don't feel bad. Go ahead.
Okay, all right, no problem. So the thing is, I can forward the list to Suleiman and he can share it. The thing is, we can't look at this list in isolation because there are things like, spices, ginger, vinegar, nutmeg, chocolate, beans, all of these things are on there. So when you look at like everyday food items that are on the prohibited list, you realize that actually the bigger picture is, it is literally to punish and starve the people of Gaza. So one of the things that Mohammed was talking about when you asked him about, and I know he's traveling at the moment, but when you asked him about, they have resorts there, oh great, and they have hotels. These resorts and these hotels are barren. I mean, this is a strip of land which is the most densely populated land in the world. These people, I mean, if you're living in, 2.5 miles by whatever, 1.7 kilometers, you're not going to go and stay in a hotel. These hotels are empty. The beaches are empty. Agriculture is destroyed. Water's poisoned. And these are all things you can look up on the UN website. So when we talk about solutions here, I heard Ariel, I think it was Ariel, and apologies if it wasn't, but one of the brothers spoke earlier, and Ariel said, oh, so you're blaming all the Jews and it's all the Jewish people's fault. I think this is the first kind of obstacle that we fall at. In the recent spaces I've done, and we're talking about geopolitics in these spaces. So we're criticizing my government in the UK, we're criticizing, the American government, the Saudi government. But the minute you come on Netanyahu, it's like, wow, that's anti-Semitism. You can't say anything about Netanyahu. So we have to differentiate the religious aspect from the political aspect. And when you look at the political aspect of it, Israel's broken more UN resolutions than any other country. Israel's not a signatory to the ICC. France, actually, funnily enough, you were talking about, I think, Mario, you touched on it, about other countries, and I know Mohammed's going to the EU. On the 22nd of March, Nicolas de Rivera, who's the permanent representative of France to the UN, he issued a statement saying, the violence that's inflicted on Palestinian civilians is not acceptable to us, and we need to do something about this. So people are trying, but the UN can't hold Israel's government to account. I listened to this space from the beginning on and off when I was driving, and somebody said here that Netanyahu is not far right, he's actually, left, he's just trying to convince people. It's not true. Even the BBC has called him the most far right, and when the BBC says that, and BBC rarely criticizes, either the IDF, either the language within the media is really strong. So when I talk about this, I think that we have to have some accountability from international organizations to look forward. And we also have to have some accountability from the media to look forward. And when I say the media, I think it was last year or the year before, and I'll forward the link of it to Suleiman. The Guardian, because we've touched on crime here in this space, okay? So the Guardian did an article about the fact that there was 5,000 terror incidents against Israel from Palestinians. There was uproar. So then they corrected it, but they never really corrected it. They just put a little link in there, a little hyperlink. You'd have to know where to click it. And when you click it, actually of those 5,000 terror incidents, 2,997 of them are throwing stones. And they class that as an act of terror. Now, on the back of that, Netanyahu's trying to bring in laws that anybody who's indicted for a terrorist attack could get capital punishment. So this is really serious. So when we talk about these protests, and I can send the list, I mean, there are some everyday crimes. You know, we all have everyday crimes in our communities, like assaults or stabbings. London has these every day of the week. We do not class an everyday stabbing as a terror attack, but they've taken every single crime and put it down as a terror attack. So when we talk about these protests that have happened yesterday and over the last week or 2 weeks, Netanyahu may have paused them for now. I don't think anything's going to change for the Palestinians, to be honest with you. He is far right, and he's going to try to prove that he's even further far right to win his party and keep his party over. I think the international community is definitely waking up and making more noise about this. I've never seen such protests as I did over the last few days when he came to London to meet Rishi Sunak. Israelis and Palestinians. The Israeli people that were there were actually protesting because of the issue with their judicial reforms. The Palestinians that were there were actually protesting because they see it as an apartheid state. But look, last year, I think it was when Amnesty International called it out and said it's an apartheid state, there was uproar. And the official statement that came out of Israel is that's anti-Semitic. So every time you criticize Israel, it's considered anti-Semitic. And that is unacceptable because it's not about somebody's faith. So I'll just pause there, Mario, because I know you've got a lot of hands up. But I do want to touch on just a little bit about Gaza. When you go into Gaza, it is like, you know, when I was young and we used to read these Christmas time stories where, you know, there was a donkey and dark sky, but lots of stars. That's exactly what Gaza's like. There are plenty of donkeys that carry around refuge because Israel will not allow them a refuge truck to take their trash out because it's too dangerous. They could do something with a refuge truck. They have nothing. Nobody's allowed to go into Gaza and nobody's allowed to come out of Gaza. The only entrance is through Rafah. There was another one which was through Latakia in Syria, but that's pretty much destroyed. You can't go through Israel, obviously. So the only entrance is through Rafah. Now, we have President Sisi. If you look at where the military aid from America goes, billions of it goes, you know, over 2 billion or whatever it is to Israel every year. And pretty much just short of that goes to Sisi in Egypt every year. And Sisi does the job he has to do because he gets all this aid from America. He keeps the Rafah border completely under lockdown. So it's not a place where you can just waltz in. It's very, very difficult to get in there. Very difficult. And for the people who live in there, it's very difficult to get out. It literally, you have to be dying. And even then, they'll probably let you die in Gaza. So I'll pause there.
All Source, I want to get your thoughts on this, and Sam, I'll give you the mic right after this question to All Source. You know, you've heard the concerns that Khaleesi mentioned. We're also there's another speaker coming up from Israel, which I'd love to get their thoughts as well.
That, Mario?
Yeah, Ariel, I'll let you respond, and then I'll give All Source the mic to respond as well. Go ahead, Ariel.
Yeah, I would like to mention to the topic that we are talking about, the Israeli Jew, since we can't reform our own judiciary, we are not allowed to go to the Strasbourg because Israel judiciary has a lot of power over there, so we can't enter that, and we can't enter The Hague because Israel didn't sign the treaty, so Israeli Jews can't access The Hague. We can't go to the federal in the United States. We can't go to an ordinary court in the United States. So the Israeli Jew is the most hated person in the whole world. No court will ever address any kind of issue. So in this manner, the Palestinians are more privileged than us, it seems. But since Khaleesi will send me the list of all the chocolates that they are banned, I will happily write something about it, because I personally we love you all to attack me with a rain of chocolate. Thank you.
What the fuck was that?
That was incredibly condescending and disgusting. I'm sorry. I know it's not my turn. I need to interrupt. Janine, thank you for speaking truth to power. There are some really disgusting statements that are being made on that. And I can say this in front of this entire audience as someone who has worked with Palestinian children in both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank.
Cynical. I don't understand why
It's not your
they
turn
are
to
banning
talk.
chocolates.
Enough of the propaganda and the nonsense.
I don't know why they are banning chocolates
As a
from
humanitarian,
you.
All right. Yep. All right. So, I muted, sorry, because we were getting there. Heather, go ahead. But please, let's not interrupt or personal insults. Heather, you have to unmute.
So I just want to say I've sent the link of the list to Suleiman, and I've also sent Suleiman the Guardian article and a screenshot of the crimes so that he can use them if they work within me.
Janine, keep speaking truth to power. There's some really disgusting shit being said here. Thank you.
No, thanks, Heather. Look, there are so many points I sort of want to hit on. I think anyone with half a brain cell like tuning into this can easily see that Ariel is a propagandist. To say that Palestinians are more privileged than the settler colonial occupiers that are Israelis that are occupying indigenous Palestinian lands is laughable. I also just want to point out the fact that I think discussing and focusing in on Netanyahu and talking about the Netanyahu government as being far right or right wing is a red herring. Again, I really want people to step back and take a look at the Israeli project, the state, and notice that I don't say Israel. I don't legitimize the Israeli state by saying Israel. Our land is still there near Safed. My grandparents are from Haifa and Akka and Safed, okay? That is Palestine. But I want to add that the Israeli state, its very creation, since the Nakba, and prior to the Nakba itself, when Theodore Herzl and Arthur Balfour were, sectioning off bits of land, the very premise of the Israeli state was to create an ethno-religious colony, right? And at the expense of the indigenous Palestinian people. So that is, by any definition you could say is far right, is genocidal. And it's unlike other settler colonial states from Australia to the US. I mean, that is the very nature of itself. I don't like this focusing on Netanyahu being particularly far right because the very essence of the Israeli state and all governments that preceded it, right, are far right. But essentially, if you're going to put them on a political spectrum, because they have been exacting brutal policies against Palestinians, the continual demolition of homes. We're talking a lot about Gaza, but there's the West Bank and there's 1948 Palestine, okay, behind the Green Line. That's historic Palestine. And the Palestinian citizens of the Israeli state, those who managed to remain, are also discriminated against. There is apartheid from the river to the sea, and that is why we say free Palestine from the river to the sea. We want an end to Israeli apartheid. And the only way forward is for one democratic state. Okay, that means the dismantling of the Israeli state as an ethno-religious state, as it is. It means that Palestinians, as we are at the moment, we are the majority in the West Bank.
Janine, sorry to interrupt you, because I have thought long and hard about this, and the reason why I think that the one-state solution wouldn't work is because Arabs would be the majority one day, and so Israelis would never agree to that.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, Palestinians are indigenous to the land. It is our land. If we return, of course, it is Palestinian land. This is our home. If we are the majority, so be it, as long as it's democratic. I'm not saying that there should be another ethno. We're not going to cancel out one ethno-religious state for one other ethno state. That's not the answer. I mean, it's confounding to hear that one state isn't the solution, because what do you think the Palestinians are going to do what the Israelis are currently doing to the Palestinians? I mean, we just want, like, there was this video that I was watching the other day, there's someone box popping, these young Palestinians, asking them, what would you do when Palestine is free? And so many of them, in the Dakhfeh, in the West Bank, are saying, I want to see the sea. I want to go see the sea. I want to go to Haifa, where my grandparents are from. This is what Palestinians want. We want the freedom of movement. We want the right to return. I have family members who are still living in a refugee camp in Lebanon. They are stateless. They are only a couple of hours away from the Al-Jalil, the north of Palestine. Yet they cannot return. They cannot go there. I mean, this is it's such an injustice, and it's incredible. It's incredible to just listen to, even people try and debate our human rights and our humanity and their take on the solution. The solution, the one-state solution, is inevitable, because if you actually agree that Palestinians, should have full equal rights, that Palestinians should have the right to return, which is a right enshrined under international law. If you are saying yes to all of these, I agree with this. I think they should, they are human after all, but you stop short of saying, well, let's not go too far. And, you're basically saying that everything else that you claim to support, you don't actually support. You're not supporting the self-determination of Palestine.
Thank you. No, thanks, Virginia. We will come back to you. I just want to bring in Stealth, because I know you've got a completely different opinion, and we do want to keep a bit of
oh, great. That's what we need to hear, more Israeli opinions. I mean, this is another thing. I mean, this isn't
Jenny, we're going to Stealth.
Great, okay.
Thank you so much. I didn't hear anything earlier in the Louis Schenker and Michael Gleason also would like to join, so that there could be maybe a little bit more fair balance, but I know there's limited spots, so let me know, and I can discuss a portion of this. So I've listened. Hello, Khaleesi, and thank you, Mario, thank you, Suleiman, and thank you all, Source, for letting me up, and Trash as well. So I've been listening to some interesting rhetoric from certain sides. Sadly, maybe 8 or 9% of it is actually the truth or reality. And so I'd like to kind of just break down a couple of subjects. So have we discussed what's actually happening in Israel on the ground? Let me just, I don't know if you understand the perspective.
Can you please, sorry, can I just jump in and ask, can you preface by telling us who you are and why you have any sort of stake in this? Who are you?
Let us speak.
Yeah, coming out, go for Stealth.
Thank you. So my name is Chaya. Thank you. So, So I've lived in Israel, and my entire family's lived in Israel, and we're Holocaust survivors, and we're heavily involved over there in terms of
where were you born, if you don't mind me asking?
Where are you born?
Where were you born? I'm asking you, where were you born?
And that's
why can't you?
What does it matter? I was born under a rock. Where were you born? Were you also born under a rock? So I didn't interrupt you, so I'm gonna speak now, and we're gonna take turns. Thank you so much. Okay. So let's discuss a few things. So in terms of what's going on with Netanyahu and him trying to reformat the Supreme Court there, that has to do clearly with the fact that there's an imbalance in there. And if any country needed to do that, they would have the right to do that. I do understand that there's been a significant foreign, how would I say it, involvement, both from the protesting and the different things. So if anybody understands Israeli culture, the people that you see on the street, some of the images are very coordinated and everything, and there's NGOs, and there's, controversies over whether or not it's being funded by Soros or by the Biden administration, but there's definitely involvement, and you can see it from the beginning between flags and the organization of these things. So it is 350,000 people on the ground. The airports are back up. One of my family members runs the security for the Ben Gurion airport. Another of my family members is one of the key spokespersons for the IDF. And so,
sorry, Steph, just a quick question. I'm going to let you carry on, so don't worry. You know I will. Did you say? I mean, I think Ariel made the same point earlier. So your position is that the CIA and the Biden administration are basically the significant reason why the protests are happening.
Yes, and it's for three
and so my question, I'm going to ask you the same question, and then I'm going to let you carry on. Don't worry. But the same question that I asked Ariel. I mean, from what we know, the what do you call it? The US heavily funds Israel. I mean, they are friends, they're partners in a number of ways. So, what would be like the benefit of basically causing almost like a civil war or a significant protest in Israel? If you can explain that and carry on.
Sure. I think there's a couple of components there. JP Morgan, as I've mentioned to you before, I would want to say it's about 6 weeks ago, said that they were going to remove all investments from inside Israel to destabilize the economy if they were going to go more conservative. In Israel, we're a very open, liberal country. There is a basis of nationalism and patriotism. There's also a religious community. There's also a rhetoric around the funding from Jews coming from other countries, investing into that country. The $4 billion that the U.S. typically gives over to Israel, I can tell you, based on the services regarding security and technology and medical technology, it's much more than $4 billion we're giving out back to the U.S. So we do have a good partnership. Now, in regards to, I didn't hear Ariel's exact comments regarding, what I consider the 3-letter groups. I know there's a lot of funding from the NGOs. And where that money may come from is a conversation. The Soros Foundation, the World Economic Forum kind of, outreach foundation to create a more global left culture there. And Netanyahu did get the vote with 64. So they want him, they love him. And Netanyahu is considered one of the smartest leaders in the world between his MIT, Harvard, and his strategy. He was demoted to be head of finance intentionally so that he could fail. And he's really brought about a financial revolution there. Now, he wants to continue that at this time. And I think there's concern not only to the fact that people want to go to a digital banking system, but there's concern because Israel very much wants to stay neutral. And there's a lot of movements between Russia, Ukraine, Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, Abraham Accords. And just like when the Russians had hand-selected Arafat and trained him through the KGB to place him in Israel to create this Cold War strategy between the US and Russia at the time, the poor people that are Palestinians were placed as refugees. You do have the IRGC involved there. You've got Hezbollah, you've got Palestinian Authority, you've got a lot of factions. When Israel had defeated in 67 and 73, and then gave a lot of concessions and gave space back, usually in a war, when you take land, you don't give it back. We've tried to come to peace deals many, many times, just recently as well. I think the fact that we're selling oil, the fact that Netanyahu went on a tour in Europe and was selling armament, technology, thanks to a $1.8 billion a tech sale to Saudi Arabia, I think that's upsetting a lot of people. They want Israel to stay as an indentured, proxy state of the U.S. And I can tell you that the U.S. requires Israel to do a lot of things for them, both in other countries and provide security and help and for information. I think historically, you've always seen a great relationship. I think the relationship kind of started to deteriorate during the Obama administration, the New World Order, the Great Reset, where the first thing Obama did is he took a flight and went to all the Middle Eastern countries because his ideology is a more progressive left-leaning, that if we just make peace, if we just give money back, if we reduce sanctions, that the percentage of people that want to see the destruction of a certain more liberal or Jewish state or whatever that agenda is in Iran and other countries, he thought that wouldn't happen. So whether you believe that or not, we also know that we're living in a time where there's the military industrial state is making a fortune off of this. And any issues that are going on right now between, the surrounding countries regarding Israel is of a concern as well. We found underground, 80 meters below ground, miles and miles and miles of terror tunnels, both from Lebanon just recently into the northern border. And we know that even after the severe shelling we had years ago when there was the second intifada and even the first intifada, Israel provided a tremendous amount of actual materials for rebuilding, and those were used and provided by terror tunnels. And I can post the video from
how many nuclear weapons does Israel have? How many nuclear weapons do they have? They're scared of terror tunnels. How many nuclear weapons?
Absolutely.
So Heather, I would say just on the yeah, thank God. Okay. What happened, bro?
Really
hold on, Self. Just one question. So I just interrupted by a call. So I heard most of what you said, not the first part, but just Heather on that point and on the point you just jumped in. So just purely on that particular point, not everything else that was said and not anything you said earlier, just on the terror tunnels. Even if a country has, you can't say, let's say if a country has nuclear weapons and there's another country that is attacking that country directly or indirectly, covertly, overtly, it doesn't change anything. Like attacks should not happen. I'm not saying just on the particular of having nuclear weapons doesn't mean what they're going to use them. So I don't think that's relevant.
The idea that they're scared of these little terrorists who have no army, who have no air force, who have no navy, who basically have no way to really defend themselves against nuclear power with one of the strongest armies in the world.
So hold on. Okay, Heather, just
Self, I know you're speaking. Propagandist shit, and you need to ask real questions.
Heather, I was just about to give you the mic, but can you just comment? I'm going to let you respond. So Stealth, I'm just going to give the mic to Heather just to respond, and I'll go back to you. A bit of back and forth would be good. So based on what, and I'll give you the mic right after Stealth, just to just give Heather the opportunity to respond to what was said so far, and then we'll go back to Stealth. So Heather, the point you're making is that the whole narrative that they're worried about the terror groups or the tunnels and the attacks that are happening is not fair or not accurate? Or what's your position on that, Heather?
I think it's a red herring. It's this typical propagandist red herring. Let's keep milking the same propaganda. Oh, it's about fear. We can't trust them. We can't let them in our country. How about you treat people like human beings and you treat them like they're worthy of human rights, and then there's no fear and everybody can live perfectly together.
No, I understand your point.
And then this is a nuclear power. This is a nuclear power.
So let's go.
Strongest armies in the world. But
so Stealth, I'm going to give you the mic. So I get your point, Heather. Stealth, on that particular point by Heather, in terms of the attacks by those groups are, they're not right, but they're an excuse for another agenda. I'm just trying to articulate it correctly. I would love your thoughts on that particular point made by Heather. Stealth.
Okay, so if you look at the funding through Iran and some of the other countries that are funding the different terror groups in that area, the money given to the NGOs, despite what the kids are taught in school, the fact that they put armament inside their hospitals, and the Israeli army is considered actually internationally one of the most humanitarian in the world. They do the roof knocking. They provide text messages.
Most moral army in the world.
Most moral terrorists in the world.
But Heather, Janine, I know this is. Look, I don't want to put myself in your position, and trust me, I know where you're coming from. So I know you disagree with something Stealth did say. So I'm going to actually jump right back to you, Heather, to allow you to respond. I want to hear both sides. Like, I'm genuinely curious to hear both sides. So I'll let you respond right after Stealth is done.
I'm just hearing so much ridiculous stuff. There's all these excuses.
That's right. But Heather, this is Heather, but this is why I'm going to give you the opportunity to respond to all of them. I understand this. I see them. I'm going to give you the opportunity to respond. But if you keep jumping in, interrupting to make the point, it's just not going to allow for dialogue.
Mario, do you understand the flaw of basically positing this as a two-sided thing? I mean, you have a deranged conspiracy theorist who's referring to a great reset and the new world order. God knows what else.
So I haven't heard. So I'm gonna. So Jeannie, I'm gonna move away. I'm gonna move away. Ariel. Okay, guys, I'm gonna start removing. Guys, I'm gonna start removing people from the stage if we keep interruptions, because it won't allow for dialogue. For this to work, let's just give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we can either jump off stage or just end the show. It doesn't work, but let's give it a shot. I know it's a very tough subject. I'm trying my best. Again, if it doesn't work, we can end it. But I'm going to let Stealth finish, and then Heather, I'll let you jump in right after and continue that back and forth without going, we'll go point by point. So Stealth, I'll let you finish your point. You were making the point of before Heather jumped in, and I understand why Heather jumped in, about the Israeli military being humanitarian. And then Heather, I'll give you the mic right after to respond to that point. Stealth, I'll let you finish it off.
Yeah, thank you. So we were first on the ground in Turkey and providing aid, but that's besides the point. And in regards,
I would say, but that wouldn't. But I think that militaries giving aid is relatively common when there's disasters.
I get it. I get what you're saying. Okay, so when there starts to be rockets coming from one side over to the other, which typically starts in the occupied territories, and just so you know, there are Arab Israelis that live in Israel. We just had one that shot 3 Jewish men. One was an Olympic athlete, and they just shot a Marine, a U.S. Marine as well. The gentleman just died.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, and then we'll go to Heather. So the argument that I think Heather will make, and I'll let her make it, in a bit, is that the response, and I agree, that anyone stabbing is wrong, firing rockets is wrong. I'm a fan of peace, but peace is a very complex thing to achieve. So considering Gaza's situation, and Muhammad, who lives in Gaza, was giving us an idea of all the different products that are banned from the country. They only have 2G internet. Pasta was banned at one stage until John Kerry spoke against it. Diapers were banned, and the whole list of products are banned. Sanctions, I know sanctions. Okay, chocolate. Are you being sarcastic, Ariel? Because if you are, I'll remove you.
He's being sarcastic. He is. So
okay, Ariel. Yeah, I've had you on stage for a while, but if we continue this, I will have to remove you because I think it's getting very sensitive now, and I want to respect people's emotions. Please, Ariel. So Stealth. My point is, I think where the line is that, sanctions are one thing, but if you go too far, you put people in a desperate situation. When people are in a desperate situation, the response is not going to be the best. So the point that is made on the other side is that Gaza is put in such a position where all these different products are banned, the economy is in shambles, they don't have an airport, that they feel like the only way to fight back is through these means. I'd love your take on this.
There's 2 airports. So there's an Arab airport that they can fly out of, and they can fly out of Jordan. That's 1 and 2. So that's not accurate. And they have flights now that are going regularly out of both Israel proper and out of Jordan for them to travel. Secondly,
what I mean, there's no airports within Gaza itself, but there's airports. Muhammad, I'll give you, go ahead. On that quick point, Muhammad, on that point, go ahead.
Let her finish first, and then I can.
Thanks, Muhammad, thank you. Yeah, Stealth, go ahead, Stealth.
Okay, so there are 2 different airport systems they can travel through. So there are Arab Israelis that live in Israel. There are Arab Israelis that work in hospitals, are pharmacists, are doctors, are in the Knesset. So therefore, that whole narrative around apartheid, we should have been so lucky in South Africa to have that kind of apartheid. Now, there's been many times when we've opened it up. For example, my uncle runs medical.
Janine, please, go ahead.
We're not children. We'll behave ourselves. Okay. My uncle runs blood plasmapheresis machines for the Palestinian area, both West Bank and in Ramallah. He can't go anymore because it's gotten so bad. So then he's trained younger guys to go. Well, it got so bad they can't go either. So they spoke to the Palestinian Authority and said, we will train Palestinians who can learn the technology of the machines. There's factories, there's technology in the West Bank. In Gaza, it's a different scenario, different things occur. When Israel pulled out, we left greenhouses, we left hotels, we left clean beaches, we left zoos. Things are self-destroyed because of the governing bodies there who fly on private planes and go to south of France, and their children are put in schools in America and in France and in England going to education.
Who's flying via private planes?
Both Hamas and Hezbollah.
But I think you're talking about a very small minority of people. I'm talking about the general public. The leadership, the leader. Yes, sure, I'll move away from the leadership. I'm just meaning as citizens, but I'm gonna, so just to continue on that. Do you mind if I get Muhammad just to respond to that point, and then I'll go back to you, Stealth. I'll go to Muhammad and
sure.
Go ahead, Muhammad.
Thank you so much. So in terms of the greenhouses, zoos, and hotels, well, Israel left none of that. There was a Jewish philanthropist from Australia that donated about $30 million worth of greenhousing, but he himself wrote that Israel's blockade on Gaza is what led to their destruction, brought them down, because they couldn't export anything. Gaza is famous for exporting flowers and strawberries all the way to Europe, but Israel was banning it at the time. Many of the structures that Israel had in the settlements in Gaza were uprooted and dismantled and taken away on the way out. But in terms of the tunnels and Hamas and all this, I will not say my own opinion. I will just quote Israel's chief of staff, the last one for the Israeli Defense Force, the IDF, Aviv Kochavi. He said, quote, "If the next few months pass without trouble from Gaza, this would be the quietest 2 years Israel has ever had in the south." And then he added, "Hamas does not respond to our attacks in Gaza." I can elaborate on that more of this dynamic if you're interested.
So Mohammed, who said that before? Who said that exactly?
The IDF Chief of Staff, Aviv Kochavi.
And when did he say that?
I can send you the link. That he said it in late 2022, so a few months ago.
Okay, so essentially there's been a lot of peace. So there's a lot of peace between Israel and Gaza. Is that what you said? And there's the most peace they've had. They haven't had, sorry, not peace. I'll rephrase. Sorry, what you said. There's been very minimal attacks from Gaza towards Israel in the 2 years. The most peaceful in terms of Gaza.
So sadly, no.
Zero.
So hold on, Stealth. I'll give you the mic. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Kochavi, and I will post the link to the article in the chat. But thanks for your patience with this, Mario. This debate going a little bit deeply polarized. We should go back to the main topic. But with this, I would say that Aviv Kochavi said there's the quietest period in Israel's south ever. That's what he said, 2 years. And then he said Hamas does not respond to our attacks. Tunnels, Israel built a wall underground around Gaza that Israel's government itself said that this will block all the tunnels. Hamas, Netanyahu has been sending them suitcases, cartoon money bags every month from Qatar through the Erez crossing. It flies through Ben Gurion Airport to Gaza, to Hamas, for the main reason that Netanyahu himself said money to Hamas, and that's verbatim quote. He said money to Hamas is part of a strategy to keep Palestinians divided and prevent statehood. And the money has been flowing to Gaza.
Sorry, read that again so slowly.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time. Can you post it so I can read it? Thank you.
And please, yes. The way you can pin it at the top, Mohammed, is you click on the tweet, click on the share button, and then click the first option. Allows you to tweet it at the top of the space. So then we can all see it pinned at the top. All right, does that make sense? Give it a shot now.
Yeah, absolutely. But the headline read, and it's from the Jerusalem Post, and it's written by Lahav Harkov, if I remember correctly. I'm just trying to remember it, but I remember it by heart. Because Netanyahu is saying money to Hamas is part of a strategy to keep Palestinians divided and prevent Palestinian statehood. That's basically the line that he.
Who said that? Who said that?
Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel.
Okay, if you could pin that above both, you mentioned two of them. If you could pin them at the top, I see. Is that you? No, it's Sleiman pinning it.
I pinned the Lucy one. I just want to go to. Sorry, Mahad.
Go ahead. The last point in terms of Israel being in control or not, your Ram dynasty, and a very restricted leading Israeli legal authority, he said that Israel is still occupying Gaza, not just blockading, but occupying it. You have the Israeli last Minister of Defense, Benny Gantz, saying, and I quote verbatim, he said, "We will not allow any, quote unquote, we will not allow any real development in Gaza." And then he goes on and says, "We're not animals, we're going to give them food, but nothing more. We will not allow any real development until Hamas returns our boys and until they give up all their weapons and disarmament, blah, 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 and all those conditionalities." The Minister of Defense before him, Avigdor Lieberman, he said, "Our strategy in Gaza is clear." He said, "We keep their heads above the water, their bodies drowned, and nothing more." So it's a permanent state of non-life. The airports, the Gazans are not allowed to fly out of Ben Gurion, never. That's the basic Israeli procedure. They have it even written on the website of the Israeli, I think, Internal Security Ministry, that says Palestinians are not allowed to fly through Ben Gurion Airport. And
so let's.
So there's a separate army base.
I know there's a few.
Yeah,
hold
there's
on,
a separate army.
So I know there's a just hold on. I want to go to.
I want to go to Avatar because I'm interested. Because it's got an Israeli flag and a Palestinian flag. And so,
Sorry,
Avatar,
who do you want to go to? Who's Avatar? I don't see an avatar on stage.
Avo Tafa.
I'll go in a bit. I think before going to Avo, I want to go because Stealth. I did interrupt Stealth just for Muhammad to respond. So I just want to go back and forth. So Stealth, just on the points that Muhammad made, and I see some things pinned at the top. But so Stealth, maybe I can structure it in a question, and then you could respond to the points, but also maybe position it in a way that answers the question as well. Could it be that, because I know Israel is also internally they split on how to deal with the conflict with Palestine? Would you say there's a sector of the community in Israel that believes the territory belongs to Israel and it's beyond just reaching peace, but the territory is what matters? And there's another sector in the community that actually wants to reach peace. And there's kind of some of the decisions that Israel is taking is kind of mixed between the two. I don't know if my question makes sense, but this is how I see
Absolutely.
it. Okay.
Absolutely makes sense. Okay. Just one point. Israel allowed West Bank Palestinians to fly out of Ramon Airport to Turkey and then to expand routes. And so they have that available and they can fly through Jordan, and they provide busing for them and actually security to ensure that they're safe so they're not attacked by anybody else. So that's two things. And I'll post that in the thread. Secondly, so there are Jews that believe that until Messiah comes, we shouldn't be in Israel. Those are the ones that you'll see in New York or dancing with Arabs in the street. We consider those extremist, strange people, and it's just an extreme, fundamental, strange view. Okay, there's a portion of us who have Arab friends. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I'll answer that later because I just want to back up.
Yeah,
I want to back up my friends.
There's a portion. Sure. There's a portion that have lived next to Arabs their whole lives. They're their neighbors in Beersheba and Duluzim and other areas throughout Israel and Sfat and Haifa and everywhere. And they've lived among each other for over 100 years, let's say, okay? Then there's the group who believe that the 67 and 73 war and the lines that we gave up, were given up in order to make concessions. And every time we give a hand, they take the whole body, and there's always attacks. The first time in 31 years that we've had a bus bombing or bus station bombing in Jerusalem just occurred in January, and there was multiple locations where backpacks were left and bombs went off, and it killed young children. They did kidnap 3 boys in 2015, and HBO made a horrible documentary regarding that. But let me go back to your question. So there's many groups. There's the progressive groups that are funded by very interesting individuals that want to basically say that the Israelis are committing apartheid, up until things are opened up, and then there's more terrorist attacks, and then you hear them get very quiet. And then we start, basically.
So you're talking about, you're talking about the progressive groups within Israel?
Yes, that's a progressive. Okay. And then you have the regular Israelis who really, really wish things could normalize. A lot of them have relations in the West Bank for industrial stuff, like the medical equipment that my uncle works for, would love to get it to the hospitals over there. But so many things, and the problem is when other medical equipment does come in.
Let me stick to this one, because there's a lot of things. Let me stick to one point. Let's talk about this one thing. On this one point, and I want to go to John, if you don't mind, before going to Avodatar. Just John. John is from OSINT, so good to get his position. I don't know what his position is on this, but before that, Mohammed, can you just tell me what, again, very briefly, pop in dot points. What are the products that were banned from entry into Gaza? Because I know that's on an Israeli website, so it's official. What were the products? Because I know you mentioned diapers, pastas, a lot of products that was just surprising to me. And I'd love to get Stealth's thoughts on this particular point. She might agree with you that this is too much. And then we'll go to John. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yes, it depends on which time period exactly. So in 2007 to 2009, that was the darkest one, in which everything was banned except for the bare minimum humanitarian issues.
So what are some, what are some like 3-4 examples back then of things that were banned?
They had spices banned, chocolates, crisps, pasta, processed hummus with topping, cheese, herbs, any kind of snacks at all. Diapers were banned. Even fuel was banned intermittently here and there. So it was.
So that was, and this is not like this is actually like Israel admitted to banning those products, or this is.
Yes.
Okay,
They
so
did
this
not
is open
release the list at the time, but later on, Gisha, the Israeli organization, they got it through court, that they revealed that Israel, the COGAT, had a calorie count calculated for the population of Gaza. So they looked at what is the calorie intake for each individual in Gaza to survive on a daily basis. And based on that, they decided the amount of trucks that they would allow into Gaza to deliver food.
Okay,
so that's
and
how
so that's
grim it is.
2007, 2009. No,
So
Ariel, not yet.
let me just respond to that
So
really quickly.
there's more, and just there's more products that less extreme, but it continues to this day. There's some products that I find, despite obviously there's reasons for that, at least in Israel's eyes, there's reasons for that. But I think would you say this is a step too far, or you have another explanation for it in your opinion?
So I do. So from 2007 to 2009, there was a change in the government with Abbas. There was also the Gaza war. Weapons were being smuggled into the Gaza Strip. There was an onslaught of Palestinian rocket fire into Israel. Israel government stated the goal was they were having problems with the trucks because the amount of armament and weapons and rockets that were being smuggled in. So everything is two-sided perspective. In my opinion, no matter what, we always protect women and children, always, even in a time of war. In the words of Golda Meir, when the Palestinians care more for their children than they do from killing Israelis, then there will be peace in Palestine.
That is racist bullshit. And can I say, you have had the mic for too long.
I'm so sorry.
I am
So hold on, I'll let you. So I agree. Okay, yeah. So Janine,
I just want to make one comment though, Mario, and then I'm going to pass it on to Omar because he's been waiting a while as well, and he'll provide another perspective.
Okay, go ahead.
Just one point that Stels made, which I disagree with, when she said, "Oh, Orthodox are like strange people," but I don't agree with that. I mean, they have a very
not I'm Orthodox. That's a small sect. No.
Ultra Orthodox.
No, there's ultra Orthodox that are different than what the ones in New York that you'll see that are dancing. Those ones
On the contrary, the Orthodox are not Zionists.
Okay, that's fine. If you weren't talking about the
as I said, guys, I'll be removing people that interrupt. So I've already removed before. Hold on, bro. I've just, guys.
I mean, it's
just
not the first time Palestinians get removed.
Janine,
I'm sorry, but you continue to give space.
No, I'm about to give space to Omar now, and then yourself. I was actually going to go to you, Janine, and then Simon wanted Omar to go. So Omar's going to go, then you, Janine, and Ariel, I think it was a gentleman who interrupted. I just removed him from the stage, even though he's actually contributed well, like a lot before, and he was more respectful, just to kind of make sure that these interruptions stop. But yeah, so Omar, jump in. Simon, want to give you the mic, and then I'd love Janine to speak because I know she's been waiting patiently, and she's got a lot of points to make. So Omar.
Thank you, Mario. Thanks, Suleiman. So I just wanted to start off by talking a little bit about the protests that are currently ongoing in Israel. Right? So just from the optics perspective, if you compare the coverage that the Israeli protests are receiving with the protest that Iranian people received for their anti-hijab stance, you would see how the mainstream media in the West especially are not giving it as much coverage as they deserve. The second thing that I wanted to call out is I personally see these Israeli protests as a section of Israeli society being unhappy about the reforms that their right-wing leader, Netanyahu, wanted to bring into the judiciary. And it has nothing to do with human rights, and it has nothing to do with Palestinian rights. The second thing, the other thing that I wanted to call out is we hear a lot about, Palestinians being the terrorist Palestinians are doing this or that to the Israelis, when in fact the international law is very clear about occupied people and occupation. According to international law, it's the occupied people who have a right to self-defense and not the other way around. So when Palestinians defend themselves or try to defend themselves, they're labeled as terrorists, and that's just insane to me. The other thing, I just have a few things that I wanted to call out. The other thing that I wanted to call out is this thing that somebody mentioned, I think it was Kaya. With all due respect, I disagree that Israeli Defense Forces are humane, and they went to Turkey to help with the earthquake relief. When in fact, we saw when they went to Turkey to provide that relief or help, they stole some ancient scrolls, and then when there was this uproar on social media, they returned it. That just shows they did not have the integrity to provide the relief that they claimed they were going to provide. And on the other hand, we see every single day how Palestinians are treated by the Israeli Defense Forces. We see how Palestinians are subjugated at the checkpoints. I have been to Palestine. I have seen myself with my own eyes how Palestinians are humiliated, subjugated every single day. They're brutalized. And every year we see Israeli Defense Forces launching one or the other assault on Palestinian people, either in Gaza or in the West Bank. And also when we talk about the two-state solution, I don't even understand how is that even possible now, considering the amount of settlements that have been built on Palestinian lands. There have been thousands of settlements that have been built on Palestinian land. How is the two-state solution even viable? And that's why I agree with Janine when she says it should be a one-state solution with democratic values. And the last thing that I wanted to call out is, yes, there are people within Israel who may support the Palestinian cause, but they are a tiny minority. They are not large numbers. They're not a huge population of Israeli society. By and large, Israeli society, whether they are on the left, center, or right, they support the ethno-religious entity of the state of Israel. So these are the points that I wanted to make. And thank you so much, Mario and Suleiman, for giving me the mic.
Thanks, Omar.
So can I ask a question, Mario? Can I just
go
ask
ahead? Of course, man. Yeah, of course.
So Omar, I just have a question for you, because I think, and I can understand the criticism of this idea of an ethno-religious state in Israel. Okay, and I get that. But my question is, because I hear speakers here say consistently that we want a one-state solution or something along the lines, and no ethnicity, no religion, whatever. But I yet to fail to hear anybody state in any equivocal terms that known comments, propaganda, whatever you want to call it, especially from, like, let's say Hamas, Islamic Jihad, etc., where they advocate for the destruction of Israel, is not condemned, right? And so, where, Omar, to you, right, if you're going to say, okay, hey, Israel does not want the existence of a Jewish state, I mean, of a Palestinian state, I'm sorry, at what point does then people say from the Palestinian side, we want the existence of Israel just as a secular society, or just the acceptance of the existence of Israel?
Sorry.
What about the Palestinian Authority?
Sorry, I just wanted to say,
I have to say on that,
Palestinian Authority or Hamas have no real power. They are occupied people. Regardless of what they say, nothing is going to materialize. These are people who are occupied. They have no army. They have no navy. They have no air force. And regardless of what they say, whether they say dismantling of the Jewish state or whatever they say, has no real consequences. Whereas on the other side, we have a state that has the most powerful army, one of the most powerful armies in the world, that is occupying Palestine. So that has real consequences. So it does not matter to me what Hamas...
Right. But Omar, I want to go back to this. I really want to go back to this. Hold on, Stealth, if I may.
Yes, sure. Hold on, Stealth. Go ahead, also.
So, Omar, because I got it. I understand that. 100 got it. But again, I go back to what Palestinian voices will acknowledge the existence of Israel. That's where I'm getting, regardless of the Palestinian Authority, regardless.
Actually, Mohammed, yeah, that's a good question. Mohammed, can you answer that one since you live in Gaza? Is there? Actually, I'll answer it directly instead of me rewording it. Mohammed?
Well, every Palestinian, the two main Palestinian groups, Hamas and Fatah, and the PLO, they have shown readiness for the two-state solution. And the PA, if you look back in history, I would say that in 88, when the PLO recognized Israel and its right to exist, and Arafat signed the joint declaration in Stockholm in December that recognizes Israel even as a Jewish state, that was the legal basis of the Palestinian Declaration of Independence, is UN Resolution 181, that recognizes partition for a Jewish state and an Arab state. And when he did all these things and accepted a Palestinian state on only 22% of land of historic Palestine, look back at the record, the response that he got from Israel. Israel went into full panic mode There's an Israeli journalist, respected one, that's called David Grossman. At the time he was working in the Israeli radio, he was given explicit instructions not to even report on the Palestinian peace initiative because it would make Israel look bad and it would force them to negotiate. So he reported on it anyways, and he was fired from his job immediately. He's called David Grossman. He's now a very successful Israeli author. Back then, it was Shamir's government. Shamir said, and I quote, this initiative is crazy and dangerous. Rabin was the Minister of Defense. He said, I promise to crush it with an iron fist. That's the literal quote. And these articles were in the New York Times, the Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, and I can send the links to all of them. The Israeli Foreign Ministry formed a crisis team to handle the Palestinian Authority, the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, peace offensive, because they saw it as a threat that the PLO was rising to, quote, international respectability. So that's in '88.
When was that? When was that? Sorry, Mohammed.
'88. So that's the Declaration of Independence in 1988. November, and then in December, the joint declaration in Stockholm. There were 5 Jewish Americans that participated in the Stockholm meeting. They were denounced by the Israeli government and the major establishment Jewish organizations in the US as kapus, traitors, who are legitimizing and playing as, quote, pawns in the hands of Arafat. And then Hamas, if talking about this, although as someone from Gaza, I have a lot of critical thoughts on Hamas. I can go on forever in that, and I've written major articles nonstop about this. But Hamas in 2017, they made a new charter that says that we accept the two-state solution. Before that, you have a Hamas leader, Ahmed Youssef, who traveled to the UK. He was allowed there by the Blair government exceptionally, with another Hamas member of parliament called Sayyid Abu Msameh. When they traveled to the UK, Abu Msameh, he gave a literal quote saying that we don't mind Israel being a Jewish state, a concession that you can't even get from Abu Mazen at the moment. And back then, they developed what is called the Swiss paper. It was a proposal for permanent ceasefire premised on gradual Israeli withdrawal from major areas in the West Bank and granting Palestinians more freedoms to establish trust.
So,
well, that was
Mohammed, just
Yep.
Okay, Mario, I need to respond.
Yeah, I will. Just, I'm gonna push. I wanna actually respond.
Okay.
Okay.
Mark, can I just ask a follow-on question? Sorry, Sean. I really want to ask a follow-on question. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I just really want to get from Mohammed this point. So, from your perspective, right, after saying all that, right, I really want to hone in this point, though. From your perspective as somebody from Gaza, what is the sentiment of the Abraham Accords, where you're starting to have Arab state recognizing Israel and having diplomatic with Israel, because what it's starting to be framed as in a lot of ways is in the Middle East is almost a lot of Arab countries are putting the Palestinian-Israeli issues as secondary, if not tertiary, right? They're pushing it away and now having diplomatic relations with Israel. So, from your point of view, from the ground, how is that received, and how do you believe that Palestinian voices who want an independent state, what is the course forward to try to achieve that with the Abraham Accords in the background?
That's a very good question. Well, I would say that I will start with the positive thing. Let's do the burger model. So the positive thing, back then I heard it even from a Palestinian leader saying that, let's hope that Israelis will now be exposed more to Arabs and they will understand that we are people like them, and that might change them a little bit. And that was a little too optimistic, because Israelis can now perfectly distinguish between a good Arab and a Palestinian who's it connotes basically a terrorist. That's the acronym. But in the Abraham Accords, if it leads to any progress, that's good, I would support. But if you look at the Israeli political establishment, what it led to, it gave a lot of strength and a lot of fuel to Ben Gvir and Smotrich and all the people, the way worse people behind them, like Limor Son Har-Melech. I can go on with names that are not very familiar. Those are members of Knesset. It's Zevi Sakut, Chanamael Dorfman, to say that every single Israeli Arab peace agreement before the Abraham Accord was a humiliating defeat. that they considered that Israel left Gaza as a grave crime against settlers, because they looked to the Abraham Accords and they said that, well, we got to normalize relations with nothing in return. And it was quote by Netanyahu saying the peace. It's basically, from their perspective, the Israeli far right, diplomatic conquest. That if you are strong enough, they will come
let me so
ahead.
Mohammed, let me ask you another quick question, if you don't mind, also, because I know that John has been waiting for a while. Stealth wants to respond, and a few other hands are up. But before that, let me just push back on the. So I had a journalist, Catherine, Mysterious Cat, on Twitter. So she's great at fact checking, and she has no horse in this or no position in this debate. So she sent me this quote from Israeli authorities. Israel says it never limited how many calories were available to Gaza, but critics claim the document was proof the government limited food supplies to put pressure on Hamas. At the height of the blockade, Israel also maintained a list of foods that were permitted and banned from Gaza. So Major Gunenbar, an Israeli military spokesperson, said that the calculation based on person's average requirements of 2,300 calories a day was meant to identify warning signs to help avoid a humanitarian crisis, and that it was never used to restrict the flow of food. And then regarding the chocolate, the claims that the Israeli argument, which I was trying to get from one of the panelists, the Israeli argument is that the claim is that the profits were meant to finance Hamas. And there was, like, for example, 23 tons shipments seized. And apparently the 23 tons of crispy chocolate bars are said to have been imported by the Al-Mutahidun Currency Exchange and the Arab Al-Sin, two Gaza-affiliated companies that function under the Shamlak family and are deemed terror organizations by the Israeli state. So it seems that even though you might, when you first look at it, banning chocolate might seem like it doesn't make any sense militarily, but then when you look at at least in this example, the chocolate was meant to profit an organization that was part of the Hamas movement, which Israel and Hamas are in a conflict. I'm not refuting your entire argument that there weren't too many products banned. It wasn't too extreme, Muhammad. I'm just reading out that at least I have another counter argument. So now we have both sides of it. Muhammad, I'll quickly respond, Muhammad, and then I want to go to other speakers, John, Stealth, Janine.
Thank you so much for this. I appreciate the challenge. Well, if
by the way, I want to. Yeah, I just want to say I'm just so glad how calm you are and how you're responding to each point so succinctly. So I really appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thanks. That means a lot. But Tanya Harry, a friend of mine who's now the executive director of Gisha, the Israeli organization that monitors everything that has to do with the entry of goods and people into Gaza, she said that the list that Israel developed for the calorie count is an over-ambitious list, because even if they did not implement it, the amount of trucks that they let into Gaza was way below that. If I don't remember the numbers precisely, but for example, the number was about 150 trucks a day. Israel allowed about 100. It was below the calorie count. So even if they didn't implement it, they went below it. With the chocolate, there are two incidents here. The one you're referring to is from a couple of years ago, where Israel confiscated a shipment of chocolate to Gaza. But the one I'm referring to is the early years of the blockade, 2007 to 2009, and then 2009 to 2011. That's where when everything was absolutely banned. Ehud Olmert, who was the prime minister at the time, he said, and you can find the statement, that we will now force Gazans to walk on foot instead of having fuel for cars, because fuel is a luxury. They need to understand the bare minimum of life. That was the core premise of his argument. And back then, everything was banned except for the bare minimum of humanitarian necessity.
Makes sense. I understand. So I want to go to John, and then Stealth. I know you want to respond, but John just hasn't spoken at all yet. So I keep in mind that you're going to respond.
I was just going to ask you, Mario, if you could bring up Lewis, because I have to head out for my mother's birthday celebration shortly, and he has a lot of detail as well. But
sure, send me, DM me any handles you recommend we bring up. If you can send it to me via DM, please. Thank you so much, Stealth. Thank you.
Yeah, I just did. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. John, jump in. I appreciate you for waiting. And why did I get a thumbs down from Fidgetal? Fidgetal, you can't give me a thumbs down, man. So John, jump in.
You'll understand soon enough, my friend.
Okay. John, the mic is yours. Thanks for being so patient. And I'd love, maybe, John, if you can give me more clarity as someone who's part of OSINT. If you can give me just on the strategy, Israel's strategy in the war against Hamas and the blockades they had. Would love your thoughts on that. And we've never spoken about this, so I have no idea what your position is. John, you're muted. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the strategy and what you want to know what the aims are, or
just a blockade. So when Mohammed went through the list of products that were blocked from entering the Gaza, it seemed pretty extreme. So was that was there other?
So what I was confused about, because I'm just listening, so I came into this as kind of somebody who kind of hand removed, like almost like Pontius, but like I hear things on both sides, but then at certain point, both sides get into really fringe arguments, because I'm starting to hear George Soros, and then that's like a big tell about okay, and then you get on another side, and I'm hearing things that I can't. I'm trying to fact check it, but you're saying so fast, and then some things come up, and it's like that didn't happen at all. Or I think Mohammed, I got to give you props for you are being real succinct with your arguments. I think shouting gets us nowhere. I was going to say that, but also to answer your question, right? It is over the board, right? The idea that anybody, people should suffer because a group is basically attacking Israel, because that is a fact, right? They do send rockets over to Israel. Like we wouldn't spend billions of dollars on the Iron Dome system if rockets weren't coming over, right? So that's just a fact. They do come over, right? I have a friend who's they're no longer in it actually, and then so you're laughing now, but see this is what I was talking about. So it's the lack of respect that gets that vicious response, and then you're confused why they don't.
I don't have time for respectability politics.
Just interrupt.
So hold on. So Ginny. So I think it's John. Where it comes from is just to look, if they're emojis, I think it's easier to ignore, and that's the best way for them to express their emotions without unmuting and interrupting. I don't agree with emojis, but I think there's a lot of there's a lot of pain as well on this. So I agree with you, but there's a lot of pain. So I try to kind of be Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm trying to be as hand removed as possible. So I'm not going.
And you're doing good. I appreciate it. Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Go ahead, man.
So, but I will agree that blockading foodstuffs is a siege tactic. That's what you do when someone's under siege, right? Now, if you claim, and this is basically what you said about this is my opinion, I guess you could say. I don't have a specific, because I honestly made the mistake of not reading too much into the Palestinian conflict. It's just not my area of expertise. But one thing I do know about is warfare, and when you block foodstuffs from anywhere at scale, right? They weren't just blocking their stuff. They were blocking foodstuff. Oh, so they sell chocolate. You're gonna take all the chocolate. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's not even justifiable. And a good example would be in the United States over here. Governor Abbott hit under the not the rules, because that's why I assume that's why he did it, to stop drugs from coming in, and then also illegal immigrants, which he killed his economy so badly that the people who on his side, the same people screaming to kick them out of the United States, right, told him you not to open the borders because he was killing the economy, right? So he basically put his own, and that's what you do when you block these people. And I'm hearing things that are borderline racist from I don't remember her name. Like just get them out, they'll be fine. Like that's stuff people say about kicking out immigrants over here.
I think those lines. Yeah, I on just particular point, because I know the team did message me in the background. There was something said. Yeah, any such lines crossed by either side is never acceptable. So anyone that does that will be removed, no matter what your position is. Just because I think there's lines that shouldn't be crossed. But I think on the point of the blockade, you said it's a military tactic, but you think it was too extreme, and it because I've seen blockades and that's very common, but I've never. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's other examples where maybe also knows examples of where it was used to that extreme.
Well, so what I'm hearing from the what if I can call the Palestinian side, right, is that people were losing their lives and people were malnourished directly because of this, right? So then that's wrong. I'm sorry. I don't care what you say for. Now let's say on the flip side, but then at the same time, all source posed a great question that no one actually answered. Everyone just started kind of screaming. Is why, if you really, and this is kind of the question I was going to ask, is so then what's your solution and what's your solution? Because I haven't heard one. I've just heard a bunch of stuff. Right? I've heard what you've done to me, and I get that both sides have hurt each other. I totally get that. That's just like a thing over in the United States. That's why no one agrees about anything, because all they can talk about is what you did to me in the past, right? But I didn't do anything. But the problem is, right? If you can
John, sorry to interrupt you. John, it's just Suleiman. I mean, Janine did offer a solution. To be fair, she did say that she thinks there should be a one-state solution.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might have not either come in after or I'm sorry about that. So then what was the response to that?
Well, I think the reason why the one-state solution wouldn't work, or basically the Jewish community wouldn't accept it, is because they'll be the minority then.
Yeah. Oh, so you're talking about the idea that over time, Palestinians would gain the minority and then just do the same thing to the Jewish population?
No, just that.
No, actual physical minority.
No one. Yeah, physically there'll be less. So there'll be 40. Like I think there'll be significantly less Jewish people, and then you lose power. You won't be in government. You won't have any of the power anymore.
So the Israeli state right now is controlling all the variables, is doing everything that it can, like I mentioned before, including not allowing Palestinians the right to return back to their land, and for Palestinians to move freely in West Bank and Gaza to Palestine 1948. Because they are maintaining an ethno-religious state, right? They do not want Palestinians, the indigenous people of the land, to basically outnumber them. And they refer to Palestinians as a demographic threat. And that's one of the many sort of hasbara, or, propaganda that they use in order to basically justify the complete and utter dehumanization of Palestinians. And
the propaganda that they use is that they have a temple
Palestinians.
Okay. So I'll let you go. I'll let you go right after Jean, because she
actually
hasn't spoken before. So I know you'll disagree with a lot of points.
Quote unquote Stealth, aka someone laughing as Angelina Jolie, has spoken.
No,
far too long.
Janine.
No.
I know. Okay, so no, hold on. I'll let you speak. But number one, no one's attacked you personally. No one said Janine, blah, 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 attacking you personally. So even though you disagree with Stealth, if you start personal attacks, then it's no longer a discussion that is constructive in any way. I know you're upset now. That's Stealth speaking too much. True. But we have the gentleman that I removed him and I'm trying to bring it back up. I cannot. So we have no one else that's covering Stealth's position. So that's why she's personally getting a lot of time to speak. But there's more people on your side of the argument that are getting a chance to speak.
Mario, Stealth's position is the status quo, right? Again, this is what I'm trying to get to the heart of, that you can't both sides this. This isn't a dialogue. This isn't some kind of fair debate. Okay, and I really loathe this idea, this respectability politics, that because I'm speaking, and of course I'm impassioned. This is directly impacting my people and my family. Again, for those who weren't here, I still have family members in refugee camps. Like, this is, beyond the personal. But you can't try and police how I speak when unfortunately, I'm sitting here listening to insane propaganda, unspeakable racism. The Stealth person was, regurgitating quotes from Golda Meir, the same former prime minister of the Israeli state, who said of the Palestinians, the old will die and the young will forget. The state is contingent on Palestinians like myself, generations of Palestinians, to forget what they've done, in order to stop the pursuit for our self-determination and liberation. So really, it's frustrating to sit here, and also, it's not a personal attack as well, just saying that somebody's laughing as Angelina Jolie, and the other person who got upset because of the emoji reactions. Like, this is another thing that needs to be discussed as well. The policing of Palestinians and giving.
It's nothing, Janine. It's nothing about policing Palestinians. If you were, hold on, John. I'll explain it. Don't worry, John. I got it, John. I got it. So Janine, I think you make a lot of valid points, but then you kind of mix it up with the the reference to Angelina Jolie or
okay, but that's the avatar.
the emojis become something about Palestine. So I understand
go ahead, Simon. That's the whole point you're going to make, Mario. Like, Janine, the problem is this. You know, when you make arguments, strong arguments about, let's say, for example, the plight of Palestinians, and you say, then you talk about how emojis are upsetting, like they're not comparable, and then it loses the strength of your argument.
So you're telling me, Suleiman, how to argue or how to make a point? Is the human rights of Palestinians contingent on some random, Palestinian girl on a Twitter space using emojis? I mean, we're getting really bogged down.
No, you're not understanding the point. No, again, Janine. You're actually making you're making a very weak point. The argument I'm making is that in reality, you can express your arguments without, saying that, emojis are silencing. That's just like an irrelevant argument. You're not being silenced. You're
I'm simply responding.
You're getting your discussion. There's a number of people on the stage who've basically been able to express their views, to propagate the position of the Palestinians. There's people on the stage.
Suleiman, what I'm saying is, and I think to get to the heart of it and to understand, where I'm coming from and where most Palestinians are coming from, what Mario mentioned before, saying, Stealth is the only person, parroting, the quote unquote other side. No, there were actually a couple of others, like Ariel, who was, mocking Palestinians in Gaza about the food.
Yeah, but Ariel's no longer here, so that's why it's
okay. Well, by that accord, I feel like
anyway, to the point.
So, but I think we'll get back to Stealth. I'll give you the mic.
Sure. No, just an interesting question regarding the hundreds of millions of dollars that the Palestinian Authority and the different leaders inside Gaza and West Bank have taken from their people and used for their own benefits out of the country, rather than providing for their people, in addition to the money that the U.S. provides in other countries and
that's
NGOs.
Corruption. That's corruption. I think in any country that's not the economy is in such a situation, people will take advantage of it. But I don't think that brings any. I don't think that relates in any way to the
yeah.
Yeah, not the conversation, to the situation both countries are, both
Mario, can I just add, there were a few points that I also wanted to add.
Yeah, so Stealth, I'm just going to let Janine finish her final points, just kind of moving away from the attacks, and then I'll give you...
It's 1 a.m. in London, and I'm going to have to go soon, but, there were a couple of things that came up that I just want to correct. Gaza was, mistakenly referred to as a country earlier. I want to say that. Another thing, Stealth was... of course, parroting the Hasbara that the Israeli state is the most moral army in the world. I want people to be really critical and conscious of the fact that these are, the myths that are used to continue justifying the theft of Palestinian land, displacement, the violent, brutal occupation. And I want people to also separate, pretend we are talking about people A and people B. If I paint you a picture and I say there is land, people A are living on this land, they've been living there since time immemorial. And then people B, come along and basically let me describe, the Nakba. There are massacres, there is the dispossession of land, so on and so forth. And this continues for 75 years. I mean, any decent human being will look at that and say, putting aside everything else, we don't need to know the identities of these people, because I feel like there's also so much anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian racism that fuels this and that allows people to also justify what is happening to Palestinians. And I also wanted to add, I think Gaza earlier was referred to as Palestine as a Muslim country. It's not. Palestine is diverse. Palestine has Muslims, Christians, Samaritans, and but prior to the Nakba, in Safad, where my father's paternal family is from, some of the holiest Jewish sites are in Safad. We lived with our Jewish Palestinian neighbors. They were Palestinian, that identified themselves as Palestinian. I just...
I'd say, I want to point out, Janine, I just checked it. As of 2020, 94% of the population of Palestine is Muslim, 6% is Christian. I don't think there's anything wrong with Palestine being predominantly Muslim. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. This is also part of the problem, right? Is that the Israeli state has fragmented and displaced Palestinians I mean, we're all over the world now, right? So prior to the Nakba, I mean, many of the Palestinian Christians also left, and a large majority of them are now currently in Chile. But I just wanted to put that out there. And I don't think 6%, are you looking at Gaza specifically? If it's Gaza, I would say 6%.
Palestinian, so that's according to the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics. As of 2020, approximately 94% of the population of Palestine is Muslim. They said Palestine in there.
Okay.
I just checked on ChatGPT.
That's something to,
and around 6% is Christian. But and about being displaced, it's a very fair argument. You know, neighboring Lebanon, in the 1970s, Christians were, I just checked it as well, 55%, and now Christians make up about 33% as of 2021. So they've dropped by about 30-40%. I do want to go, Janine. I want to go because and we will wrap up the space soon. But what I will do is we will prepare, because obviously we're covering the protests here, and it's kind of expanded to something we weren't prepared for. So I think we'll be re-inviting a lot of the speakers here to discuss this in more depth. We'll be more prepared, have a prepared panel to make sure we hopefully get some benefit out of it. But Fidjiro, you're a regular, you're a friend. Obviously you'll tell us about your background. Would love your thoughts on this discussion, and you're relatively objective from our past experiences. So I'd be interested to see what you'd have to say before we kind of start wrapping up.
Sure. For transparency, I was raised an ultra-Orthodox Jew. I'm currently agnostic. I did live in Israel for a year, studying to become a rabbi. I have no religious leanings at the moment. I just had some thoughts. Obviously, there are atrocities that occur on a regular basis. I think the atrocities are multifold. I think that the Israelis do cause atrocities that could easily be avoided. I think a lot of the problem is outside money and outside religious influence to create religious and financial instability and control throughout the Middle East, especially Iran. And he thinks otherwise is just fooling themselves. But I do have a fundamental issue with the idea of, and it's a shame she's not up here to respond, but the idea that somehow in 1948, there was a war that occurred, land was captured, and somehow that land needs to go back to the people that have lived their time immemorial. That's just not how life works. It doesn't work in any country. It doesn't work in any continent. It's like trying to, and I don't know if it's right or wrong, but it's like saying that Native Americans deserve their entire country back, the United States, because it was taken over. That's just not how things work, right? At the end of the day, Russia is annexing land. People annex land all the time. Is that right or wrong? That's not for me to say. But to sit here and make complete arguments around the idea that somehow that was a wrongful taking of land, and therefore a one-state solution is giving all that land back, that doesn't make any sense to me. Does that mean it validates settlements? Absolutely not. Does that mean it validates settlements against international law? Absolutely not. But it's when arguments go too far one way or the other and lose just kind of common rationality. The fact is that there are foreign countries that are realistically, for Israel, it's the US that backs it, and other Western countries. For the Palestinians, it is other Muslim countries, specifically Iran and other financial powers that want to suppress their people with the force of religion so they can protect the natural resources. And they use the Palestinian people as a proxy. Otherwise, they would have been absorbed into other neighboring countries. I'm not saying they have to, and that doesn't make Israel's actions right. But if we're not going to have a fully round conversations about the realities, then we're just going to sit here and fight forever. So I feel I can't wait for religion to be gone. I think we'll have a lot less problems in the world. But until we get there, I think there are solutions. I definitely believe there are solutions, but they just have to be rationally approached. And I don't care what you say. To pull up, I think it was Omar who said it. I apologize if I'm mistaken. He said, when there's an occupied territory, you therefore get to defend yourself. Bombing innocent people is not defending yourself. Defending yourself is defending yourself. Offensive is much, much different. And I just want to clarify.
On this point, I think it's a very valid point. But when a group is in a just position of extreme weakness, and we've seen this multiple times in multiple wars, they start using guerrilla tactics, which break a lot of ethical lines, but just because out of desperation and
right, but
they
Mario,
just don't have the ability to fight fairly. I'm not for it, by the way. I'm not for it.
Where does it lead to? You're fighting a power that's
point.
saying you're much more powerful. Like, what do you think's going to happen if you bomb their
Yeah, Mohammed, you'd be good at answering back on this.
Mario,
yeah.
just one
Go ahead,
quick thing
Mohammed.
that I posted
Hold on,
in the
so
feed. Sure.
I'll give you the mic. I'll give you as we wrap up, and John, I'll give you the mic as well. But go ahead, Mohammed. I want you to respond to that particular point by Fiji.
Yeah. Well, in terms of rockets, I would say that under international law, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty said that it could amount to a war crime. But if you look at the record of what has been happening on the ground, Hamas itself said on multiple occasions that give us guided missiles, we will not shoot a single civilian target, but that's not a moral argument. But
yeah, so Fiji, that's the point I wanted. Yeah, so Fiji, that's the point I wanted to make. When you say bombing civilian targets, we know we're friends, so you know my position.
I meant more suicide bombing and
okay. So
and
Mohammed, yeah, on that,
suicide bombing.
Okay, so go ahead, Mohammed.
The suicide bombings, they stopped in 2004, and Hamas issued an official statement saying that we stopped these and we're not doing them again. And there's no Palestinian group whatsoever that can reinitiate them at this point of time. It's the same thing with the rocket attacks. If you look at the record in terms of practicality, Hamas since the 90s have been proposing to Israel permanent ceasefire premised on gradual withdrawal from areas in the West Bank and Gaza, granting Palestinians greater freedoms amidst full cessation of violence from both sides, stop military incursions, stop settler violence with full immunity, and we stop attacks as well. But that's also besides the point. If you look now at the transactional relationship between Hamas and Israel, you will see that Hamas's rockets have become more or less an issue of deterrence and revenge rather than offense. So in that sense, Aviv Kochafi, as I mentioned earlier, said not so long ago in December, I think, said that the last 2 years have been the quietest in Israel's south. There's something impressive. Hamas did not retaliate to our attacks. And I sent that tweet to Mario, I think. But in terms of a solution, you have to be a little bit solution-oriented. But before that, I have one point about Golda Meir, a fun fact, because I'm a student of history. Golda Meir said that there's no such thing as Palestinians while living in the house, the stone house of Hanna Bisharat in Jerusalem, that it was called Villa Harun Rashid. She instructed her bodyguards, her security personnel, to go and destroy an Arabic scripture on the front of the house when a UN representative was visiting her there. She was back then the foreign minister of Israel. She didn't want any Palestinian origins to be displayed. But in terms of the point that was raised earlier about the idea of protecting women and children, Palestinians, human shields, I think it's more the other way around based on the record. If you look at Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, the UN, they said they found zero evidence of Palestinian groups using human shields, but they found multiple instances in which Israel did. One of them was when Israeli soldiers themselves, they went on trial in Israel for that. And I think they were sentenced to community service. It was nothing major, but it was for forcing a Palestinian child in Gaza at gunpoint to go and open plastic bags to check if they are booby-trapped. Israel's military had a routine that's called bring a friend, or bringing a neighbor, which meant taking Palestinians in front of a jeep when they go on an incursion so that other Palestinians would be reluctant to throw stones or attack. So basic human shields. That ended with this instance, the child opening the bags, but Israel replaced it with a new protocol called bringing a friend.
So let me, Mohammed, I think you've made the point. Well, Fidget, I'll let you quickly respond before going to stealth, because I think he's made a few extra points, but he's responded to your particular points relatively eloquently. So I'd love you to kind of continue your point, Fidget, before going to stealth.
No, he did a great job. I believe there were some suicide bombs recently, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly at least one and some other attempts, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
But the reality is, for years and years and years and years, they were sanctioned, either formally or informally, suicide bombings against citizens, innocent citizens within Israel. I understand it stopped for a while, but that doesn't mean that the pain doesn't go away. And it doesn't mean that the fear and insecurity goes away either. So again, I don't think anybody on the stage wants people to be maimed, injured, killed, period. But until we can understand that the reality is, and Mohammed, correct me if I'm wrong, you can survey probably a couple hundred Palestinians, and they will have deep vitriol against Jews and the Israeli state. I've engaged with many and many. That's just been my experience. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That being said, until we fix that, we're not going anywhere.
Well, I can add this quickly.
Just one second.
I'll let Stealth.
Half a minute.
Just one second.
Hold on, Mohammed. Stealth. I'll let you final points.
So just in 2021 alone, there was over 4,400 rockets from the Gaza into Israel, and I posted it in the thread. There was a suicide bombing just in the last year in Tel Aviv in a common area where an Olympic athlete was killed. Americans were killed. Foreigners were killed as well. Just last week, there was multiple shot right in the head in Tel Aviv. 3 men walking. Another Olympic athlete.
So that second one, sorry, that second one's in a suicide bomb, or is it shot in the head, or is it separate?
It's 2 separate incidences.
Okay, but the second one, I'm just looking at what because Mohammed, you said there hasn't been any suicide attacks. So I just checked on Wikipedia. The last suicide attack was in 2016, Jerusalem bus bombing, 20 injured, 0 dead. There's one in 2015, Mal Adumi attempted bombing.
My point was that there was not any Hamas suicide attacks officially since 2004.
Mohammed, the whole point is we're not saying Hamas. We're not saying
I didn't say anything. You just said that there was barely any rockets and there was all this peace and all this.
With
the reality.
rockets,
So if I may, because I know that we're going to get a discussion. So I would like to push back on 2 things. One, there was significant reports, Mohammed, disrespectfully, that especially NATO has said that there has been documented case of Hamas using human shields. I'll send that right now to Mary. But to I think to Mohammed's point, and he's not wrong, in the sense that in the last 2 years, since the last major flare-up we saw, there has been almost this ability between Israel and Hamas to at least ensure that there's not a repeat of the significant violence we saw historically in the past of the mass bombings and the rockets and the bombings and the rockets. It's almost as if other groups with it, because again, we have to remember that in Gaza, there's other groups that operate, other Palestinian militant groups and terrorist organizations that operate there, like Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That tried to kind of upset that. But there is a sense that at least between Hamas and Israel, that they understand where kind of like a red line is and nobody wants to cross it. And this is not so dissimilar to what we kind of see after the 2006 Hezbollah-Israel world war, where kind of it's like both sides understand, like, we don't want to repeat it. And if you look at the violence we're seeing right now, especially in the West, a lot of it is actually more geared towards the West Bank, another terrorist group called the Lion's Den, kind of this nascent group. So I think Mohammed is kind of right, where in the last 2 years, you're actually seeing a kind of, I'm not going to use the term stabilization, but both sides understand they don't want to repeat the major wars.
Also, it's like I just looked at Wikipedia. So look at the last 20 years. So it's just since 2000. In 2000, there were 5 suicide attacks by Palestinians. So Palestinian suicide attacks, so obviously Hamas and others. So 5 in 2000 and 2000. I'll read out each one is next year. 5, 40, 47, that's 2002. 23, 2003. 17, 9, 3 in 2006. 2007, there's 1. 2008, there's 1. 2015, there's 1. 2016, there's 1. And then none since, according to Wikipedia. So it just seems there's a significant de-escalation. I'm assuming it's similar de-escalation from Israel's side also.
So I think I would say that the problem that we're running into right now, where we're seeing an increased level of escalation actually, but it's more geared towards the West Bank, and some of the operations we're seeing there. But these are not, a lot of the groups that are doing these attacks are not really big names that we've seen in the past, like historically Fatah and Hamas. It's almost as if both those groups have understand that. So Hamas tries to achieve kind of this political legitimacy within Palestine, vis-a-vis Fatah, and there's kind of that internal tensions between both to see who really represents the Palestinians. But at least from Hamas and Fatah, we see the stabilization where we're seeing a lot of the violence being really increased and uptake and kind of upsetting the status quo, and then an Israeli response is, for example, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the lines that in the West Bank. And a lot of this violence we're seeing is in the West Bank, but the problem is a lot of that violence and the killings are kind of almost like maybe not the term lone wolf, but we're seeing a lot of individuals conducting attacks, some of them obviously tied to military organizations. We see Israeli conduct raids against, insurgent commanders, terror commanders, and then that causes a shootout within, let's say, Nablus, Ramallah, et cetera, because, here comes the Israelis. Obviously now the Palestinians are going to respond. So this is kind of, it's different that we've seen in the past. It's not to the levels of what we're seeing per se in the intifadas, or at least the extreme level of violence or the rocket attacks that we see in the last 5 years in Gaza. And a lot of that, as John perfectly said, is because of the effectiveness of Iron Dome. And for those who don't know, Iron Dome is an Israeli air defense system specifically utilized to target rockets. It's very, very, very effective. They had a high level of success because they don't cause as much casualties. It kind of allows that buffer for the Israelis to say, okay, now we don't have to conduct a mass retaliation. So what we see is like so rockets get launched against Israel, and then we see Israel maybe bomb a Hamas facility at night that's kind of abandoned, because the Israelis will always say to Hamas, you own Gaza. Anything that happens in Gaza is your responsibility.
So
I have yes, Stealth. Go ahead. I have so many. Just go ahead.
Sure. So also, right now it's the time of Ramadan, which is one of the most holiest times for the Muslim community. It's always major unrest in Israel during Ramadan. It's always expected. So if our kids are in school there, we fly them at least 4 or 5 days before. This time we had the protest and Ramadan. That's why we're so concerned, either by a PSYOP event or a terrorist attack with all this accumulation of people. 1 second, please. Please hold on 1 second.
Because people are spewing a lot of like hateful facts, and there's violence on both sides, and we're aware of that. We know that. And if we can take the time to really talk about humanity and focus on that and focus how we can move forward, so that would be greater appreciated.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you. Sure, no worries, Heather. So I'll give you the mic. Yeah, no worries. So Heather, I can give you the mic right after Stealth to kind of give us exactly what you said as we wrap up the space. So it'd be great for you to touch on that right after Stealth. Heather, so go ahead, Stealth.
List of rockets and terrorist attacks, and we just had the first one in 31 years in Jerusalem, where they put bombs, kind of like pressure cookers in backpacks, all over where the
who put that? Who put that? And did anyone?
Palestinians.
Yeah, but who did? Which group took responsibility for it? Because the reason I ask is if a random
Lions Den did.
Who's Lions Den? Mohammed, who's Lions Den?
There's another group. Yeah,
hold on.
another group.
What did they do? That's a decentralized,
So they killed. So they did it in the morning at 6 a.m. when the kids go to school, because kids use the public transportation
but what I mean, okay, so Stealth.
Okay,
the reason,
on this kind of like
hold on.
racist blaming.
Not the bomb in Jerusalem.
Hold on. If anyone wants to have a final word, if you interrupt, you won't have the final word, please. So Mohammed, just on that bomb, and I want to make an important point on that particular bomb. Quickly comment on it, Mohammed, please.
No, I don't. I'm not familiar with this nitty-gritty.
Yeah. So the reason I asked, we could. Yeah, so whether it's connected or not, we could discuss that in the next space that we'll prepare for. But the reason I wanted to kind of touch on this, Stealth, because we do want to wrap up, but the reason I touched on it is that, so for example, there was a shooting today. I haven't read about it, but I saw a report. There was a shooting today somewhere in the US. It's on I tweeted about it, so I should probably know where it's at, but I forgot. And so it's in Nashville, 4 people killed. And then there's a report that came out that the shooting was a hate crime against Christian community, and it was the person that the shooter was identified as
transgender. Yes, they did.
Yeah. So does that mean? But I wouldn't put. I know it's not apples and apples, but the point I'm making, that doesn't mean the transgenders have declared war on Christians. It just means one independent person is transgender. So if there's So what I mean, Stealth. What I mean is that could be an independent Palestinian that did this attack out of frustration. But if Hamas or no organization takes responsibility, I wouldn't blame it on
If I may, I think it's important.
The use and the supplies that they used were armament that was provided to them by Hezbollah forces. So I posted the article.
I'll have a look at the article.
Materials inside the backpack. So there was.
Also, she wanted to comment on that one.
Yeah, so the Lion's Den, so I think this is just important. So the Lion's Den is a fairly new or militant organization that has formed in Palestine. I believe it was formed in 2022. It's fairly new. It is based on the West Bank, and it's kind of led a lot of the attacks that we're seeing right now in the West Bank. And so a lot of the tensions starting, late last year and kind of to continuation was because of Israelis targeted raids and attacks against the leadership of the Lion's Den. It's fairly new, so it's not tied to, let's say, a Hamas.
And is the government? Yeah. So exactly Fatah, I think, or Fatah. They're not taking responsibility. Okay, so I'll kind of move off. We can put it as a public. Yeah, I think I'll give Khaleesi. I will give you the mic, Khaleesi, because you've been very respectful, barely jumping in. I do want to finalize it. So Heather, I'll give you final quick words without any personal attacks, please. And now I'm going to give it to just all the speakers that haven't spoken: Eden, Amer, Khaleesi, and Avod Tafar. Just give you the mic, just kind of wrap it up, please. Final thoughts, and try to, nice peaceful thoughts to leave for the audience to kind of take with them, because we do have a space. I think we might be doing a space shortly on Trump has an interview and people want us to cover it, so we might be covering that. And I do want to wrap up so we can prepare. So Heather, final words for the audience, and we'll go to Eden afterwards. Go ahead, Heather.
First, thank you, Mario, for the space.
Thank you.
I had somebody invite me to come into the space, and I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you for accepting.
As you can tell, I am very impassioned, and there are many reasons for that. But the biggest reason is because I am an independent humanitarian. I work with children in Palestine, and I work with some Palestinian children in the diaspora. I have worked in the Gaza Strip. I have worked in the West Bank. And most of my work, most of the children I work with are predominantly in the Gaza Strip. And I just want to bring a message from them. That is very important, because we always forget about the children, the insanity that the adults put on the children of the world, all over the world, with our egos, with our politics, with our policies, with our entitlements, and we need to back away from that. And there are over 1 million children who live in the Gaza Strip, and it is a very tiny region. 2 million people, over 1 million of them are children. And every single one of those children has said to me, either when I have asked them or when they have told me freely, what they want the world to know is that they live their life under constant siege. They never know when they're going to be safe. They constantly live under the panic and the stress and the anxiety of that. And then a military blockade, and constantly they tell me, we want to live a life without planes flying over and bombing us. I want to live in a world, and I think that most probably people do, where children in any country and in any part of the world don't say that. And we need to stop splitting hairs over how many suicide bombs, how many rockets. How about we just treat all people with dignity and with respect and humanity? And that is a start to getting along. Peace cannot exist without justice, without equality, without a mutual respect. I'm sorry for being very heated earlier, but thank you for allowing me to deliver that message. It is a really important one, and it is one that I deliver with honor. So just please remember humanity.
If I might just, Mario, for just 2 seconds. Sure. Heather, my only question is, and I mean this genuinely, and it's probably not their fault, because I believe everything you're saying is correct. Those same children, if asked about their opinion of the Jewish race or the state of Israel, what is their response?
The question that you're asking, I just want to say really quickly, and I'm going to try not to be condescending, because your question shows me that there's a lot of naivete around your knowledge of what really goes on. Okay,
Heather, I just asked you a simple question.
I'm an independent humanitarian. I don't work under the guise of any masters. I create all my educational humanitarian projects with different organizations. I have worked in conjunction with UNRWA.
Heather, I just asked you a simple question.
No, I'm getting to this. What you don't understand is that every aspect of life there is really controlled. The UNRWA schools, the teachers have to remain neutral. They're not allowed to talk to their students about anything political. They can lose their jobs. All these people think about, and what they have told me, is we just want to live a safe life. We don't care what anybody's religion is. We want to live a safe life just like everybody else wants to live a safe life. They don't talk to me about, we hate Jews, we hate this. Most of them make a point to say, we respect all people of all religions, whatever they are. Just please allow everybody to live in safety and with some basic human dignity. They actually really don't talk about the Jews so much. I know you like to think that they do, but everything that they have emoted to me as a person who they trust as a humanitarian, who has been on the ground with them, that's what they say to me. And they've said that to me in the West Bank, and they have said that to me in Gaza.
Eden, final words.
Yes, first of all, thank you. I would like to quote Edord, who was in an interview recently, and he said the quote of his professor of ethics. And he said his professor of ethics told him, "You cannot rationalize facts to someone whose position is based on emotion." And I think what I heard today was this huge amount of facts that each side is trying to pour on the other side, and at the end of the day it doesn't work, because what is ruling the emotion are the emotions. There is something called Karpman drama triangle, and in it the triangle says practically that it describes the destructive interactions that can occur among people in conflict, which means you are operating for your emotions, and everybody is almost like playing musical chairs. You are either a prosecutor, which is prosecutor bully, or you're a rescuer, or you're a victim. And if you look at what's happening in Palestine and in Israel, what you have is everybody's are playing those roles constantly towards themselves, towards someone else, and we cannot resolve the problem. We cannot resolve this deep wound and this trauma unless we're all going to be in the now. It's almost as if the Holy Land, which is supposed to be the land that represents God, which represents the ultimate truth, which represents the surrendering of the ego, it's nothing about it. It's all about my story, my truth, and we forget that to serve the God, which is truth, with love. And the minute that both sides will take that position, I think we can move forward into a peaceful future for our children and our grandchildren.
Thank you for the final words, Eden. Thank you. Amir, and then Khaleesi. And then we finalize with Go ahead, Amir.
Thank you, Maru, and salams to everybody. Regards to Suleiman here as well. Khaleesi, I'm conscious that you had your hand up long before me, and so I'll be real quick so you can get in as well. Look, I've been listening for a long time now. What I see as a fundamental problem in this debate is that we are all talking within what I think is referred to as dialectical discourse. We've been given a framework within we're discussing common things propagated in media, whether it's the words Hamas, rockets, human shields, or the firing from Gaza into Israel. These are things that come out of the media, right? And then we get into this kind of false dichotomy or some sort of equal balance between an occupied state and a nuclear power occupying them. This is something which is just fundamentally wrong. We get caught up in that narrative, and it's something which the Zionist entity has mastered in the last 74 or 5 years, is that they've been able to sell this story that over and beyond the legitimacy historically, which can be openly challenged, and I put a tweet up there earlier on, right through to weaponizing anti-Semitism, which is really what they're doing to this day. It really gives an alternative reality to people, especially through the world media, that somehow it's a war between two equal parts. It's not. Let's get back to the basics. Let's move out of this dialectical discourse and talk about the peripheral realities which are becoming forgotten. Zionism, which began as an atheist movement, is literally, they helped to establish the state of Israel through a process of terrorism. Who's forgotten the Irgun, the Stern Gang, and all these guys, and then ultimately had the state of Israel being born. And they continued that brutality for many decades. They colonized lands. They're illegally occupying land right now. They're dispossessing and displacing Palestinians. They're building illegal settlements. They're arresting children. They're engineering hate. Why aren't these things talked about? Why are we going back to that same crap about Hamas and rockets and stuff? I mean, I've been listening to Stealth come up with a whole lot of detail, and from her perspective, all due respect to her, but it's a perspective that is very well peddled. And the reality is it's an occupying state. It's occupied a country for many years, and it's trying to eliminate them. There's what I call attritional ethnic cleansing going on in that country, and no one's talking about it. No one's talking about it. My simple point, Mary, just going to finish.
Quickly,
my simple point is we need to come out of this framework of discourse that's been given to us, that we've all been discussing and fighting here, and get to the reality. What is the reality? Occupying state, created illegally, but we're accepting it now. But they're trying to ethnically eliminate whole people. That's what the reality is here.
Okay, so Fidjiro, before going to Khaleesi, I'll let you push back if you don't mind, just for balance. If you can help out, and then we'll go to Khaleesi.
I think that you just fell into your own trap in terms of trying to be even balanced and trying to actually get to a core concept and where we can find common ground. You literally just said that it's ethnic cleansing, essentially that everything is illegal, even though if it was the other way around, you would say that internationally recognized sovereignty would be, right? You're saying that under international law, you can't be taking over with the settlements. I agree. But then at the same time, you're saying that's not recognized international law that states for the sovereignty of Israel. You can't have it both ways. So to sit here and say that they are continuing to, yes, you inferred exactly that. So all I'm saying is, my first statement, I said there is wrong on both sides. There is no place in this world for human violence, for atrocity, for any of those things. Does that mean that when the international law that you prescribe for why the settlements are illegal, you ignore when it's the same basis for the validity of Israel and call Israel an illegal state? You are undermining the precise argument you're trying to make. And
I didn't call it an illegal state. Come on, don't put words in my mouth.
Dude, let's move away from this. We're trying to wrap up the space.
So, thanks, Viju. Thanks for pushing back. I'll go to Khaleesi because I know you'll share a different position. So I'll let you final quick words just so I'll try to wrap it up in a balanced way. Khaleesi.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I really enjoyed this discussion, and Stealth and I talk about this a lot. And where we find a middle ground is that we want to look forward to try to find a resolution to this. Now, the first thing is we have to, if you don't acknowledge what the actual problem is from all sides, by the way, then you're never going to resolve it because you're not acknowledging it. So when we talk about this, you know, as an example, I'll just give you one example. When you talk about terror organizations or something, I think you mentioned one, Stealth, didn't you, just now? The Lion organization or whatever it was. When you talk about that, I'm looking at an article for that. And, you know, Lion's Den, that's what it was called. On the 22nd of February, 2023, so what, last month, just about, 11 Palestinians were killed. 2 of them were men over 60 years old, and 1 was a child. And then Israel said that they were basically members of Lion's Den. There's no way of proving that. There's no way of, and yes, I know it's frightening when rockets come the other side as well. But this conflict has got to end somehow, some way. Now, the first thing is we have to acknowledge that there's a problem there, because if we one-side it and stop looking at what's really going on, then we're never going to resolve it. Francesca Albanese, she visited the Palestinian territory recently. So she is the UN Special Rapporteur on Occupied Palestine, and she visited it, I think, last month. And she came back and she basically said there's been a 17-year-old long blockade on Gaza. For 55 years, it's an open-air prison in Palestine, and she's got all these statistics and facts. I've got them in front of me, but I'm conscious we're trying to close. So you have international human rights organizations calling out the IDF, calling out what the Israeli authorities are doing. So when we come on a space like this and we say, oh, you know, the army, you know, the Israeli army is like one of the most humanitarian and they get praise across the world, we have to be able to back it up with receipts and facts.
I
Because
did.
I'm trying to find this.
Khaleesi, I posted the information from UN Watch and from the UN and about 4 different sources regarding that information with multiple pages of detailed analysis. This is such propaganda. Again, can someone, Mario,
Heather,
please moderate? Because
Heather,
this is just
I'm moderating by
that's nonsense. I'm sorry, that's nonsense.
Oh, go ahead, Fidjil. Yeah, sorry, continue, Fidjil.
I said Stealth, that's nonsense.
What exactly?
Personal.
Can you?
I mean, this is just so racist.
They are not the most humanitarian fucking army on the face of the planet.
Oh, really?
Oh, no,
really?
so hold on. Is that, so I didn't understand. Stealth, are you making the point that Israel is the most humanitarian army in the world?
Yes, I posted the information inside the feed. I mean, what kind of...
Let me hold on.
Let's get serious.
Hold on. Let me actually just check that information exactly, because it's you know, so it's the one that the Wikipedia article.
I mean, who
is that it?
Mario, here's the point. Heather, I was saying they are not. You are not listening. You are being hyperbolic and literally not listening.
No, I'm not.
I said
I'm a humanitarian
absurd.
witness. I work with Palestinians. I know
You're
their
not listening.
existence.
Oh my God.
Heather, hold on. Heather, are you even listening? Fidjil's making your point. You're saying no one's making my point, all that propaganda. Fidjil's actually making your point, so you interrupt him? He's making your point, and I understand you're emotional, and I cannot, by the way, I want to say earlier, I cannot put myself in your shoes, helping the kids in any war-torn country. I have respect for you more than most. You know, I'm sitting in Dubai in a comfortable place, so a lot of respect to you. But Fidji was making your point, so just respectfully, Fidji, I'm gonna push back on this stuff. I think it's a bit too extreme.
So this is the thing I wanted to say, Mario. I just want to wrap up.
So Mario,
Stealth, can I just finish and then you can come back in?
Sure.
So Stealth actually made this claim when she spoke initially, when she came on the space. And I had my hand up since then because I looked it up. And yes, it is ranked as one of the most powerful armies across different rankings.
Khaleesi, let me see. Actually, as you continue, Stealth, can you pin it again? Because I can't find as many pin messages.
Sure.
Don't unmute. Just pin it again, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just pin it at the top again. I'm really curious.
DMs also to you and
thank
I'll
you.
send it again.
I'll actually check it now. Go ahead, Khaleesi, sorry.
Yeah, so I looked this up, and actually, if you look around, if you look across United Nations, Human Rights Watch, all the human rights organizations, they're actually condemning Israel. And I said this when I first came on the space, that Israel has broken more UN resolutions than anybody else. And when they say Israel, they're holding the IDF to account. And I just want to touch on one last thing about Ramadan. This was mentioned that, when Ramadan starts, I'm looking at an article right now, happy to forward it. First day of Ramadan, a 25-year-old Palestinian was shot. So when we talk, my point of raising all of this is, when we're talking about what's going on in a region, you have to take a step back and look at everything with the truth. Because if you're not looking at it with the truth, then you're never going to acknowledge the problem. If you're going to I can find you like fake data. I can find you Wikipedia stuff. It doesn't mean anything. Go to United Nations, go to the Human Rights Watch, go to all the human rights organizations, go to Amnesty International. Look at their facts and figures and you'll see it. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
So thank you so much, Khaleesi. Stealth, I haven't received any DM yet, so if you could DM it to me, it'll be great, please. Just really curious to see that link. Mohammed, you've been incredibly respectful throughout the space and calm, despite being from Gaza and obviously, pretty emotional about what you're going through. So a lot of respect to you. Final words.
Yes, thank you so much. Well, to start with the most humanitarian army, and I'm very grateful for the patience of everyone here, particularly the moderators, and for accommodating to all of our deep polarization. But to touch on one point that's a little response and then to move forward more policy oriented. Most humanitarian army. Well, I would say take the words of an Israeli colonel lieutenant.
Yeah, so just to Mohammed, yes. I got one. So it has Stealth. You haven't sent me anything yet via DM. I'm still waiting for the article, but someone did send me something, and it's a piece. It's a piece by a Jewish newspaper that has a title called "IDF is quote the most ethical army in the world" and refers to military acts. Let me check yours.
I'll send you the rest. There's about
but
4.
I will take the words.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'm actually curious. Go ahead, Mohammed. I would skip this one. I don't. Yeah.
And it's okay to pick up this part at a second portion, and I'll provide you all the.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Take about 20 seconds. So, Lieutenant Colonel Yaron Ruzin, he recently called on fellow members of the Israeli army, the Air Force, the intelligence units, the IDF, etc. He called on them to not report for reserve duty because of the judicial overhaul. And he said that from the moment those laws pass, quote, everyone that activates the firepower from the members of the Air Force to the members of the artillery squad to the people in the tanks, all of them are going to be subject to external trial in The Hague. You see a lot of Israeli military members now not reporting to reserve duty because they know that if the judiciary overhaul passes, it would take down any pretense of having an independent judiciary, which would open the door for an external investigation from the ICC. And this is the most explicit admission it gets of hundreds, if not thousands, of Israeli members of the military acknowledging that they may have committed war crimes and crimes against humanity.
So Stealth, I just looked at what you sent me. And look, I appreciate coming on stage and participating in the debate. But like, just look at what you sent me. You made the statement that Israel is the most humanitarian military. Let's just look at that, because I'm a very fact-based person. I try to be unbiased, but I'm also fact-based. And they sent me an article. So that article doesn't even say the word humanitarian or the word ethical at all. And it's just a person, someone just writing a page. So no facts, no numbers, nothing. And just very emotional, small 4-paragraph article. And then it's by a website called S Together, which is called Standing Together, which is a website supporting the Israeli military and donating to the Israeli military. So just an opinion piece that doesn't mention the word ethical or humanitarian, with no numbers, no facts, and no such statements, by a website that's supporting the Israeli military, I wouldn't use it as a source to make such a statement. I'm not refuting all the points you've made on stage, just that particular one. So I'm saying this with all respect, Stealth, but maybe you have other sources. I'd look at it and I'd stand corrected if you do, and I would eat my hat. But I just wanted to really comment on that point, because I know some people got a bit emotional about it. But Mohammed, I'll let you finish off very briefly, please, and then I want to thank the panelists and give the co-host the opportunity to wrap it up. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, thank you so much. So there was recently a poster at Ben Gurion Airport. Somebody put it there that said, check before you leave that there's not a case against you in the Hague as a protest against the judiciary overhaul. And it's the most viral message in internal WhatsApp groups of military members, the reserve members, saying that if these laws come to pass, we will not be able to travel abroad because of potential war crimes and crimes against humanity. So it doesn't get more explicit than that. But I will stop here with this issue and conclude very briefly. I'd say that this topic often ends in a lot of blame games and score pointing against each other. But what is neglected is that without any symmetry or comparisons attached, both Palestinians and our Jewish sisters and brothers are deeply intimate with pain, suffering, and loss. And in a way, acknowledging this in a mutual way can be our strongest driving force for getting to a solution. We've both.
Thank you. I think your message is very similar to. Thank you. Your message.
Mary, can I end on a bit of peace as well? Just so I want to.
Yeah, that'll be perfect. Yeah. Of course, and then we'll give it to the co-host.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I just want to say, look, it's very clear to understand, because somebody mentioned about Muslims and Jews earlier on, right? Muslims have nothing against Jews. History will tell you that the Jews were looked after by the Muslims when they were, going through bad times in Europe and being kicked out of every country. And there's nothing that changed right up until the 1940s. You have to understand there's a distinct difference between Zionism and Judaism. We have nothing against the Jewish people, nothing at all, right? And let's just remember that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so co-hosts, obviously we didn't plan for such a debate. I appreciate you all. You wanted to end the space on multiple occasions when it got heated, and we got through it. So I really want to tip my hat to both All Source and Sulaiman. Guys, final words. All Source, maybe you want to go first, and then Sulaiman.
Yeah. So what I would say is, look, for peace to occur, both parties would want peace. The Israelis, right now, currently under the Benjamin Netanyahu administration, clearly have no desire for peace. It's politically convenient for him not to pursue peace with the Palestinians and expand settlements. There's no questions about it. There is political push within Israel, especially in the right, to not go for peace. And when you see left-leaning governments, it's a political hot potato, and they don't want to touch it, especially after decades of peace negotiations between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And on the Palestinian side, it's the same. Right, let's just be real. There is multiple groups in Palestine who do not desire peace. That benefits them also to prolong this war and this conflict, right? And the problem that we run into, the Israelis have a historically the way they set up their elections is very unstable governments with multiple parties and incentivize very small parties, their radical voices, to become dominant, because that's how Israel coalition parties work. But the Palestinian side is very difficult to look and see clearly the divisions that we see in Palestine, a very difficult scenario where we can see peace be achieved, because if one group tries to
go through peace negotiations, you will find others that would try to sabotage it, right? The Palestinians don't even have a unitary government. And so I believe the issue is that neither sides want peace. And then the further this drags on, the harder it is for peace to be achieved. We see currently the Abraham Accords, where Arab states are saying, we do not wish to have the Palestinian Israeli conflict prevent us from having diplomatic relations with the Israelis. And so the Israelis say, well, if I don't have any push for peace, then why should I seek it? And so in the end of the day, although we all strive for peace, there has to be a push within Israel and Palestine for that to occur. And unfortunately, I'll be the voice of bad news, nobody wants it. And I think we have to be flat out honest. Palestinian leadership and Israeli leadership are done with negotiations, and nobody can tell me right now that there's any serious negotiations going on that might have a breakthrough. There was probably hope, maybe, during the previous administration, because it was Bennett, Lapid, Mansour Abbas was a key. Mansour Abbas was basically he led the Arab Party, the Arab list in Israeli politics. He ensured that Bennett and Lapid had representation in the government. There were some who speculated that maybe this is an opening, but everybody acknowledged that if you open negotiation, it could be the death of the coalition. And the same with the Palestinians. So I'll be the bearer of bad news, but until there's actual push from both sides, I don't see peace occurring.
Thanks. Also, Trash and Slayman, final words, guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is probably one of the most difficult conversations to navigate in a public space on social media with all personalities, right? And so I just wanted to say, number one, Mario, I wanted to commend you. You kept saying like, hey, I'm going to check out for a minute. And then like, boom, you're right back in it. So like the way you handled this, I think is the best way it could have been handled. I don't know how this can be handled any better. And I expect it to be emotional. But you know me and my style. I'm very like, I'm down the line. I don't want to get into, tribes. I just want to talk about facts. And I think what Allsource said is very, very important. And I think what everybody's contributed here is very important. And I really appreciate everybody being here today. And I really appreciate how you handle this, Mario and Suleiman and Allsource. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. Slayman, final words, my friend.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just a couple of points I wanted to make. One of the arguments that was made on here was about, Palestinians using bombs or Palestinians using missiles. I think that's a misnomer, and I'll try and explain why. Because you have to look at the situation when you have somebody who's in a significant power, when there's a significant difference in the power dynamic, this occurs. So you saw it in, for example, 1946, where the Jews were in a weaker position and the Palestinians were in a stronger position. You saw this guerrilla type warfare. Then there was the bombing of the embassy and so on and so forth, the British embassy. And now the scenario is that the balance isn't there. So when I look at when both sides, partake in actions against each other, you have to look at the power dynamic behind it. And that then affects the way one engages with each other in the battlefield and in war. So that's an important point I just wanted to make. But in addition to that, in terms of what's the solution, so for me, I mean, and you heard it from Janine as well, like a one-state solution would be a brilliant solution. But we know that in a one-state solution, that the people, the Israelis won't accept it, because what would happen is the Palestinians will be in charge because they're the majority. And then so in a two-state solution, what happens? And I think with a two-state solution, it requires, honesty. It requires integrity, and it requires an openness to basically go with a situation where you're willing to give up something. And although I don't believe this entire disagreement is religious, what people do is, unfortunately, they make the religious argument, in terms of the Masjid al-Aqsa or the Temple Mount. But in reality, when you look at the situation, whatever you say, human life is more important, and those are just buildings. So in reality, there should be a scenario where people are able to sit down together and make peace. But I agree with actually Allsource in that regard, that in the perspective that there is definitely a situation where certain people don't want peace, and hence why we're here. But it's sad, and I don't think it's actually religiously motivated, although those religious symbols are used as a proxy to basically continue the war.
Cool, man. Look, I genuinely don't give my thoughts, because I always try to be as unbiased and objective as possible. So I tend to keep my thoughts to myself. But in this case, I just don't feel like I should have an opinion, because it's such a complex situation with just so much emotions involved. So all I can do is I can promise to try to continue holding panels on this, even if it's not a popular topic, it's not a trending topic. I think it's an important topic, and it's a challenge for me to try to, try to get some agreement, some middle ground found, and hopefully have a small impact on this long, complex topic. So I'm going to keep giving it a try. I'm going to keep learning, and I want to appreciate every single panelist, including the gentleman that I removed earlier. He did give us his time, and he tried not to interrupt. I forgot his name. I think it's Ariel. What was the name, Slayman? The gentleman with the husky voice?
Yeah, I think it was Ariel.
Ariel, yeah, I removed it. I tried to remember his handle to bring it back up, even though many disagree with him. He tried to be respectful. He didn't interrupt too many times. Everybody, and people I disagree with, people I agree with, people that were respectful and disrespectful and emotional, thank you for giving us your time. We might do a space again shortly on Trump's interview if there's enough people that are interested. If